I talk about a lot of worthless nonsense that I just find goofy and entertaining, but what I'm about to talk about today, what I'm about to start yapping and blabbering on about, has to be a new gold standard for the most trivial. This is more meaningless than a filler arc in Naruto, yet I can't help but care about it. Like, my voice is cracking because I'm almost embarrassed that I actually care. I read about this, like, right before leaving the gym, and for some reason I thought about it the entire drive home. So I got home, put my Skechers down because I'm one of the few people under the age of 60 and over the age of 9 that wear Skechers, and I just marched up here and I'm like, you know what? I need to talk about it. So it's about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. I'm sure all of you know that name. He's one of the biggest celebrities in America. I don't think you could find a place in this nation that hasn't at least heard of The Rock. Fucking Narnia probably knows about this guy. He is huge. And he recently posted an Instagram video that seemed innocent enough on the surface, but if you dive a bit deeper, it actually gets quite nefarious. It's about his supposedly first time trying In-N-Out. In-N-Out is a fast food chain. I'm sure a lot of you know that. It has like a cult-like following. People love In-N-Out. They fight tooth and nail for the honor of In-N-Out. Like, when I've tried it and I thought it was fine. I didn't think it like changed my life or anything. It didn't make me more attractive or taller. It wasn't a game changer, but it was fine food. But some people go crazy for it. And Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson apparently just tried it for the first time. Let's see what that looks like. I don't want to let the audio play because it's just DMCA music. And basically the whole video is him going to In-N-Out drive-thru and people just going crazy to see The Rock. This is supposed to be his cheat meal with In-N-Out, and it's his first time ever trying it. He's going to see what all the hype's about. But basically the whole video kind of plays out like autofellatio. It's The Rock just sucking his own dick. Like, hey, you just call me handsome? I don't speak Spanish. Is that what you said to me? That kind of thing. And then he makes his order here, he gets like his big meal. It's just complete throwaway garbage here. There's more empty calories in this video than there is in the french fries that The Rock is buying here. The video is honestly less about In-N-Out and more about just The Rock being famous. Like, this whole video is just The Rock showcasing he's famous and filming people's reaction to them seeing him in all of his benevolent glory. He is an angel, and he is blessing them with his presence. He couldn't even be bothered to do the bare minimum of eating the meal on camera, so we were denied a Rock mukbang. What a shame. But here's his caption: "My first ever In-N-Out burger experience. Rolled up in my pickup and tried to be cool AF with my order." And then emojis for car and sunglasses. God. But I didn't know the lingo. Didn't know who to pay, where to pay. I didn't know shit. What do you mean you didn't know the lingo? You just place an order. I don't know why he's pretending. You know, it's not like this is complicated jargon, but I'm a quick study. Loved everyone's positive vibes in there. Holy shit, it's The Rock energy. God, he just can't. No one has The Rock's dick in his mouth more than he does. Like, good God. Goodness gracious. Can you smell what The Rock is cooking? It's his own wiener. Oh my lord. His favorite meal. Love the grub, and love how everyone in the drive-thru looked at me like I have 3 heads when I gave them a tip. Thank you, In-N-Out, for being awesome. I'll see you down the road. So it clearly reads like it's supposed to be some kind of promotional thing for In-N-Out here. And it's all just standard celebrity trash, but this is the 3rd time he's done it. He keeps pretending that he's trying In-N-Out for the first time every couple of years. Why? Why are you lying about that? You could just say, like, I love In-N-Out, so I'm going back to In-N-Out. Let's go. Can't wait for more In-N-Out. Why does it always have to be your first time? We know it's not. So there was 2 articles written about this, like, why does The Rock keep lying about it? And I have no fucking idea. Why would you just keep lying about it being your first time going to In-N-Out? The other 2 videos are still on your Instagram page. It makes no sense to me. It's like the weakest lie ever. I remember when I was a child, I used to do lies like this for April Fool's Day, where I would tell my friends that the Buccaneers quarterback Brad Johnson was retiring, and they'd be like, is he really? And I'd go, nope, I gotcha. It's like, what? Why are you even lying about that? It's so lame.
Is history in the making. It is Sunday night, approximately 11 p.m. It is Cheat Meal Sunday for all of us around the world, certainly for me here. And the reason why this is history in the making is because this is the very first time that I have ever tried an In-N-Out burger, or In-N-Out fries, or anything from In-N-Out for that matter. Now, I've picked up some In-N-Out burger before through the drive-thru a few times for some buddies of mine. I've never tried it, so this is a first.
That's such a convenient excuse. I've been through the drive-thru, but I've never actually eaten it. I've only ever picked it up for other people. That's like the timeless classic of, oh no, those aren't my drugs. I was actually just holding them for a friend. Now, he has a post from 2017, once again through the In-N-Out drive-thru, but he doesn't have any evidence of him eating the meal, so I guess I can't say beyond a shadow of a doubt if he tried the In-N-Out meal when he bought it for the people in his vehicle. I would wager a guess that he has, because he keeps pretending like he doesn't even know what the fuck In-N-Out is, practically. He doesn't know how to go through the drive-thru or how to pay, according to his most recent Instagram post. So I don't know if the Men in Black keep coming around and neuralizing him every time he eats In-N-Out so he forgets entirely, or if this is just the weirdest marketing idea ever. I don't really get it. But I have said for about 5 or 6 years now that The Rock is the fakest celebrity in Hollywood. I truly believe that. I grew up a huge fan of The Rock. In the WWE, he was probably one of my favorites. Not up there with Kane, but pretty close. He cut the best promos. And to this day, if I had a nickel for every single time I said, "Can you smell what The Rock is cooking?" or if I imitated the people's elbow, man, shit, I'd be able to own In-N-Out by now. Like, he had a big impact on my childhood, but as he made it more into the mainstream consciousness, and as his fame grew, I feel like his soul kept getting chipped away at, whittled away, and now he's just this husk, this hollow shell that PR firms speak through. Like, every time he tries to vocalize something that's supposed to resemble his own thought or opinion, it feels like the most PR speak shit ever. Like, all of these PR suits are just using him like a fucking fleshlight, like this puppet, a ventriloquism act, where they are talking through The Rock. What really cemented that for me was when he went on Joe Rogan recently. I haven't listened to Rogan in quite a long time, but when The Rock was on, I was very interested to see if he would finally come out of his shell here and actually speak his mind. And he barely spoke at all. The whole episode was mainly crickets. Like, he barely engaged with anything because it seems like The Rock only vocalizes what his team allows him to. Like, it has to be the most filtered responses and statements imaginable. He's just so fucking fake, and this In-N-Out madness was just a cherry on top of it. Another thing, I'm getting way off topic now, but another thing with The Rock that always rubbed me the wrong way since it happened was about a year ago, he was a brief guest on Jeff Keighley's Summer Games Fest. So he was there to promote the Black Adam trailer, but Summer Games Fest was supposed to be like a celebration of games and talking about all of that. And The Rock sent in a video that he absolutely threw together in like 30 seconds, but he couldn't even go through that video without plugging his own fucking drink. Like, come on, you're already there just to promote a movie and you're still going to promote something else as well? He only has one mode, and that's sales mode. That's it. He didn't engage with the community at all. He couldn't even pretend to care about Summer Games Fest or Jeff Keighley's production or really gaming in general. He just can't even put on a facade that he gives a fuck about anything beyond just selling himself. Like, even in this In-N-Out clip that I showed you, the second one where he pretended that he, trying it for the first time, let me show you how it actually ends. Check this out.
They're called double doubles, loaded with lettuce, tomato, onion, pickles, and cheese. Of course, we got fries here. Get this. The fries are good. So we're off to a good start. Now, the question becomes, I have the one and only Teremana tequila. What is going to pair best with, you know what? I'm the founder of Teremana, so fuck it. We make up the rules. So I'm going to go with Blanco and Reposado. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What a pleasure this is. My very first In-N-Out burger. That is a good combo. Here we go.
Yeah, he couldn't even eat a meal without plugging his own shit. That's all he is doing anymore. He just says what his PR firm wants him to say, nothing else, never doing anything that even resembles like his actual personality or his actual thoughts. And then he is just constantly selling his own products and selling himself. That's it. Like, that is so fucking sad. So yeah, just a really weird thing here that he keeps pretending that he's never had In-N-Out. So every year or a couple of years, he'll be like, "Oh, I'm trying In-N-Out for the first time." In fact, I'm pretty sure he even ordered the same exact thing last week as he did in this video from 2022, the one I just showed you. I'm pretty sure he made the exact same order as well. So he's probably a regular at In-N-Out. Like, he has his order down to a science. I just don't get why he keeps pretending for that. But I'm also not surprised because he actually is just super fake across the board. So yeah, just wanted to talk about it a little bit. I recommend the Patrick CC video he made about Drake and Josh. I've actually been meaning to watch that. Thank you for reminding me. This keeps hitting my YouTube recommended, and I've really wanted to check it out. I don't know the whole history between Drake and Josh, but I think, like everyone else, I believe they were good friends off air. But it seems like that was never really the case.
While filming
That's a
one of
good
the
point,
last
Trey.
episodes of the season where Drake and Josh fight over a shrimp, Stephen Malaro, who was a writer on The Amanda Show, walked over to Dan and was like, "Those two guys are your buddy comedy right there."
God, Dan Schneider's such a fucking creepy guy. Good lord. I'm surprised he didn't pitch Dan on like a foot-centric TV show. What is Dan doing now? I know he's fired from Nickelodeon, but what is he currently doing? Does anyone know off the top of your head? I can look it up, but I'd rather just see chat's fan theories, I guess. Someone has to know. OnlyFans? Nah, I doubt that. Oh, maybe like subscribing to every OnlyFans ever. Possibly. Yeah, he got fired from Well, I don't even know if he got fired. He left Nickelodeon. Dan was already making a foot-centric show called iCarly. Fucking true. Running a foot massage parlor in Thailand. So no one knows what Dan Schneider's doing? I'll look it up myself, I suppose. What are you up to, Dan? Dan Schneider controversy about verbal abuse and maltreatment of young actors. This is brand new. Is he still under investigation? Oh man, anyone remember this theory? I highly doubt this was ever true. But when Zoe Spears got pregnant and had to leave Zoe 101 shortly thereafter, the rumor was that it was Dan Schneider's kid. And there's like a whole bunch of like crazy fan theories on how that was possible and why that was likely. Or Jamie Lynn Spears, sorry. Zoe 101, Jamie Lynn Spears, whatever. You know what I'm saying. Yeah, that shit was crazy. Deadline reported in July 2021, an investigation by Viacom discovered that Schneider was allegedly yelling at young performers, throwing tantrums, and sending angry emails and texts to them outside of working hours. He apparently requested massages for his shoulders and neck as well from the kids. That definitely sounds like Dan Schneider. Producer tells New York Times via People that he never dealt with performers in any way, texting or otherwise, that should make anyone uncomfortable. When someone says that, that just makes me uncomfortable. That makes me think that you were doing something that would make me uncomfortable. A number of well-known performers, including some who are underage, had expressed their displeasure with the uproar surrounding the photos of their feet. I couldn't and I wouldn't have the friendships and loyalties of so many individuals of good standing, he explained. Yeah, the feet pics were really weird. Early on in Twitter's infancy, he ran this Twitter campaign to have kids send pictures of their feet. It was like an iCarly thing, but they were sending the feet pics to Dan for some reason. Dan was described by former co-workers as demanding and vindictive. In addition to interviewing Dan Schneider's producer, the New York Times spoke to people from Schneider's history. Schneider and Gradstein worked on 4 shows together, and Gradstein remembers how stressful their cooperation was. He could be generous and affirming, and it was wonderful to be in the presence of his talent and passion for making entertainment. His demands were unnecessarily high, and his control and demeaning demeanor, lacked restraint or business etiquette. Does anyone remember if, what's her name? Is her name Jeanette McCurdy? Might have been, from iCarly. She quit acting altogether because her mom was apparently very awful, like very controlling. And Tiana told me the other day that Jeanette McCurdy even had like a song or a book or something called "I'm Glad My Mom Died" or something fucking intense like that. I'm getting off topic, but does anyone remember if she said Dan Schneider was good or bad? Because she said something about Dan Schneider, and I don't remember if it was positive or negative. Does anyone remember? Bad for sure. For some reason, I believe she said that it was something positive with Dan. I'm just gonna look it up myself. Oh my god, that's Dan? Wow, this is... Whoa. That is absolutely someone that would have turned up to like a Chris Hansen investigation. This is... Who is this? Oh, this isn't Dan. Wait, what? Who is this? Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, he looks like Dan in a disguise. Oh, shit. It is Dan? Oh, fuck. I'm just going to double check myself. It can be remembered that in 2013 she shared a Vine video addressed to Schneider, which some say was a cry for help. McCurdy ended that post with, "Look what you've done to me. Look what you've done to me." I don't remember that. In 2014, and what other things was a rebuke, she and Cosgrove did not attend the 2014 Kids' Choice Awards when Schneider was the recipient of a Lifetime Achievement Award. In 2019, she opened up about her eating disorder, which started when she was 11. There are no direct statements towards Schneider's role in any of the issues, so fans continued to speculate. So did she not? I thought for sure she said something about Dan, and I really felt like she said something positive about him.
The first season was a little more typical to any sitcom, coming up with catchphrases and basic plot lines. Luckily, the show got much better after season 1. They consistently got themselves in ridiculous situations and had to either work together or against
Man, I remember like
battle.
all of
Like
this
when they
shit.
came up with a master plan to sell Gary Coleman grills, which got them in jail, versus when they were fighting each other over a foam finger. In the beginning, it
Where's
was
the
very common that
GameCube?
Josh was the butt of the joke.
Or-
I mean, it's
no,
very easy
Jesus.
to pick on the overweight, goofy kid. Drake, on the other hand, would
What the
often
fuck
be
was it, the
bad guy. He
Hypercube?
was
Not
lazy,
the
rude,
GameCube,
and
that was
self-centered.
real.
He wouldn't stand up for his brother Josh.
Games
He would hang
Fear,
out with
thanks.
girls and friends. His character remained the inconsiderate troublemaker, but now Josh was having more luck with girls.
I didn't
He was less
remember him
nerdy
getting
and
so
became
old
more
in the
competitive
show.
with Drake. Ultimately, at the end of every episode, they resolved their differences and concluded with a happy moment. These two just understood each other when it came to performing. Drake and Josh were the new age Bob Hope and Bing Crosby, Abbott and Costello, Martin and Lewis, Cheech and Chong, Keenan and Kel. They were so good it made us all believe that they were best friends beyond the screen, who had no way of showing Drake and Josh how much they loved the show. A lot of us forget that in
Twitter.
2005 there was barely any social media,
Aw.
no smartphones, no YouTube, no live
What a
streams, no follower
shithole.
counts. They worked a 9 to 5 while other kids went to school, and they went home to their families every day just like anyone else. These two just did what most normal teens do: go to parties, hang out with girls, maybe get in some trouble. Well, at least Drake did. Josh wasn't partying much. Josh was actually going through some really tough times. Josh Peck was raised by a single mother. He actually never met his father. He was always interested in being an entertainer, doing stand-up comedy at the age of 9 years old because anything athletic was
Holy
definitely
shit.
out of the question. However, he always wanted to fit in. Being an out
The confidence to do stand-up comedy in general is outrageous. I can't even imagine as a kid. Well, actually, it might be easier as a kid, because what asshole's gonna start heckling a kid? You get a 9-year-old up on stage at the Laugh Factory. I don't think you're gonna have like some guy booing and throwing cocktails at him or anything. So maybe that really helped with confidence. I don't know. But stand-up comedy's got to be like one of the scariest things to do for a human being. To put yourself up there and just potentially bomb in front of that many people has to be the most embarrassing feeling ever. I couldn't imagine that shit. Especially not as like a kid.
He was known as the fat, funny punching bag who brought way more comedic value to the scene. When we watch these old episodes, we feel happy. Josh sees an underappreciated, depressed, overweight, and insecure child.
Oh man, is that a... I do this all the fucking time. I point at the computer screen as if you guys can see what the fuck I'm pointing at. This is from that movie where he's on that boat and he just starts like insulting that kid, right? And he's like, your dad sucks. Your dad's a real piece of shit. Your dad's dead. Your dad's fucking awful. I fucking hate you. Your dad's awful. Yeah, Mean Creek. That clip was iconic. Yeah, and he even drops a slur. That shit was crazy. I remember seeing that when I was younger. I was like, oh my god, what episode of Drake and Josh was this? Oh, gee, good lord, was that the season finale? Yeah, I've never seen Mean Creek. I've only ever seen that clip, and I don't even want to see the whole movie now. It just went so hard.
Stamos.
Hey,
He became one of the
John
most popular
Stamos.
creators on Vine, which is where he would eventually meet David Dobrik, the Paul brothers, the Vlog
Oh,
Squad, and become a
wow.
popular influencer on YouTube with millions of subscribers.
He is
Drake
big on
hung around
YouTube.
Nickelodeon a little longer. He did star in a terrible, super bad remake movie called College, as well as a poorly received spoof comedy superhero movie.
Wait a minute. Wait, what is that one?
A
College?
remake movie called College.
I love shitty movies. I've never even heard of this. From the guys that brought you Waiting. That movie's a classic. How did they fuck this up? Has anyone seen this? Is it really bad? Yeah, it's awful. It's so bad. Is it fun bad or boring bad? Because bad comedies are usually not really fun bad. Is this really boring? Just boring bad? Oh, that's disappointing. 5% on Rotten Tomatoes. Well, that makes me want to watch it. I just hate boring bad. Boring bad's a waste of time.
We thought Drake would be the best man. Turns out, he didn't even know about the wedding.
Thanks,
The
Reese
story
Devin.
blew up bigger than Drake could imagine. Thankfully, a couple months later, they made up and did some YouTube content together.
Back together again. We're all good.
Then they both spent the next year.
Wow, that seemed so fake.
They made up and did some YouTube content together.
Back together again. We're all good.
Oh, that's just painful. Oh, that just hurts to like hear. Ooh, man, these are two dudes that really just do not like each other. Holy shit. I think Josh Peck is probably like a pretty nice guy, but there's something about him. Every video I've ever seen of him, like it's his eyes. They tell me like there's some like evil in there. Like, there's some like deep-rooted malice in that soul. And I don't know why I get that impression, but like when he smiles, like his eyes don't. You know what I mean? It's just I just get like this really weird sensation when I like see him do like smiles or like really happy stuff. Again, I'm sure that he's like a nice guy and like a genuinely wholesome person. But I'd be lying if I said I just didn't get that like tingle in my sack that tells me this might be the devil. Might be like the devil in disguise or some shit.
We're together. What else do you want? What's happening, everybody?
In 2019, Josh came up with the idea to do a reboot of their classic show. The name of the reboot, Josh and Drake. When he reached out to Drake to read the script, things got weird. The idea was that Drake was going to be a failed musician and Josh was a successful real estate agent. They were basically parodying Drake's real life as a musician in Mexico, while Josh's character was a totally made-up life. Maybe they were trying to get back at Drake.
That's so fucked up. Wait, that's like genuinely fucked.
The opening line in the very first episode was supposed to be, "Hug yourself, kid," instead of their trademark saying, "Hug me, brother," which would have just been a slap in the face to the fandom.
What? This can't be real. This can't be real. Bro, how much does Josh hate Drake? Oh my. There's no way that's real. So the whole show is basically Josh just fucking Gangnam styling on the corpse of Drake's career. You did sense the evil after all. I've always said that. I have always believed that there is some kind of demon living in there. This was 100% real. I just don't believe that. Like, that first line is so goofily evil, like comically, like cartoonishly villainous. I just don't think that's right. And I don't think the concept of the show is ever Drake is a failed musician and I'm a super Giga Chad successful guy. I just really don't think so. It seems really made up. But maybe I'm just wrong. I don't know.
Then it transitions to Drake in Mexico performing at a quinceañera for the daughter of a drug cartel leader, where they are all drinking and doing hard drugs, which leads to a gunfight, and then they don't want to give Drake his money, which is all a super stereotypical way that Americans convey Mexican culture in Hollywood.
Fucking way.
Drake didn't want to do the Drake and Josh reboot without making some creative changes because he didn't want to disrespect his Mexican fans. Josh wouldn't let Drake make those creative changes, and shortly after that, Drake started getting into his legal trouble.
There's no way. There's just no way. Hold on, I gotta look that up. This doesn't sound like a Drake and Josh reboot at all. This sounds like Josh tried to direct like the next John Wick, but also by shitting on Drake and making fun of him to his face. Oh, here we go. They also spilled details about the previously teased, now scrapped Drake and Josh revival series written by Josh himself that reportedly included offensive stereotypes about Mexican people. Is popbuzz.com. Okay, probably not reliable. But apparently this comes from a podcast interview, and it's Drake telling the story, so it also could just be made up. I would need to see the script. I have to. There's no fucking way Josh wrote some shit like that. No one would write shit like that. The pilot script's opening scene is said to have included a fan reciting the iconic "Hug me, brother" line to Josh, who then replies, "Hug yourself, fuckhead." Nah, man, this isn't real. I'm sure there was like an attempt to bring back Drake and Josh at some level, but not like this, I don't think. Reading the script from an email on her phone. Her father, Enrique, the head of the cartel, sits in the middle of the party at a table surrounded by guards and beautiful women. Think Escobar, Chapo. Drake is on stage, backed by a mariachi band. People drink copious amounts of alcohol and ingest other illicit substances. I mean, she read it from an email on her phone. I wish she just dropped the script. Like, just post it. And then prove to me it's Josh that wrote it. This is fucking wild.
However, he only admitted guilt of sending text messages that were sexual and then stopped once he was aware of the victim's age. The situation is definitely creepy. And there are a lot of other factors really to consider creepy, which have been broken down extensively on YouTube. But that
trial spawned a pretty wacky meme.
People fall.
I showed this meme before. Anyone remember this? Since it was so public on Zoom, people got to run wild with the memes.
You want to hear this afternoon?
It's pretty good. I'm not a big meme guy. This shit had me giggling.
Are you guys like not friends?
Not really, no.
He told a number of different lies on these podcasts that are starting to make fans question everything.
I knew that Drake and I didn't stay in touch for the 10 years since we had made the show, but no one needed to know that.
Here they are in 2012 at what appears to be a house party.
Ooh,
Here they
busted.
are spending Christmas together in 2013.
Ooh.
Here are multiple instances of them hanging out in 2014. In 2015, they had Drake come on Josh's show Grandfathered.
But I think it's just
What a weird thing to
Drake and
lie
I to be
about.
Working together again, and obviously we love each other.
Plus, Drake says that they talked when Josh announced that he was engaged. To suggest that they at least didn't stay in touch is wild.
He was surprised he wasn't invited then? If he's going
Yeah.
bananas on you?
He's surprised, but then he takes to the internet and he starts writing these tweets that immediately like catch fire. I was at the Video Music Awards and I see him there and he sees me. And I go up to him like, and this might be the most Sopranos thing I've ever done. And I look at him and I go apologize to my wife right now.
Josh
No, you didn't.
literally filmed himself walking up to Drake. Does this look like how a gangster moves?
And is that the last communication?
No, that was pretty intense. That was pretty cool.
Much.
The VMAs was in August of 2017. Since then, they have filmed multiple YouTube videos together, worked on a Drake and Josh reboot, and I can only imagine they spent time together in their personal lives as well. That is not even close to the last time that they've had communication. Drake just recently started a podcast called Drake and Janet, with the same branding, which is just kind of weird, bro. Like, let it go. Drake still
No,
says
it's like the best
nothing
thing in
but
his
good
life.
things
Let
about
it
Josh,
ride.
And who could have ever guessed that their real life situation would turn out exactly like the episode Josh has done?
Come on, dude, I said I was sorry.
Yeah, I heard you.
Oh, I remember this episode.
I'm not mad at you. I'm done.
What is that supposed to mean?
I don't want anything to do with you anymore.
Josh! What? Look, I'm sorry.
Well,
Look, let me finish, okay? I was wrong, okay? I was wrong.
What a throwback.
what do you mean?
I need you more than you need me. I need you way more than you need me, all right? I'm sorry. I just need you to understand that... Sorry, Josh, I'm sorry.
Fuck, what a powerful ending. Damn. Good lord. Yeah, what a wild rabbit hole. Exit Prime. Infernoc. That was depressing. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing Drake can do to, like, reconcile. He literally pled guilty to some absolutely heinous shit. But I think Josh also isn't the greatest of people, to be fair. It doesn't seem like he's done anything like questionable, criminal, or anything like that, but the dude just seems to be kind of like a liar and a little unhinged with that Josh and Drake script. Watch the Rob video from the last dude. Oh yeah, I saw that underneath there. How Rob Dyrdek controlled MTV for 15 years. They were desperate. Rob Dyrdek was a god. I mean, still kind of is. Rob Dyrdek is almost solely responsible for, oh god, what the fuck? Robin Big, Fantasy Factory. Okay, yeah. And Ridiculousness. Okay. Yeah, fuck it. We'll watch this one too. Patrick CC
Rob
slaps.
Dyrdek was a professional
His channel's great.
skateboarder
I'm familiar
turned
with his
TV
channel.
star that has had control over MTV
I remember he
for
did
the past
the
15 years.
Fiverr video as well not too long
60%
ago.
of the billion-dollar network is his show Ridiculousness, which sometimes is the only show they air for multiple days without a break. However, this is not by some sort of dumb luck. He made some sleek business moves that made MTV depend on him for years. Once he realized they were at his mercy, he rinsed them for millions and used
Nice.
their platform to become the soon-to-be billionaire we know today.
Wait, Rob Dyrdek is almost a billionaire?
Hoping to one day go pro and somehow make a career of it. In 1990, 16-year-old Rob Dyrdek witnessed his friends Chris Carter, Mike Hall, and Jimmy George invest $26,000 into creating Alien Workshop, a local skate brand that would put Ohio skaters on the map. He watched them build the company from the ground up. At the end of the 11th grade
Rob
in
is a good
1991,
businessman.
Rob
He is.
decided to skip his senior year and move to California to pursue a skating career after Alien Workshop offered him a $1,000 per month salary to be on the team. While he was out there, he represented Alien Workshop to give more presence to the brand in the
Back then, that
skateboarding
was probably
capital
huge,
of the
though,
world.
actually.
Although Rob was dead, in 1995 he got sponsored by a company called Drawers Clothing, which would later become the iconic DC. Back then, skaters
What?
had Nikes and comfortable athletic shoes
Wait, what?
to do every...
DC didn't start as DC? Bro, I used to love DC shit. Back when I still liked outdoor activities. I had no clue. What the fuck is Drawers? I had no idea. I thought DC literally just started from the ground up on like a skater's back or something. Like some dude just pulled himself up. He's like, I'm gonna make this company. And then made something that slapped.
It was also around the late
Pretty
90s
good.
and early
Oh,
2000s
wow.
where Rob created
Is that
this
Fred
image
Durst?
of flexing, luxury, and kind of living like a rapper, but for skating. Where skating at the time was this hesh, counterculture, and almost modest lifestyle. Like most skaters didn't have a brand. Their brand was, I'm a rad skater and that's it. Majority of the skate community thought Rob was a pompous prick, but he leaned in even more. December 2000, the cover of Big Brother magazine had Rob...
What the fuck? What is Big Brother magazine? I've also never heard of that, but man, what a magazine cover. Wow. Is that a real cheetah? Because that shit is looking goofy. I feel like that has to be like CGI'd or something. Do cheetahs look that silly?
2000 to 2002, Rob was at the peak of his skateboarding career. He was 27 years old, already pretty rich, and focusing hard on competitions and video parts to keep his relevance so he could
Wow,
sell more
this is
shoes.
very 2000s.
2002 is where he met Christopher Big Black Boykin, which would change his life forever. The reactions of security guards were hilarious because they would come out ready to fight and bully Rob. Then when Big pulled up, they got all soft and scared. They created a genius gimmick that really resonated with the skate community because everyone
forgot
could
all
relate
about
to it.
Rob
It
and
also
Big.
helped that Big Black was a funny, charismatic guy that had a lot of chemistry with Rob. Rob and Big, Season 1, Episode 1 launches November 2nd, 2006 and takes off immediately. Each episode
came out in
premiered to
06?
4
I thought it was
or 5
earlier than
million
that.
viewers. The two unlikely best friends were funny, full of energy, and really just so lovable. When you watched it, you just understood. Rob would come up with the most random ideas for skits, and Big would go along with whatever, like buying a mini horse so their dog has a friend, or starting an R&B group, or trying to time travel. The chemistry and bond created on TV was almost like
God,
you
what
were
a
a part of their
throwback.
family. Rob was working 24/7, writing ideas for the show, and guiding the production, where Big admits that he just showed up, brought the funny, and left. We're not sure what the facts are, but I wouldn't be surprised if Rob was being paid more. On top
Well,
of
I think
that,
he-
he was
I think he
very
probably
unhealthy
was.
at 430 pounds. Him and Rob were constantly disagreeing on creative ideas, which led to multiple blowout arguments, and he had a new baby on the way. Big decided he was done with Hollywood after season 3. He moved to Texas with his family, got his eating habits and mental health right, and reaped the rewards of his hard work. Him and Rob's downfall was relatively private. Rob never disrespected him publicly, but they didn't communicate with each other for a few years.
How does that
afterwards.
always
Rob was
happen?
ready to give up.
I'll never understand how that shit goes down. Like, let's say, okay, for example, let's say Matt and I had a successful reality TV show. And then one of us is like, bro, I'm just fucking done. After making millions of dollars, I don't know how you're like, all right, well, fuck you then, buddy. I never want to see you again. I don't know how that happens. I guess I don't get it. But I've also never seen that level of money before. I don't know. It just seems like incomprehensible to me. I feel like they probably weren't ever that close a friend then. That's true. I guess they weren't like childhood friends. Well, wait, okay, even someone like Danny. I met Danny only, what, 3 years ago now? Let's say Danny and I had a successful TV show, and Danny's like, hey, Charlie, you fucking suck, and I quit. It's like, ah, man, that hurts. I'll see you tomorrow for PDQ. Like, I don't know. I don't see how money splits up like an actual friendship like that when you're already set for life off the millions you've made together. It's just not fun anymore. No, I'm saying I don't know how that ruins a relationship. They've both already made multiple millions upon millions of dollars. I just don't see like why they'd hate each other afterwards. That's what I'm saying. I understand why they wouldn't, or why Big wouldn't want to do the show anymore. I'm just saying I don't understand like how a relationship gets split like that. But it happens all the time. Literally all the time. In every field. Forced to spend too much time with each other. Yeah, I guess maybe they just got tired of being around each other. Having to film 13 hours a day or whatever would be super draining to anyone.
Meanwhile, he was making additional deals on the side with these brands for his own companies like Street League, Wild Grinders, and other new ventures. For
God
example,
damn.
I'm sure some of y'all remember
Ruthless
this episode
businessman.
where he dresses up as the Carl's Jr. mascot and does stunts around the factory. This is literally a giant ad, but you might also remember that Rob wanted to open legal skate parks around the country. Safe Spot, Skate Spot is what he called them.
Makes it
At
prime
the first
slick.
one, a giant Carl's Jr. star that kids would skate on. This is an example of how Rob would go to a corporate sponsor and say, hey, we'll do this integration on MTV for you, but I also want you to contribute to my personal project. So Carl's Jr. paid for the construction of the skate park. Then he did basically the same exact deal on
Thanks for
another
5
park
gift subs
with
again, Modo.
7-Eleven. You can
Fuck
see
yeah,
now
man.
how Rob was developing a lot of control over MTV because he took it upon himself to go the extra mile to set the a lot of control.
That photoshopping job is wild. Nice. That's good. That's looking good.
House. And Fantasy Factory was just a commercial for all of his new businesses.
So smart. So
February
fucking
8th,
smart.
Fantasy Factory Season 1, Episode 1. And as expected, it was a hit. Millions of viewers, not to the level of Rob and Big. The fans definitely missed him, but Rob knew just the thing that would keep people interested. Stunts and celebrities. Rob became a stuntman to fill the void of not having Big's comedic presence. Drama, his cousin, wasn't cutting it. And who doesn't love a good celebrity cameo? Johnny Knoxville, Lamar Odom, Justin Bieber, Carmelo Anthony, Ludacris were among some of the people who came to the factory. There are so many businesses that Rob started or promoted on the show. Helped get off the ground. In 2011, Big Black makes his debut appearance on the Fantasy Factory. The beef was squashed and the duo were together again. It continued the vibe of the Rob and Big days, but now they had a playground and more money. Ratings doubled when Big came back. It was like a whole new show. Speaking of whole new show, Ridiculousness premieres August of 2011 to 3 million viewers. The biggest episode they ever had. It was essentially America's Funniest Home Videos, but Rob's version to make. There have been a few different numbers thrown out there, but it seems like $140,000 per episode
super smart.
is accurate. They filmed Fantasy Factory for 2 more years, 3 seasons, where the ratings were still great. Rob wanted to end the show with a bang. The end of season 6 included him breaking the world record for the longest jump in a car while going backwards, which was the second massive Chevy sponsored deal he orchestrated. The first one was kick-flipping a Chevy car. The last episode, which was the 65th episode, was a 1-hour special. It was epic and the perfect way to end the series. Ridiculousness was about to enter the last contractual season, which at that point was the 95th episode. Rob wanted to...
They did 95 episodes in the 3 seasons? No fucking shot. What? Wait, was that Fantasy? Oh, wait. Oh my god. I might have just, like, brain rotted. Was that Ridiculousness or Fantasy Factory? Ridiculousness. Okay, that I believe. I thought that was Fantasy Factory he was talking about. I was gonna say, there's no fucking chance they got 95 episodes like that. No way. But here, I'll double check anyway. Oh, I just spoiled it. There's 7 seasons of this, 73 episodes. This is before streaming, TV, and cable were everything. Man, you fucking swine. This isn't before streaming. Justin TV existed right here. Well, actually, right here. This glorious era of 09, 2010. And you know who was on Justin TV? Your fucking boy. Playing Luigi's Mansion. And Paper Mario. And World at War Zombies. Streaming at a crisp 140p, baby. In fact, let me show you what that looked like. Yeah, you want to see what streaming used to look like? This is real streaming. Yeah, baby. God damn, what a throwback. Back in these days on Justin TV, they also had a 24-hour Angry Video Game Nerd rerun channel. They had 4-player podcast. I think Soda Poppin' was on there too at some point. Is there sound? Yeah, there is, but it's like ear-piercingly, like, distorted.
2 seconds!
Like, it actually just doesn't sound pleasant at all. It's easier to watch than it is to listen to. I was using a Logitech Best Buy prototype kind of thing and recording with Windows Sound Recorder. This is what streaming used to be, baby. And it was amazing. Can you believe that this website, Justin TV, got bought for, what was it, $970 million?
This deal also included that Rob's production company, Superjacket, would be producing Ridiculousness and the final season of Fantasy Factory. So now, MTV wasn't even producing the content, not filming, not editing. It was all Rob's businesses that he owned. We can also assume that because he was producing the show, that his company now received a % ownership of the show. Like, he isn't just an actor anymore, he's getting those royalties, baby. Literally, MTV was like YouTube to Rob. Here's my show. Upload it. He got through the last season of Fantasy Factory despite not wanting to do it. Ratings were kind of low, but the show
Actual
was
ruthless businessman.
Unfortunately, 2 years later, we get the sad news that Christopher Big Black Boykin had passed away at age 45 of a heart attack in Plano, Texas. He is survived by a now 14-year-old daughter. Rest in peace, Big Black. now, so he sets up for another renewal. And of course, MTV is going to take it because TV is at an all-time low and MTV is going down with it. 250 more episodes.
Jesus Christ.
Basically just a talent show, which was very unsuccessful after just 7 episodes. Besides the TV show, Rob is a recluse now. He doesn't party with celebrities. He isn't doing commercials or brand deals. He's a full-blown entrepreneur building the Deer Deck Machine, which is his company that
Rob
builds other businesses with the goal of selling them.
The Deer Deck Machine is a venture creation studio.
Hey, thanks for another 5 D subs, Modoc. Jesus, man, thank you.
Creates businesses by systematically fusing art, science, and magic.
He's now growing.
Literally all of that is buzzwords that mean nothing. So what do you do? What is the company? Does anyone know?
He sold his production company Super Jacket, who had been producing Ridiculousness and a number of other shows for the past 7 years.
Whoa, wait, what? He did Dude Perfect show? I thought Dude Perfect had their own production company. Was it just the Nickelodeon one? Well, that's pretty big, actually. Thanks to Prime Wubby and the bits Cheyenne, Toodle, and Tier 1 Samurai. So it was just the Nickelodeon one?
MTV wasn't a partner or an investor in any of his businesses that he promoted and grew on their platform, but Rob was a part owner of the show that they put on their platform. He announced another 250 episode renewal of Ridiculousness in 2020, in which he would be fully done and ready to walk away forever. If Rob's salary of $140,000 per episode since 2011 stayed the same over the past decade, with Ridiculousness having 819 episodes, he would have earned $114,660,000 just from that show.
Okay, I think I think all of the Google estimates were off. That's a really good point. I forgot that in 2011 they were doing 140K an episode. And you know, since he had so much like a stranglehold on the fucking cock of MTV, that he had negotiated that price much higher. Yeah, he very well may be up in that like $400-ish million ballpark. Easy, I'd say. That's a great fucking point. I didn't even think about that. Not a billionaire. I still don't think he's knocking on the door to being a billionaire. That is an incomprehensible achievement. Even at his level, I feel like he's probably not even halfway to billionaire. I think he's probably in the 400 mil ballpark.
Maybe he took a lower salary once his company started producing it, since now he was getting ownership royalties, but I guess we don't know. Rob today is almost unrecognizable to the man he used to be. Now 47 years old, he's a zen, calm, collected entrepreneur who is on his way to becoming a billionaire. And it's all because he got to call the shots at a multi-billion-dollar TV network for 15 years straight.
Yeah, that is so impressive. Rob Dyrdek is really an interesting guy. I didn't realize how deep that went, though. I knew that Rob Dyrdek was pretty much MTV's cash cow for a while, but I didn't realize it was all they had, and currently all they still have. Like, I bet they're still only playing reruns of Rob Dyrdek. Let's just see, like, TV schedule. I don't even know what to type in to find what they play anymore. Ridiculous. This is airing right now. Ridiculousness. Oh my god. Shameless. It is literally the Ridiculousness channel. Didn't MTV show music videos at one point? I mean, they used to. I mean, everyone knows they ventured way beyond that very early. I work nights and I can say that damn show is on in the break room all night long. I can't escape it. Yeah, when I go to bars and shit, which isn't often at all anymore, but when I went to bars and shit, there was only ever 2 things on. It was either Ridiculousness or I think it was Chive. Is that the other one? Which is just Ridiculousness, like, diet. Tosh.0 did it first. He kind of did. But I don't think people like Tosh.0 enough. Like, Tosh.0 I think was too focused on him, and a lot of people might not have liked him. Ridiculousness is super smart, where it's literally just a montage of videos that Rob Dyrdek and friends will sometimes say some stuff about with the couch. Tosh.0 would make an entire like stand-up routine around it. Everyone is forgetting Attack of the Show. That's because G4 fizzled out into such a sad fart back when it was on TV. G4 was an actual powerhouse for a while, but just like mismanagement and some bad steps along the way killed that network. They're back now, and I think they're doing better than ever, but back in the day, they killed themselves in a really sad way. P. Diddy. I'm sure most of you know that name, and I'm sure in recent times you've at least heard a little bit about the awful things he is accused of. P. Diddy has been a huge individual in the music industry for decades now, and with a lot of new information coming to light about his past as well as what he's been doing behind the scenes, a lot of people are comparing him to the Harvey Weinstein or the Epstein of the music industry. It's abhorrent stuff that's come to light. And in recent times he's become known as the Diddler. And you don't want to fiddle with the diddle. P. Diddy's got a laundry list of extremely serious accusations, and he's embroiled in a ton of controversy as well as lawsuits, and there's just been a lot to keep track of with everything he's accused of. From car bombings to assault to abuse to sex trafficking. It's like he's trying to get the platinum trophy for crime. He's committed like every crime imaginable, allegedly. It's scary stuff. And like I said, there's been so much that I imagine a lot of you aren't even aware of all of it. But luckily, Jackson, Windigoon, and myself did all the heavy lifting and compiled all of the information about everything he's accused of into our Red Thread episode covering P. Diddy. I'll drop a link to the full episode in the description, but for this one, I'm just going to give you all of the most pertinent information concerning the P. Diddy case. We're going to start with Cassandra Ventura's case against P. Diddy. She was in a relationship with him for quite some time and suffered greatly as a result. It initially started with P. Diddy signing her to his record label, Bad Boy Records. He signed her for a 10-album record deal, which is a ton. 10 albums is more than probably most artists have ever put out. Unless you're someone that's just using AI-generated music, it's hard to just shit out 10 albums. That's a lot. Like, that's not small potatoes at all. You're fucking in there for like 30 years to make 10 albums, most likely. And it seems like from the very start, this was all just a ploy, a nefarious scheme from P. Diddy to get Cassandra to be with him. So immediately he started driving a divide between her and her boyfriend. He would leverage his power in the industry to just have control over her. And it's just a horrible, horrible situation.
So on the 16th of November of 2023, P. Diddy's ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, filed a lawsuit detailing a years-long series of abuse perpetuated on her by Diddy. Ventura claims that she was trapped in a cycle of sexual abuse, violence, and sex trafficking, listing that Diddy, A, raped Mrs. Ventura in her home after she tried to leave him, B, often punched, beat, kicked, and stomped on Miss Ventura, resulting in bruises, burst lips, black eyes, and bleeding. C, blew up a man's car after he learned that he was romantically interested in Mrs. Ventura. D, forced Mrs. Ventura to engage in sexual acts with male sex workers while masturbating and filming the encounters. Ran out of his apartment with a firearm in pursuit of a rival industry executive whom he learned was nearby.
All right, never mind. He could have absolutely killed Tupac if he's doing shit like that. He's assassinating rival industry executives.
Yeah.
Yep. So for what it's worth, I don't know if you clarified, but the car explosion was actually Kid Cudi being the victim. So Kid Cudi's car exploded in his driveway, and P. Diddy is the one that's blamed for it.
Cassie was in a relationship with producer Ryan Leslie from 2004 to 2007. It appeared from the start, however, that Diddy was interested in a relationship with Cassie. He started to push her away from Ryan and forced a divide between them. Diddy was in a long-term relationship with Kim Porter, which ended in 2007 due to his alleged infidelity. Even while in his previous relationships, Diddy would apparently not allow Ryan, her boyfriend, around, flirting with Cassie and forcing her to do drugs while she was in private with him. Cassie was young and impressionable. Diddy flaunted his wealth, showing his ability to look after her or control her. Diddy had the ability to skyrocket Casey's career, but in return, he seemed to have wanted her obedience and loyalty. She feared that rejecting him would harm her future career and album deal, so she eventually went along with his request.
So just the like age-old manipulation tactic that all of these like Hollywood producers and all these executives have used time and time again. It's like
you want to be famous, don't you?
Yeah, you want to be famous.
Just holding it over their head.
Just some awful stuff. The stuff that started the Me Too movement, obviously. Harvey Weinstein, stuff like that. Obviously, just massive amounts of pervasive corruption that's kind of systemic in all those entertainment industries. And yeah, I'm not shocked at all that Diddy is one of them, the biggest proponents of it.
Yeah, people using their power to get sex. Yeah. Casey decided to leave, prompting Diddy to repeatedly message her throughout the night, accusing her of leaving him high and alone.
Imagine getting those kinds of messages and these actions from what is ostensibly your boss. Because he is. He's a boss.
Come back, frowny face.
Yeah. I'm all alone.
You're just gonna leave me like this? I'm scared.
Yeah. I'm high and I don't want to be alone.
Why have you never messaged me like that, Charlie?
The phrase of that did seem kind of juvenile, accusing her of leaving him high and alone.
I'll start sending you those text messages, Jackson, when I'm out, like at a bar. It's like, Jackson, I'm so lonely. Where are you?
Why didn't you come? Why aren't you here? Where's my hug?
Yeah, where's my hug?
But it's a little funny that someone whose whole mantra is like, as a big, tough and rumble rapper, part of the lawsuit is that he had a cuck fetish, you know?
I mean, that's how that always goes, right? I feel like we see that a lot with like these perceived powerful people, like strong guys. It's always like, well, he actually really like to watch me fuck other dudes in front of him. Happens all the time.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, you think you're tough? You think you can take my girl? I bet you'd like to. Why don't you do it right now? Go. And there she is.
You think you're so tough, huh? Why don't you fuck my girl? Oh, you think you're such a fucking tough guy, huh?
In 2007, there was another instance where Diddy paid a promoter to create a fake flyer for a party supposedly hosted by Casey. This provided her with an excuse to travel to Miami and away from her boyfriend. Casey was unnerved by Diddy's ability to manipulate others into lying for him, and she felt extremely uncomfortable with the entire situation. This guy had a fake flyer to have her fly down. This is the most like high school,
elaborate shit, just so he wouldn't feel lonely.
Yeah. Casey alleges that Diddy or his management controlled every aspect of her life. He introduced her to a lifestyle permeated by drug use, which contributed to her compliance. He insisted that she refer to him as Pop Pop, a term she called her grandfather.
It's fucking disgusting.
Gross.
Oh,
Gross.
Yuck.
Diddy would have his personal staff accompany Casey during all of her day-to-day activities, and even some of her medical records sent to his email address. The example listed in the lawsuit is from when Casey suffered memory loss, possibly due to injuries from abuse and/or drug abuse. When she had an MRI, her results were sent to Diddy and not her. Diddy also made Casey get prescriptions from his doctor in her name for medication that he was addicted to when he exhausted his own supply of pills.
God, that's so
like Lex Luthor.
Yeah,
like getting all
fucking just constant drug.
Diddy would often show spouts of incredibly violent fits of rage, apparently beating Casey multiple times each year, leaving bruises all over her body. He would go to extensive lengths to hide evidence of this, like having Casey hide away in hotels for days while she healed. She recalls after one particular party, in which Jay-Z was named as being in attendance, that Diddy kicked and hit her and forced her out of a vehicle on 5th Avenue in New York City. She got a cab to take her to her apartment, but was so traumatized and afraid of Diddy that she had the realization that she could never tell anyone due to how influential he was in the music industry. Where Diddy discovered that Casey had a conversation with another music producer at a party in Los Angeles in 2009. Casey wanted to discuss her career with the producer. In response, Diddy abruptly removed Casey from the party and departed in a car. Allegedly, Diddy forcibly pushed her into a corner of the car and proceeds to, quote, stomp on her face. Despite the presence of Diddy's security team, the situation escalated beyond their control, which showed her just how loyal his network was.
I doubt the security team even like tried to stop it, right?
No, they definitely didn't.
Casey was expected to find locations and hire male sex workers when Diddy wanted. The situations being frequent, sometimes weekly. He would become so intoxicated and belligerent during these situations and would allegedly also beat Casey in front of the sex workers. The lawsuit lists multiple locations where this, what Diddy referred to as our secret to Casey, would happen, including Trump International Hotel, the London Hotel, the Intercontinental Hotels, and more. Man. Hotel suites would be decked out with baby oil and Astroglide. And Diddy would provide Casey and the sex worker with seemingly endless supply of drugs, including ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, weed, and alcohol.
What's GHB?
I have no idea. I don't know what that stands for.
Diddy would film these encounters, and even when Casey deleted the videos, Diddy would claim that he had backups.
So using it for blackmail, probably, like hoarding these videos.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Casey tried to escape Diddy multiple times, but he utilized his staff and networks to lure her back in. During a brief breakup, Casey actually dated musician Kid Cudi. Diddy was irate as he had found her phone and saw emails between her and Kid Cudi. He apparently had a manual corkscrew in his hand and charged towards Casey in an attack. In a panic, Casey escaped to Kid Cudi's home. She returned to Diddy, however, as she felt as though she had no choice when Diddy would ask to just talk to her. Diddy was still enraged and hit her multiple times. Casey says that he threatened to blow up Kid Cudi's car. Around this time, Kid Cudi's car did explode in his driveway, and Cudi has since come out and confirmed her version of these events.
It's probably just a coincidence, right?
Yeah, just faulty wiring somewhere.
Casey says she was stuck in a cycle of abuse, trying to run away, being trapped, apologizing, and coming back. It was a rotation of bruises, black eyes, busted lips, and heavy amounts of makeup. She believes that Diddy paid Intercontinental Century City $50,000 for hallway security footage that showed him beating and throwing glass at her.
Man, if that's fucking true, if that is true and they have proof to back that up, that Intercontinental Century City is complicit in hiding evidence of domestic abuse, fuck whoever accepted that offer
it had to
at
be
that
a
hotel.
manager or something, right? Because it's not like 50,000 is a bribe to the whole organization
brand.
or anything.
Yeah, it'd be nothing. It'd go to an individual, so they need to find the individual.
They arranged a dinner in 2018 where she thought they would be discussing their official separation. However, instead they returned to her apartment after the dinner and he forced his way in and onto her. She repeatedly asked him to stop and attempted to push him away. She was sexually assaulted and this left her traumatized, and says she continues to suffer emotional distress. Just one day after the lawsuit was brought against Diddy, they settled outside of court. The terms of this were not disclosed, and Diddy's attorney in a statement made it clear that this was not an admission of wrongdoing. Cassandra's statement in this says, "I have decided to resolve this matter amicably on terms that I have some level of control. I want to thank my family, fans, and lawyers for their unwavering support." And Diddy's statement says, "We have decided to resolve this matter amicably. I wish Casey and her family all the best. Love."
This next allegation is from a woman named Liza Gardner. On November 24th of 2023, another lawsuit was filed against Diddy and singer Aaron Hall. So it was a suit against two people by Liza Gardner for battery, sexual assault, and negligent infliction of emotional distress. The lawsuit was filed within the time frame of the Adult Survivors Act and details an event that happened in 1990. Basically, what happened was Liza and her friend were invited to New York City by a few close friends of theirs who were members of a chart-topping recording group signed to MCA Records, which Diddy was a part of. Liza was from North Carolina at the time. She recounts that they met up with Diddy and Aaron at the offices of MCA Records where an event was being held at the time. Diddy and Aaron were very flirtatious and offered rounds of drinks all throughout the night. So remember, this is in 1990, so this is a long time ago by this point. Diddy and Aaron extended an invitation to Liza and her friend to join them at Aaron's apartment for an after party. There, Liza alleges that she was offered additional drinks and coerced into engaging in sexual activity with Diddy. Following the assault, Aaron allegedly barged into the room and proceeded to assault her as well. After the ordeal, Liza hastily dressed and fled the apartment with her friend following closely behind. And when they were speaking to each other afterwards, they kind of recounted their experiences and a lot lined up, suggesting that both women had been exchanged between both Aaron and Diddy. Days later, Diddy turned up to where Liza and her friend were staying, and he acted in a Diddy-esque irate manner, something we've come to know and kind of experience over the next 30 years as being pretty common with Diddy. He began to choke Liza to the point where she passed out, and he was also searching for her friend out of worry that she would alert the authorities about what had happened. this lawsuit goes into just really disturbing details. Like apparently Aaron Hall had bragged about engaging in sexual activity with minors as well. Like there's information in the lawsuit about that specifically, and confirmed that Diddy was sometimes in the room when this was happening. So he was at least complicit to the conversations about some really disgusting stuff happening with minors.
So one thing that you didn't mention here is that she was 16 at the time. The Liza Gardner was 16 during this period.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know why that wasn't in there. It's awful.
I double checked, and according to NBC, the amended complaint filed by Gardner on Tuesday, which was like a week ago, obtained by NBC, said she was 16 at the time, thus too young to consume alcohol or consent to sex.
So that's in the amended lawsuit? Maybe that's why I didn't see it.
Yeah, this is that might be why it's not there. Because I remember seeing that headline, and the fact that it wasn't there, I just thought it was important to mention as well.
Yeah,
so yeah, maybe you just missed it because this is pretty brand new.
Charlie, you can take the next one.
Sure. This next one is Dickerson Neal versus Combs. On the 23rd of November 2023, a lawsuit was filed against Diddy, Bad Boy Entertainment, and Combs Enterprise LLC by Joy Dickerson Neal for suffering as a result of being drugged, sexually assaulted, and abused and being the victim of revenge porn. The lawsuit was filed within the time frame of the New York Adult Survivors Act, same as Liza Gardner's. Joy was a student at Syracuse University studying psychology. She was looking to make a step into the music industry and also worked many odd jobs in the industry, such as a receptionist at a renowned talent agency and as a location scout. When they met, Diddy made several advances on Joy, but she had heard that he had a reputation of treating women badly and rejected him every time. So he already had that reputation.
Yeah, and this was in 1990.
Yeah, before he even had like his massive amount of fame to his name.
Fucking Christ.
In January 1991, she eventually agreed to meet Diddy in New York, but she chose the Wells restaurant in Harlem as she was reluctant and knew the employees there. During the evening, she started to feel more comfortable. They were sharing drinks and food, and she made a point to say that there was a period of time that she went to the bathroom and she left her drink unattended. Diddy did not want the date to end and invited her to run errands with him. And once they were in the car, he brought out a blunt. Originally declining, Joy felt pressured to take a hit, and Diddy told her he would have her home with enough time to study. After this, Joy says her memory is incomplete. She remembers feeling rubbery in the legs and being unable to stand, and he brought her to a music studio. Then she recalls being outside of where Diddy was staying, possibly thinking that it was his house, but an acquaintance of both of theirs answered the door. Once inside, she was sexually assaulted, and due to being drugged, was unable to fight Diddy off. She says that the day after, she was in so much pain in a way she had never felt before, and held a lot of embarrassment and shame. This resulted in her not going to the hospital or reporting the incident, instead seeking safety in her apartment. Devontae Swing, a member of the group Jodeshi, would inform Joy a few days later that Diddy had filmed himself assaulting her and showed him and others the video. She was horrified to hear that everyone had seen it and that it would haunt her for the rest of her life. Joy recalls that Devontae wanted to speak up about it, but was scared that the band would lose their record deal as they were in the midst of recording their album Forever Lady. Holy shit. So they saw this video, still didn't do anything about it. And he is bragging about assaulting her and filming it.
Well, not just bragging about it, they showed the video. Yeah. They was just willingly showing these to people in the industry. Again, it's just...
And the dude's like, sorry, we've got this whole deal worked out, you know?
Yeah, so I saw you get sexually assaulted and shit. That video was brutal, but we're recording Forever Lady right now, so if you could just tough it up till that's done.
Every single time these situations happen where someone gets away with decades of assault and abuse and rape and stuff like that, it's always because there were 100 people who were like, yeah, but that didn't want to make things weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just had so much going on that was in jeopardy if I was to report this. It's is it that urgent? Do I need to report it?
We're doing great on iTunes. Record? I don't want to kill that momentum or anything.
Yeah.
What's that fucking saying that's always overused about how the only the one thing that lets bad people do bad things is
evil prevails when good men do nothing.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's the Call of Duty quote that comes up when you get killed in COD 4.
I'm pretty sure it's a Churchill quote originally, but yeah, it gets used everywhere.
It's true though. Like so many situations here could have been prevented if the people witnessing these events had put aside their ambitions, their goals, their fear of them being like targeted by Diddy, and instead done the correct thing and alerted the authorities about just the troubling stuff.
This is 1991. You could have stopped Diddy before he ever even spiraled even more out of control.
He wasn't
this
even
could have
that.
ended.
He was successul, of course. I'm not gonna claim that he wasn't and that he didn't hold some level of power, but he wasn't Diddy, the multi-billionaire, the billionaire media mogul, like empire creator that he is now. Like it would have been way more possible back then.
I also just don't understand because like I feel like you gain so much more by being the one to blow the lid off it, right? Like this band or this group, I'm not even familiar with, and they were so excited for this album that I don't know. But I probably would know them if this was the group that led to him going to jail for these kind of things and stopping him. Like they would have had so much more success. I
don't think back then, but now, yeah. Like in current year where everyone's so connected and like the allegations and stuff like that gets a lot more screen time and people taking it seriously. But back then, all it would have taken was like B. Diddy saying like "no you" or something, and then like now they're shunned and no one believes them.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Maybe back then it would have been different. Joy had tried to file reports against Diddy and had even allegedly spoken to several prosecutors with the intention of pressing charges. But members of the law enforcement told her that she needed witnesses or people who had experienced similar assaults. People around her were terrified to speak up against Diddy, as he was powerful and could ruin future opportunities. He was also known to be violent, and they seemingly did not want to be at the other end of his anger.
God damn it.
This is Lil Rod. On 26th of February 2024, a lawsuit was filed against Diddy, his son Justin, multiple members of his staff, and Chalice Recording Studio, Love Records, Motown Records, Universal Music Group, Combs Global Enterprises, and more by Rodney Jones. Rodney Jones, or Lil Rod, was a former producer and videographer for Diddy. He worked on 9 songs on Diddy's album Love from September 2022. Oh, he worked on... Sorry, I put all that together. He worked on 9 songs on Diddy's album Love from September 2022 to November 2022. I thought that was the name of the album, Love from September 2022. I was like, what the fuck is that name?
The album name is Love from September 2022 to November 2023. A very specific period of time of love for Diddy.
Great year of loving, I suppose. But yeah, so he worked on that album, 9 songs for Love. And he lived with Diddy for months at a time. Lil Rod is said to have many witness statements, video, audio records, and images which corroborate his complaint. Apparently, Diddy required Lil Rod to film him all the time. And on
which is a great idea. Which is a great idea if you're committing crimes constantly. Like, fucking crimes.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Diddy. Welcome to Jackass.
Make sure you film this. What a fucking idiot. Of course, it's not idiocracy though, it's confidence. That's what's annoying about this to me is he's not an idiot. Well, he is, but he's not an idiot in this way. He's just extremely confident that he's not going to be caught and no one will care. That's what's so annoying.
It's his ego.
Yeah.
So on several occasions took his phone and recorded himself. So he started vlogging his own shit too.
Yeah, great.
This has resulted in hundreds of hours of footage and audio recordings of Diddy, his staff, and guests engaging in illegal activity. Lil Rod claims to have irrefutable evidence of the acquisition, use, distribution of ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms. The displaying and distribution of unregistered illegal firearms, case 124CV 01457, document 1 filed on 2/26/2024. Page 7 of 738.
You don't need to read it specifically. You could have just said his reference.
No, just in case anyone wants to check out the case number and they're only listening via audio, so they can go ahead and quickly remember that case number. Mr. Combs providing laced alcoholic beverages to minors and sex workers at his home in California, New York, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and Florida.
Man, they got him in 4 different places, handing out beer to kids.
Keep in mind, he wanted all of this documented. Him lacing alcoholic beverages and giving them to minors and sex workers at his homes.
Do you think he was doing it to like jerk off to it, like he was proud of what was happening, or was he actually like gonna use it in promotional footage or something?
You think he's jerking off to videos of him hanging out with his friends and stuff?
Like I don't know why he'd even want any of it recorded. Like there's nothing that you could use that for. Like, oh, I want to. Hey, Lil Rod, can you pull up that party from like 2 weeks ago? I want to see me give this kid some beer again.
Well,
like,
hey,
I don't understand.
No, maybe it's when he's feeling lonely. He looks back at it and sees all the fun times he had with his friends.
He probably wanted to do like some video with it, or like be like, no, this is my life. This is what it's like. This is the lifestyle, you know? Like,
I don't know. I think another equally possible thing is this guy's got actual amnesia, like he has memory loss problems from all the frequent drug abuse, and he needs this footage to remember his life.
It's like 50 First Dates, the end of 50 First Dates. He wakes up to this playing on the TV to remember his whole life. He's like, oh shit, that's right, I'm a criminal. I beat women, of course.
Mr. Combs' chief of staff, Christina Coram, KK, instructed her staff to retrieve drugs so she can provide it to Mr. Combs for his consumption. Christian Combs drugging and sexually assaulting a woman. Mr. Combs detailing how he planned to leverage his relationship with Bishop TJ Jakes to soften the impact on his public image of Cassie Ventura's lawsuit. Young Miami's cousin and or assistant sexually assaulting Mr. Jones. Actor Cuba Gooding Jr. sexually harassing and assaulting Mr. Jones.
You didn't know about that?
Whoa. No.
Okay, this is going to get interesting, yeah.
That's a name I haven't heard in so long.
And it's not a great situation for it to pop back up in. And it only gets
Holy
worse.
shit. So rapper Redacted on Mr. Combs' yacht consorting with underage girls, sex workers, and R&B singer Redacted in Mr. Combs' Los Angeles home consorting with underage girls and sex workers.
I want to know who they are so bad.
Yeah.
I'm going to send you guys this article because I looked up Cuba Gooding Jr.
No,
here.
it's coming up. It's coming up.
Well, this is 9 hours ago. There's no way it's here.
Oh.
It's just this headline and this picture associated with it is fucking extraordinary. So it says, Cuba Gooding Jr. surfaces in Miami amid Diddy's drama, and it's him on the back of a golf cart looking like really shocked at what he's reading.
Like he's reading it in real time. He's on his phone.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm going to throw this up on screen as well.
He's got like a vacation shirt. He's got like a vacation shirt on. He's going to a yacht.
He's like, shit, I did what? Like he's like,
damn, who did I sexually assault? He's in the next picture. He's shaking his fist. Damn you, Little Rod. However, this turned from promises to threats. Allegedly, Diddy even threatened to harm Lil Rod physically, saying he would eat his face off. Diddy even said he would kill his own mother, Janice, to achieve his goals. Jesus Christ.
Unprompted, just go.
Yeah, I can imagine how that conversation went. Listen, I will kill my mother right now. Like, I will do
in
it.
an instant.
You think Janice is reading these fucking allegations and be like, what the fuck? My son said what? That's fucked up.
My son's gonna kill me. Why?
Also, eat his face off? Was he on fucking bath salts at the time? Like, what a
probably, yeah.
Weird threat.
According to the lawsuit, Diddy was relentless, intimidating, flaunting his firearms, and boasting about his ability to evade consequences for violent acts to sow fear in individuals like Lil Rod. In September of 2022, Diddy was holding a writers and producers camp at Chalice Recording Studio. Diddy, his son Justin, and a man named G were in a heated conversation that moved from studio into a restroom near where Lil Rod was shitting. Sitting.
Is that because you read restroom?
Yeah, I definitely thought that said shitting because they went to the restroom and I thought they barged in on him pooping.
That's the most fucked up allegation of all. They didn't knock before they barged in.
Where Lil Rod was sitting, which was about 2 feet away from the bathroom. He then heard multiple gunshots ring out. According to Lil Rod, a crowd gathered outside the restroom, and when the door opened, Diddy and his son walked out, and G was lying on the floor in the fetal position, bleeding from his leg/hip area. Lil Rod ran to G and began applying pressure on the wound and demanded that someone call for an ambulance. During this, Diddy and his son had disappeared to another section of the studio. Lil Rod was told by Diddy to inform the police that he was not involved in the shooting at all, and was instead instructed to lie that G was shot standing outside the building in a drive-by incident. G would certainly not play along with that, though, right? Wouldn't he be like, no, I got shot by him?
Maybe he was afraid of getting shot again by fucking...
That's true.
Diddy, who knows?
That is super true, and there's pictures of the aftermath here. Lil Rod says that he still has the clothing that he wore that day, which he thinks may still have G's blood and DNA on it, and provided photos that show the assumed blood and mess inside a bathroom to prove that this wasn't a drive-by shooting. Lil Rod suffers from PTSD, severe anxiety, depression, and insomnia from this event, as the gunshot was so close to where he was sitting that he thought it likely that he himself was about to get hit. So there is photos of this blood in the bathroom and everything.
Yeah.
And definitely doesn't seem like a drive-by.
Unless the drive-by was by the bathroom. Yeah, I don't think so.
While living with Diddy, Lil Rod says he was the victim of constant and unsolicited groping and sexual harassment by Diddy. He was also forced into working in environments like Diddy's bathroom, where he would walk around naked. Lil Rod expressed his discomfort to Christina Karam, who was chief of staff to Diddy. She responded with, Sean will be Sean. What the fuck?
How was this made? Just what was the absurd lengths they went to be like, it's just dudes being dudes, all right? Get your pants off. I've got some Astroglide.
She was fucking chief of staff. Like, she earned that position.
And walk around naked, grope everyone. Yeah, that's just quirky old Sean.
Yeah, maybe you should talk to someone about that instead of perpetuating and accepting it.
She also attempted to downplay the groping as friendly horseplay.
That's even worse than Sean will be Sean.
What are you getting so upset about, Lil Rod? It's just he diddling your balls. What, you don't do that with your other friends?
Then she slapped his ass. It's like just the worst working environment.
Lil Rod also believes that Diddy was grooming him to pass along to his friend Cuba Gooding Jr. They met on Diddy's boat, and Diddy left Cuba and Lil Rod together in a makeshift studio on the yacht. Cuba then began groping and touching Lil Rod, who felt extremely uncomfortable in the situation. Apparently, Cuba did not stop until Lil Rod actually pushed them away. Lil Rod says that he was often forced to solicit sex workers. Diddy would also want him to perform sex acts at his pleasure. Another incident on Thanksgiving saw Diddy asking Lil Rod to solicit sex workers from Booby Trap on the river in Miami.
Shout out.
Diddy actually provide...
I think it's Booby Trap on the river.
Oh, that's the whole name of it?
I think so. Like, is there only one river
Booby
in
Trap
Miami?
on the river?
Yeah,
I have no idea. I've never heard of that.
You've never been?
But anyway, Diddy provided Lil Rod with a bad boy baseball cap and forced him to wear it at the venue. It was a signal to sex workers that Diddy was in town and Lil Rod has been sent by him. Oh my god. They have their own like code.
Diddy's
That's like a sock on the door. Lil Rod did not want to do this, but was intimidated by Diddy and felt forced to. He felt Diddy had some level of power and influence over him. In February 2023, Diddy compelled Lil Rod to bring sex workers back to his home. Here, Lil Rod believes that he was drugged by Diddy. He woke up naked and confused in bed with 2 sex workers and Diddy. He recalls wandering around the house naked aimlessly.
Bro, what the heck?
Yeah, he also details that Diddy hosted a listening party at his home in July of 2023, and the party consisted of his son Justin, a redacted R&B artist, sex workers, and underage girls. Apparently, at least 5 of the girls were under the age of 16, and Diddy forced all of the women to drink DeLeon liquor laced with what Lil Rod believes was ecstasy. No IDs were checked at this party, and Lil Rod says he felt uncomfortable and attempted to leave, but Diddy forced him to stay. Lil Rod says that there were many people of power that attended these sponsored events and listening parties at Diddy's home that should or would have known that the underage girls were present. Apparently, there were specific bottles of alcohol that were only for females and certain bottles only for himself, staff, and friends. That is fucking abominable.
Yeah, it's one of the worst allegations so far. Because if this is happening, I mean, it has to happen frequently, right? It's just, there's so many people involved.
He's got his own code language, so this is definitely frequent.
Oh, yeah, true. Like the baseball cap.
Lil Rod also witnessed Christina Karam order all assistants to keep Diddy high off gummies and pills and made everyone from butlers to housekeepers walk around with packs filled with multiple types of drugs, so it's readily available if he asked.
Has he ever been sober?
It doesn't sound like it. She made Lil Rod carry around a drug pouch on multiple occasions. Another shocking allegation made in this lawsuit was that Diddy has hidden cameras in every room in his house, which I 100% believe. So my guess is that Stevie J video came from one of Diddy's listening parties where he started doing whatever was on that video that he secretly
He's clearly
recorded.
got like a bunch of footage of all these powerful people, and that's probably why Stevie J went to bat for him against Lil Rod.
So Lil Rod believes that Diddy has incriminating videos of important celebrities, music label executives, politicians, and athletes without their knowledge and in compromising acts.
So anyway, the quote from this is, "I have never seen any lawyer in any pleading in any court accuse people in companies of criminal conduct without the slightest basis and then try to file an amended pleading completely jettisoning every allegation underpinning the original claims and substituting completely different and Jesus Christ. Can someone pronounce that for me?
Irreconcilable.
Thank you. Allegations to support the very same claims." So that's from Universal Media Group's or Music Group's lawyer representation. So they're claiming that because the lawsuit was amended, this is clear, irrefutable proof that some tomfoolery is going on and such. So I don't know if that. I mean, there's fucking photo evidence and apparently hours and hours and hours of footage evidence of all the stuff that Lil Rod is talking about here. I mean, throughout the document, I've got the pictures here. So it doesn't seem like it's just made up to me.
Plus, there's a history that you can pull from the other lawsuits and the other victims of Diddy.
So many people talk about it. And that brings us to the next thing, which is something that happened very recently. So on Monday, the 25th of March, 2024, authorities from the US Department of Homeland Security conducted raids on Combs' 2 residences situated in Miami and Los Angeles as part of a federal investigation into sex trafficking. So they clearly had information.
If the lawsuits corroborate an unrelated Homeland Security investigation of sex trafficking, that they think the federal government thinks it's worth it to raid 2 of his houses at the same time.
Yeah, shit's not looking good for PD. Like,
not looking good. Yeah.
We didn't even really touch on sex trafficking in the allegations. Like, I don't think that this investigation by Homeland Security has even been spurred on by the allegations themselves.
No, it hasn't, because sure, it can be implied, like maybe sex trafficking was happening with some of the underage prostitutes and stuff like that, but like it's not like a few celebrities filing lawsuits made Homeland Security decide to do this. They've been doing their own investigation for a while.
Yeah,
that now everything's coming to light at once. So
if their determination is that they need to execute a search warrant for an investigation into sex trafficking on 2 residences owned by this guy, they've found something that led them to a search warrant being justified, which is pretty concerning. And also speaks to something much larger here.
Validates the lawsuits as well.
Also, he was not at either of these residents because allegedly he had received some kind of tip that this was going to happen. So this is when like the fleeing allegations came out where he had run away. So he had abandoned both of these properties. He was well aware this was on its way. So he took preemptive measures to get out and potentially hide damning things.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. He definitely wasn't at the residences when this occurred, so it's likely that he was tipped off. That's good. If there's something there, which I assume there is, they would have found it.
Well, I don't think there would be, since he clearly knew this was coming. I imagine he got everything out that would be a problem.
Yeah, maybe. Man, I hope not, man. Fuck. Additionally, it has been reported that Homeland Security confiscated hard drives during the operation. But it doesn't stop there. I wanted to end this one on another little anecdote, which is Diddy's relationship with minor artists, so artists who are minors at the time.
Due to the allegations of professional malpractice, a new wave of scrutiny was washed over all of the previous relationships Diddy had with minors. As such, a creepy video of Diddy interacting with 15-year-old Justin Bieber resurfaced, where Bieber was said to be spending the next 48 hours with Diddy. Quote, "He's having 48 hours with Diddy."
This is Diddy talking, by the way. I should specify.
Oh, Diddy says he's having 48 hours with Diddy.
Yeah, he referred to himself in the third person.
Gosh. Were we hanging out and what we're doing, we really can't disclose. Oh, no. But it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream. Diddy, then 40-year-old, says in the video. He would continue by saying, quote, He signed to Usher, and I had legal guardianship of Usher when he did his first album, after implying that he's been given custody of Bieber for 48 hours. Oh, in another video taken months after, Diddy confronts Bieber about not returning his calls.
Have you guys seen that video of like the awkward confrontation between Diddy and Bieber?
Where Bieber looks super uncomfortable. Yeah.
He's like, I don't know, man, or whatever. He's just kind of like dismissing it, but like Diddy genuinely seems upset that he can't get in contact with Bieber.
Oh gosh, this is so sick.
That's so fucking weird. He's having 48 hours with Diddy, where we're hanging out, what we're doing can't disclose, but it's a 15-year-old's dream.
That's
like it so here. Creepy.
Was a resurfaced Howard Stern interview with Usher from 2016, where Usher, who was closely tied to Diddy when he was a minor, admitted that he saw some, quote, very curious things that occurred at Diddy's New York mansion. Usher was sent to live with Diddy for an entire year, hence the legal guardianship referred earlier, when Usher was just 14 years old.
Why is Diddy? What is happening with these parents? Why are they just sending children to live with Diddy for like?
Well, you hear stories all the time about like, you know, parents would let it happen because they thought it would help the chances at fame or something like that.
Yeah, but this is they're acting like it's a medieval kingdom. Like they're sending their children as like wards of Diddy. It's so strange. Like, here's your new squire, Diddy. It's Usher. Like, it's so strange. How would this help? How would this help, like, launch a career? You can still work with him without, like, having to live with him.
All right.
I just don't understand how that even happens in the first place.
I don't understand the reason for it.
When Stern followed up by asking if Usher would send his own kids to Puffy Flavor Camp, which is what Diddy called his mentorship program, Usher quickly said, hell no. Puffy Flavor Camp?
What the fuck?
He would have kids come live with him and said it was Puffy Flavor Camp.
He's the king of branding. Like, what? I don't know, man.
This is so out in the open. I feel like this is one of those cases where when the dust settles and he's in jail for, you know, life within the next couple of years, people will look back at this moment and be like, how the fuck did people not know? How did no one see? Like, this was all
That's the
right in
troubling
their face.
thing. People knew.
Like,
I mean, right there though, like, this is an example of a celebrity knowing something's wrong and not doing a single thing about it. Like, Usher's like, fuck no, I wouldn't send my kid to Puffy Flavor Camp. I know what happens at Puffy Flavor Camp.
Yeah.
Well, if you know it, you wouldn't send your kid there. Do something about it. Be a good human being.
Exactly, yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Everyone just stays shut up constantly.
Because they're afraid. They're afraid of Diddy and his Puffy Flavor Camp. Usher would go on to say, and this is before about when he was living there. Usher would go on to say, I got a chance to see some things. I don't know if I could indulge and even understand what I was looking at. It was pretty wild. It was crazy. There were very curious things taking place, and I didn't necessarily understand it. We can't know with guaranteed certainty the validity of the multiple claims of the lawsuits, but there does appear, I mean, it's undeniable, there does appear to be a troubling and problematic history of abusive behavior and, frankly, just shocking activity by Diddy that seems to be overwhelmingly illegal and also overwhelmingly covered up by an industry that seems to have a habit of turning a blind eye if it means career security and progression. I don't think any of us disagree with that statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
I definitely don't disagree. Like I said, I think he's guilty on pretty much everything he's accused of. There's too much evidence, too many similar stories. I was going to wait a little bit longer before fully diving in on this, but I've talked about it on stream, tickling the subject here and there, with Elon Musk's weirdest lie so far about being a Path of Exile 2 top player. For as long as I can remember, Elon has always touted himself as basically a gaming god, where anytime he picks up the sticks, he becomes one of the best to ever do it. And he's been trying that with Path of Exile 2, puffing out his chest, popping his collar, letting people know that he has one of the top characters in the game. Which he does, except it's very clear from the live stream he did, it's not actually his character. He has one or a team of people that actually pilot this character, and they just give him permission to go on the account to flex it. It's not a hurricane machine conspiracy theory. It is beyond a shadow of a doubt true that Elon Musk does not play this game. His account that he showed is definitely not played by him. And it's very clear through the live stream, which we'll go through in a moment, because Quinn made a great video breaking it all down to show just how obvious it is.
So let's start off with some context. Elon Musk's character is currently level 97, aka rank 12 on hardcore, that's permanent death mode. Currently, what is their highest ranked player? They're level 97, same as Elon Musk. So, I mean, he effectively has been playing, pretty much just doing nothing except playing Path of Exile. So let's just go over some of the things that happened.
The reason I wanted to wait a little longer before diving into the spaghetti and meatballs of this is because I wanted to see Elon's response to it, because I know he's seen it. He is more addicted to social media than an Overwatch gooner. He is glued to this shit 24/7, so I am confident he is well aware that the entire gaming community is privy to his fraudulent claims of being one of the top Path of Exile players. And I just wanted to see how he would tackle that, because his responses are always glorious. It's always the most cringe shit imaginable, where he posts like an AI photo of himself as Iron Man. I am Irony Man. You call yourself the Joker, yet you can't take a joke. Ironic. And I wanted to see him do some garbage like that for this, but he hasn't yet, and I just really want to talk about it because it is so clownish.
And he opens up his bank, and he goes to a tab called Elon's Maps, which immediately is a little bit of a red flag, because I don't know why you would refer to yourself in third person, but okay, he does that. He then proceeds to walk up to his map device and go to put a map in. The literal first thing you learn upon getting to the end game is how to operate this map device. You're going to start off at a node, and then from that node you can go to adjacent connected maps. Now, Elon, he's trying to click.
Oh, he's trying to do the map that's not in the chain.
He's just clicking a map repeatedly, trying to access it. He was not eligible to enter that map.
I just want you guys to understand, this is one of the highest level hardcore characters in the game. He would have played thousands of maps at this point.
I don't know how many of you have ever subjected yourself to the torture of trying to watch an Elon Musk stream, but they are agonizing when he tries to stream a game, because it's like 30 minutes of actual nothing burgers where he will sit there AFK and all you get is just background noise. The banging of pans sounds like shit falling over. It's like listening to Legos exploding, and then he'll like occasionally talk and he's still doing nothing, and then maybe he'll do like briefly one map. Watching Snoop Dogg stream when he left and just left it running for like a day was more entertaining than trying to sit through an Elon Musk Twitter stream. They're fucking brutal. So Quinn, going through this, cut out a lot of that, and when he's actually trying to play the game, he doesn't know what he's doing. So what he's showing here is he has that tab called Elon's Maps, which is a weird thing to do, but he's a quirky guy. Maybe he refers to himself in the third person. You could maybe try and conjure up some kind of argument there, because he is just so peculiar as an individual that he would do that. But the big smoking gun in this intro is that he doesn't even know how to use the in-game map. He doesn't know what he's doing. Like, I'm not even to that point in the game, yet looking at that map, I can tell you what is and is not accessible just through the basic understanding of how games work. He is clicking on a grayed out node. He is repeatedly clicking on it, expecting something different to happen. It's fucking grayed out, goofball. You clearly can't go there yet. But he doesn't understand it.
Anyone who's level 97 is... And you know, we're talking one of the most efficient players in the game, period. There is no way you would do that. Why just like sitting there like some sort of geriatric old man clicking this node, expecting something to happen, and then he finally kind of gives up after a while and then realizes his mistake. We then get a look at his inventory. So Elon Musk is stuck going into the map and with full bags. If you're an efficient player, you're going to clear a map, you're going to loot the valuable items,
and you're going to sell the trash, keep the good stuff, salvage the bad stuff. Everyone knows that. It's not just being an efficient player, it's just being a player in general. Elon Musk goes into it with a full inventory. You don't have to be a Path of Exile player to know that that's pretty stupid. If you're playing a game that revolves around getting loot, why would you go in with no ability of collecting loot? It doesn't make sense. Unless, of course, you're Elon, who doesn't actually play the game and can't wrap his head around that concept that, you know, having a full inventory kind of defeats the whole purpose. You'd want to get rid of your trash, or if all of that is just treasure, just absolute beautiful loot you don't want to part with, you'd put it in your stash. You wouldn't take it into the map with you because you need the space in your inventory. That is like actual basics And he's already failing on the most fundamental aspects of playing not only this game, but any games even similar to it. It's actually a rookie mistake that I myself was making when I was first starting this game, where I was just taking unnecessary shit with me. I didn't realize just how quick and easy it was to just go store it or sell it. You can just click a single button, it'll make a portal to the town, and you can just sell it and then go right back through that portal to where you were. You don't lose any time or anything. It's not a hassle or a chore, and it's something that once you start playing the game, you become privy to. But Elon Musk doesn't really play this game, it seems, yet somehow has one of the top accounts in the whole fucking hardcore space. How odd.
So what I'm doing here is just boosting my shield before battle via meditation. Meditation before battle is always good.
And he starts killing monsters. He starts obliterating monsters with his character. But what becomes obviously apparent...
Chaos Orb, no loot filter.
Is like, no, he's just running past Chaos Orbs! He just ran past the Chaos Orb!
Chaos Orbs are one of the most important currencies, and they're also really rare. I have about 140 Exalts. I have like 9 Chaos Orbs. Just so you guys understand.
This fucking goober doesn't even have the wherewithal to loot one of the most valuable currencies in the game with a Chaos Orb. So I'm 30 hours deep. I've seen one. I've seen one in 30 hours. And he just runs right by it. He doesn't know the game at all. The only thing he loots are completely meaningless waystones. They're not fully meaningless, but for where he's at in the game, it's not what you'd be prioritizing for loot. But the reason he's clicking the waystones is because those are what's highlighted. Meanwhile, Chaos Orb wasn't highlighted, so in Elon Musk's little, like, caveman brain, not shiny, not need. So he just ignores it. He doesn't know the game.
It's unfathomable for someone to be in the top ranks without a loot filter. Yet, Elon Musk, the god gamer, he doesn't play with a loot filter. The only thing Elon does pick up are maps, because the default in-game loot filter highlights those. Those things are worthless. The actual items of value that he should be picking up, that he would have had to pick up in order to get the gear, leave it on the ground. He gets to the boss, he's fighting the boss, and I want to say for about 10 seconds, he sits there and he's out of mana. Mana is a resource in this game where you need it in order to use your abilities. He just sits there, default attacking the boss without activating his mana flask. Anyone who's played the game and understands the character would understand, like, oh, I'm not doing any damage because I'm out of mana.
There's no explanation for him being bad at this character at this level. If he was the one that has been piloting it this whole journey, he would have mastered it. And what Quinn is pointing out is that he clearly hasn't. You can tell from his gameplay. When he's fighting this boss here, he is out of mana for an inexcusably long period of time. In Path of Exile 2, if you go out of mana, if you play League of Legends, you can immediately pop a mana flask and get it back to continue optimizing your DPS. He doesn't do that. His character is juiced out the wazoo, so he's able to get away with being so dog shit. But the fact that he doesn't pop his mana flask for like 10 seconds is crazy to me. And anybody who plays the game. It's not him being some kind of chess master galaxy braining this where he's being frugal with his mana. Well, actually, I made a calculation that it would be suboptimal if I had popped one of my fucking 20 mana flasks at this moment, because you wouldn't understand. I'm one of the top players in the game. I'm thinking well 5 steps ahead of you. It's just him just being bad. It's him being bad at this character because it's not really his character. Whoever is piloting this account behind the scenes and boosting it lets Elon go on and do these really easy maps where even when he's super shit, he can get away with being bad and not be punished for it.
He then goes on to loot items off the ground. He starts dragging them into his bag. Like, I don't even know how to describe to you how painful that is to anyone who actually plays the game. And his bags are full and he just keeps clicking it over and over and over again. Nobody, not even people who are kind of noobs at the game, do this. I don't even think Elon Musk has done the campaign, honestly.
I also don't think he's finished the campaign, and I'm going to go a step further. I don't think he has ever really played an ARPG to a high level at all, including Diablo. Nobody, I mean actually nobody, is going to drag their loot into their bag once they spend any amount of hours in Path of Exile or Diablo or anything. No one's going to be doing that. That is a mistake that only your grandpappy would make if you sat him down to play this game, where you just slowly drag in the loot. Nobody fucking does that. So I really question the authenticity of his claims of being one of the top Diablo players through his own sheer blood, sweat, tears, and elbow grease and cum. I think something similar has been happening for him on Diablo, where he has people behind the scenes playing the game for him, and then he just goes on occasionally to do a couple maps to flex on Twitter streams.
You're also an innovator there.
Yeah, I've played a lot of video games.
You think about like StarCraft, any game where a lot of people are
Yeah.
playing. To rise to the top, you have to be exceptional, period, as
Yeah.
a human being.
Yeah.
There has to be something exceptional about you.
Yeah.
Are you in the top 20 in the world or
Yeah.
top 20 wow, in Diablo?
Yeah.
A ton of people are calling this into question now after watching the Path of Exile stream, because those are transferable skills. If you're really good at Diablo, you should at least be pretty good at Path of Exile. And he's just not. And he lacks the basic understanding of ARPG fundamentals. So how the fuck could he be one of the top Diablo players and be this clueless for Path of Exile? It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't compute.
His settings on the map transparency are turned on by default. His life values are turned on. All these basic settings that anyone in the top 100 would do, he is not doing. Maps can effectively have different content on them, and that content will be signified by icons on the map. So it could be a map which has an expedition in it, a breach in it, or it could be corrupted. Elon starts looking through the atlas, and he finds a map with, I kid you not, 4 things on it.
There are 4 things there. So this one has the real risk of dying.
4 things. What are those things?
God, dude. 4 things. It's 4 things, dude.
You can't just write this off as him being lazy and trying to put it in layman's terms, because this stream of him flexing his Path of Exile 2 achievements isn't made for, you know, your uncle or something who's a big Elon meat swallower. This is like specifically catered to gamers. So it makes no sense that he would just write that off as just 4 things. And also, his settings make no sense for someone in the top 100. No loot filter and all the basics still on. That's how I play. And I am nowhere near a top player in Path of Exile 2 at all. It doesn't work. That excuse of him just being lazy, it doesn't work. He could not achieve what he has in Path of Exile 2 with these settings and the way he approaches the game. It's clearly just not him that has got the character to this point. He doesn't know what those 4 things are, which is why he calls it that.
He then goes on to say, I kid you.
This is max difficulty on hardcore. If there's a way to get higher difficulty, I don't know what it is, but this is everything maxed out.
Path of Exile has boss fights and endgame bosses, which are quote-unquote difficult battles, which Elon actually did do in one of his streams, where he just went into the endgame boss and died repeatedly to it. Maps are just farming. You go into maps and you farm them for loot and experience. They're not the most difficult battles, and I don't know if he's trying to deceive people watching a stream into thinking that he's doing some insanely hard thing, whenever he's literally doing something you do to effectively grind or farm.
Listening to Elon talk about Path of Exile 2 is like listening to the out-of-touch writers in CSI, where they'd have things like, yeah, I have all the top scores in every MMORPG ever. I am elite noob slayer. Like, when they try and relate to gamers, that's Elon with Path of Exile 2. It's such a weird thing to lie about, because this isn't a cool thing to anyone that's not already playing Path of Exile 2, but anyone who plays the game would immediately recognize he's just making shit up and doesn't actually know what he's doing or saying. And it's just classic Elon. This is a max difficulty Turbo XL Super Arcade. In fact, I'm the only one that's unlocked this difficulty setting, and I just wish it was a little bit harder, because for someone of my intellect, it's just a bit beneath me. But yeah, this is maxed out difficulty on hardcore. You can see I'm breezing through it. I wish I could increase the difficulty a little bit just to stimulate myself a bit more, but yeah, it is what it is. I'm just too good for it. Like, the way he talks about this game, while clearly being clueless on it, he's actually infuriating. I can't fucking stand it.
And Elon Musk starts going over his gear.
This is a great staff, but it's only a level, 62 staff.
His weapon is, I kid you not, one of the best, if not the best staffs on the entire hardcore trade league. You cannot even buy it. Insane weapon.
Not only does Elon have a staff that you can't even buy, but it's so good that the second best one, which is missing 2 of what makes a staff so powerful for an invoker, which is the crit and crit bonus, is still 20 divines, and that's obviously very expensive.
Here I am, like, level 95, but my staff is only level 62.
That is something that you learn pretty early on into the game, that the actual level of gear isn't the most important part about it. That's just the requirement to equip it. Quinn gave an example that one of the strongest, most meta builds at the moment uses a weapon that is level 1 requirement. A level 1. If Elon Musk had that on his stream, he would have probably blown a fucking gasket. He would have had a conniption, thinking that his boosters were doing a bad job. But they're doing such a good job that it has become blatantly obvious that Elon is not the one behind it at all. His weapon is nuts, yet he is fixated on it being level 62, thinking it's beneath him because he's a much higher level. He doesn't grasp the concept that it's not the level that makes the weapon good, it's all of the blue stuff there. You can't reach this point in the game without that basic understanding. You just can't. He's talking like he needs to upgrade his weapon soon. Like, yeah, I need to get myself a better weapon, one that reaches my potential at level 95. But for now, this is getting the job done. I'm able to do all of this with such a low-leveled weapon. It's fucking insanity.
My helmet is level 56.
Int, lightning, and chaos resist. Okay. It's only 56.
Amulet level 61. Ring is only level 48, 49. At least a level 75 jacket.
It's a jacket with 6 things. Yeah, tell us how bad the item that only drops from the highest difficulty of the hardest boss. Just tell us that it's only level 52. Did you find this at level 52? That's impressive.
Level 52 here.
They can only ever be level 52. Bro, Elon Musk is a fucking fraud, bro.
Pretty low level compared to my character level, but it seems to work pretty well. In softcore, you can get much better equipment.
Seems to work pretty well is an understatement. He is a fucking force of nature with this gear. He is beyond juiced. The actual pilots of this account have done an extraordinary job of making an absolute deity with this gear here. And yet Elon can't recognize that because he's not the one that did it. He only mentions the item's level, the least important part about items in the game. And once again, the excuse of, oh, he's just being lazy and he's trying to put it in layman's terms so people can understand. People know, like, level 62 versus level 95. Well, no, because that doesn't work because the 62 is extremely good regardless of him being level 95. He could be level 1000 and that level 62 weapon is still going to be fucking unbelievable. He just doesn't understand how the game works. He just doesn't. If he didn't want to go into detail on everything for his gear during the stream, that's fine, but he is actively saying that the gear isn't really good because of its level, which is so false, it's laughable. That's why he is being giggled at by both Crip and Quinn during this, because he is beyond clueless as to what he's even looking at and what he's talking about. And from his gameplay, it seems he doesn't even really know how to play the game itself either. I would wager a guess he's maybe spent a couple of hours actually playing the game, but only, clearing maps. I don't think he has ever picked up a piece of fucking gear in his life or worked on a build or anything at all. I don't think he even knows how to use, skill gems or support gems or anything. I bet if you asked him to bring up, certain things, explain why this gym is where it is, he would have no clue why. If he brought up his skill tree, he would have no idea what's even on it. If you asked him about trials, he would hit you with big fucking question marks or just ignore it and move on. He doesn't know the game. And he proved it with this live stream here. But the question needs to be asked, why? Why even lie about this in the first place? Again, this isn't something cool to people who don't play Path of Exile, but anyone who plays Path of Exile is going to recognize that you're a fraud. This is not your account. If he was honest about it, saying hey, I tried Path of Exile, I really liked it, but I don't have time to grind it, so I paid people to grind it for me, I think people would have a little bit more respect for that, as opposed to him cosplaying as one of the top players, pretending he's the one actually putting in the work and doing it, when he's definitely not.
And if you needed any more proof that Elon is 100% boosted, he was playing the game today inside of maps blasting while simultaneously on a X space.
Yeah, RIP. So Elon's account, Percy, did die, and in hardcore that is permadeath. And I'm not sure if it was Elon that died on it, or if one of the people he paid to boost it made a mistake while grinding. I'm not sure. But I love the idea that it was Elon who bit the dust on it and bought the farm, because the people that actually put the hundreds of hours into getting this account so juiced out the wazoo are probably fucking furious. Like, they set Elon's maps aside, which are very easy maps for him to clear for the sake of flexing on Twitter with this account that they're actually putting the work into, and yet somehow this bumbling buffoon still finds a way to die on this overpowered character, just reverting all of their hard work to zero. It's just a beautiful thought, because they set aside easy maps for him. And maybe he got a little too big for his britches. Maybe what happened is he saw all the people, calling him out for obviously not playing this game. He's like, okay, I'll put on my big boy britches and I'll do some hard content, and immediately just gets fucking washed. Like, just actually rinsed. I'm very excited to learn how exactly this account perished, because I feel like he'd probably mention it, like, what happened? What went so wrong? But yeah, I wanted to talk about this a bit. It's such a weird, stupid thing to even lie about in the first place, and yet here he is, telling blatantly obvious fibs. He's got all the money in the world and all of the insecurity imaginable. He has this desperate, insatiable appetite for unconditional love from everyone, and in this pursuit makes everyone hate him through being just a lying cringe lord. Like, this is such an unnecessary lie to even tell. He just wants to be viewed as the smartest person to ever grace this fucking space rock that we live on, and the best at everything he even attempts to do, even when he's just not. He could have actually probably scored a ton of brownie points with gamers by saying, hey, Path of Exile 2 is a really good game, I'm learning it right now, watch me stream the early game content. And people probably would have actually really applauded that, because he's playing it on his own two legs here. He's playing and learning it, and that could have been a really easy way to relate to gamers. Like, hey, this game's great. I'm going to start learning to grind it. I'm not very good right now, but if you want to check out my early game, here's the stream. And I bet it would have been received far better than this dog shit. He is poorly playing an account that has never actually been piloted by him. But it's an account with a lot of prestige because it's so high ranked, and that is like the most appealing thing to Elon. Elon Musk is a worm I like to shoot spitballs and throw tomatoes at from time to time, because he is a jaw-droppingly embarrassing specimen of pure cringe that it is impossible to fight the urge to clown on him. Yet, whenever I do, and whenever anyone mentions Elon in a less than flattering way, you will have the most unlovable Cro-Magnon swarm you, dogpiling like it's World War Z zombies, to try and defend Elon from whatever the slight criticism or jokes were about him. These gonad gobblers will always blow my mind, because I don't understand this brain-off worship of Elon Musk. Everything they hype him up to be, he is the opposite. He is not cool. He generates AI images of himself where he's not like this meatball-shaped man. He is not for free speech like they like to hype him up as. He's not a champion of free speech by any means. In fact, I personally think he is someone that is firmly against it in almost every single instance. Like, he personally banned the word cis. He actively bans things that hurt his feelings, and today I think is a great example of that, and hopefully will be a mask-off moment for a lot of people, and open their eyes to the fact that this is not a guy who's for free speech and is not for you. Like, I'm not going to get into it, but do we even need to talk about the H-1B take? Like, come on. He's not looking to hire you. He doesn't want to know you. He doesn't want to employ you. He wants the cheapest labor, and he wants everyone to be constantly fondling his sack and being really, really nice to him because he's our special boy. It's so embarrassing. So, what I want to talk about today is what I think should be a very clear example of how Elon uses his power and where he actually stands on free speech. He is having a textbook crash out over gaming. Earlier this week, Quinn made a beautiful video that's breaking down the fact that Elon Musk is not the one who piloted his Path of Exile 2 account to the top of the leaderboard. It's not a conspiracy, it's not grasping at straws. When you finish that video, and I highly recommend you watch the whole video, it will be very clear, beyond a shadow of a doubt, Elon Musk was not the one who actually got the account to where it was. He instead gets permission from the boosters to play on it and flex it for his Twitter streams. He didn't know the very basic fundamentals of the game. However, I will say that his catastrophe of a stream while trying to show how great he is at gaming was enough to make me get back into grinding Path of Exile 2, because I've been slow rolling it for a while. I was still on cruel difficulty, but then watching Elon the bumbling buffoon try and play Path of Exile was like actual rage bait to get me to go back in and grind hard. So now I'm up to tier 3 Waystones in the end game. It's so fucking fun. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. The point is, Elon Musk knew nothing about the game. It was very clear. And the big thing about it wasn't even that he had someone boosting his account for him. It's that he was just in this complete denial and trying to convince people that he is the best gamer alive. Like, this game's a little too easy. I'm on max difficulty, you know, swagged out mode, and I'm just kind of breezing through it because I'm just that good at games, that kind of thing. It's his reluctance to just be honest about, like, hey guys, I like this game. I don't have time to grind it, so I paid these people to grind it for me so that way I can get to the end game and, you know, play the content I want. It wouldn't have blown up to this degree. I still think that would have been a little silly, and people would have still absolutely made fun of him for it, but to a lesser degree. It just, what's the point? Why are you paying someone to boost your account? If you like the game, why not just play it on your own time, even if it's not that fast, and even if you're not top of the charts? But for Elon, the reason is because he wants everyone to view him as God's gift to humanity. So, like, I'm one of the best gamers. Check the stats. And he didn't achieve it. It wasn't him. And when Quinn made this video, it very much hurt Elon, because the gamers that he's trying to appeal to were privy to the fact that he's not the gaming god he claims to be. And that damaged him. So I knew he was going to have a comical response, but I didn't expect it would be this absurd. To set the stage for what happens next, Asman and many others covered Quinn's video, as well as other people's content, talking about how it was impossible that Elon was the one that actually played on that account because he is just dog shit and knows nothing about the game. Asman covered this, he talked about it, reacted to the video, and today, Elon went on Twitter and had this to say. Asman behaves like a maverick independent, but in reality has to ask his boss for permission before he can do anything. He is not his own man. He then leaked his DMs with Asman, where he said, this is Asman, I'm going to see if my editors might want to make a second account for it. And then Elon replies, sure. Who are these mysterious editors? He actually sounds like that news anchor. Who is this 4chan? Like, how can someone be this fucking out of touch and stupid? I will never cease to be shocked by the absolute idiot potion this guy seems to be boofing on the daily. Like, how? What do you mean, who are these mysterious editors? Do you not know what editors are? Holy shit. So then, Asman explains, 2 guys, links them, and then they basically run the entire YouTube account, lol. So basically any content I post is edited or uploaded by them, and they can just get a cut of the ad rev. It's a super good system, to be honest. Almost everyone on YouTube does it. And then there's a community note there, which says what should be obvious to anyone with a functioning frontal lobe. Elon Musk seems to think Asmongold is an employee with editors overseeing him. That's incorrect. Asmongold's editors are actually his employees. They edit, upload his content for a revenue share. They don't control what he does. And then Elon Musk proceeds to take away Asmongold's checkmark on Twitter. You remember that thing Elon was like really adamant about, you know, how checkmarks were kind of like weaponized? Hey, Elon, you're doing that. So, the free speech guy, you're taking away his checkmark because he hurt your feelings, fundamentally shadow banning him, because without a checkmark, his replies and his engagement go way down and you won't really see it anymore. You're shadow banning someone who hurt your feelings. Elon is just that fucking sensitive. In fact, sensitive doesn't even really cover it. Like, my cock gets sensitive when it gets sucked for too long. I'm like, ooh. But, like, that's sensitive. Elon has reached a new level of sensitivity I did not think was even achievable by a human being. It is just fucking flabbergasted by how soft he is. He has all the money in the world, but is beyond insecure to the point that I can't believe he's a real person. This has to be some kind of, like, Android protocol that's been sent from space, from like space Redditors, in order to see like the limits of cringe that can be pushed. Come on. He's talking about editors and then saying Asman needs his editor's permission to post things. He lacks the fundamental understanding not only of Path of Exile 2, but of life. Like of living as a sentient being. How can you even reach that conclusion? I mean, I know how he reached that conclusion because he is a turbo moron who can't, like, activate neurons and think. So he saw the word editor and made the assumption that it's like the editors that will oversee someone's work in the journalism sector. And he gets these dots, these breadcrumbs that he starts connecting from out of fucking nowhere about how, well, Asmin is actually just a pawn of his editors. That's not just wrong, that is just blatant misinformation. He is actively engaging in misinformation, making it seem like Asmin has a puppet master above him, these editors, that he has to answer to. And then he abuses his power to take away his checkmark. He is actively doing all of the things he says he is super against, and all of the people say that he hates and will never do. He does it. I don't see how a single Elon Musk nipple-suckling leech could see this and conjure up some kind of excuse for it. There's no mental gymnastics that could possibly exist to justify this behavior. It's the epitome of everything people hate. It's cringe. It's sensitive. It's an abuse of power. His feelings got hurt, so he used his power as the fucking chief general of Twitter to take away his checkmark because he hurt his feelings. And then he goes on to leak DMs. How could you possibly look at that and be like, no, that makes sense. Elon was in the right here. Like, let's say you just love Elon. You know what? I'm not your dad. You can like whoever you want, like whatever you want. Doesn't matter to me. But why do you have to like something and then love everything they ever do? Why can't you be more receptive to, like, you know, I really like Elon, but this was a bad look. I didn't like what he did here. I think this was pretty embarrassing. That's called being normal. For some reason, people just can't be normal anymore. If you like something, you have to be obsessed with it. You have to fucking love it. You have to be, like, snorting that drug constantly and shut out and hate everyone who pokes holes in it. It's so weird. I don't know why people want to live their life this way. They just want, like, the black and white. Elon good. Anyone who said Elon not good, they're bad. Elon good. I don't know why people want that. No one likes to think anymore, and with the way the internet's gone, you don't have to think anymore. You can just wait for tweets to tell you what to think, or even ChatGPT to tell you what to think. I guess it's just easier to live your life on, like, drooling autopilot mode. But I would argue that you are doing yourself a huge disservice in life if you just live this way, where even if you really like Elon, whatever, why not just be receptive to the idea that he's not infallible? Maybe he does make mistakes. Maybe he is cringe sometimes. And you can acknowledge that, recognize that, and then at the end of the day, still like him if you want. It just doesn't compute with me. And of course, it's not exclusive to Elon. It's a very normal thing now all of a sudden where if you like something or like someone, anything that is brought up that's negative about it is like the end of the world to you, and then you spend hours a day arguing with bots on Twitter about it and defending the thing you like. I just don't get it. Elon Musk, I think, is just the best example of this phenomenon because his fan base does PR for him as if it's their actual job. Like, they are professional PR drones for Elon that he doesn't even have to pay, because they are in the trenches every single minute of every single day, suckling on him, arguing on his behalf, shutting down any criticisms against him. It's just so embarrassing. Almost as embarrassing as Elon himself. So yeah, anyway, I had to talk about this. Because what an incredible response from Elon to just take away Asmin's checkmark and then leak his DMs where he completely misunderstands that editors aren't like his overseers. I've said this before, and now it's time to dust it off and say it again. And I don't care whose feelings get hurt by this. Just like a suppository, I don't care if your ass gets sore. It's time to hit you with the truth. It is extremely embarrassing when somebody makes one thing their entire personality. Whether that's being a fan of a show, being a fan of a band, or expanding beyond it. If you have like a shtick that becomes a meme, making that meme your entire brand and your entire life. I find that to be cringe. And the internet is, of course, a portal to cringe, so let's show you who I believe to be the most sad specimen when it comes to this phenomenon. Salt Bae. Salt Bae is a restaurant owner who rose to fame because he sprinkles salt down his arm like this while wearing goofy sunglasses. He looks like a time traveler from a steampunk dystopia. He took off as a meme and kind of a joke online, but then that meme got made into real flesh. He adopted that as part of his soul, and it has now become his entire identity. He translated all of that online buzz into real-world success, so his restaurants are actually quite popular. and they're known for extremely overpriced food, most notably this abomination. This is a steak wrapped in edible gold, and I think it looks truly awful. That shit looks like a poorly wrapped Christmas present, but what's even worse here is Salt Bae himself, the Santa Claus of meat. He comes to the table when you order something like this and puts on a little song and dance. So he cuts up the gold steak and then he hits it with his signature anime finishing move where he sprinkles the salt down his arm, and then he grabs a piece of the steak on a knife and then dangles it over any woman at the table's face. He just like dangles the meat over there like he's at like a petting zoo or something, and then the women are expected to like lift up and then bite the meat off of his knife. It's pretty embarrassing to watch. Like, I can only imagine going there and seeing your girlfriend do that. You'd be like, damn, this is expensive and I feel like I'm getting cucked, even though everyone's clothes are still on. It's just, I think it's goofy, very silly, but overall, it's harmless cringe. But as is so often the case with these memers turned celebrities, he flew too close to the sun. I think this shtick was never entertaining. I never really saw the comedy stylings of sprinkling salt down his arm to be gut-busting or anything, but it's not like it bothered me either that he got popular from it. But he became way too pretentious with it, and to the point where he felt entitled to be on the field during the World Cup when Argentina won. So he went onto the field after Argentina won the World Cup, and he tried to make the entire trophy ceremony and everything about him. If you go to his Instagram, it's so many pictures of him holding the World Cup, you'd think he was part of the team that won it, even though he had nothing to do with it. And then he also has that picture in the bottom right that looks like he actually fished a piece of poop out of a toilet at one of his restaurants and was playing with it. So he was rightfully getting dunked on by everyone on the internet for this shit, and I just want to show you some of his worst moments here because, man, it is so bad. By far the worst one is him trying to get Messi's attention. So you can see him kind of like harassing him and yanking on him to try and get Messi to acknowledge him, kind of like a toddler trying to get his dad's attention. But Messi's having no part of it. He's actually celebrating with the people that matter to him and his team, his family, and he doesn't give a fuck about Salt Bae pestering him for like a photo for his Instagram. It's so embarrassing to look at. Now, apparently, Salt Bae and Messi have met before. He wasn't like a complete stranger, but Messi just ate at one of his restaurants and Salt Bae fed him a piece of food. Like, it's not like they were inseparable friends or something. And the gall to go out on the field after the World Cup win and act like you're somehow best buddies with everyone on the team is so laughable and pathetic. It was so bad, in fact, that now FIFA is investigating how he even got on the field in the first place, because they're not entirely sure. The leading theory is that he was able to get on the field because he's somewhat friends with the FIFA commissioner, like the head of the FIFA org. So that's the leading theory, but even that's not 100% certain from what I've read. But yeah, let's take a peek at some of those videos he filmed because, man, they're classics. Just like taking a trophy from a baby. So Salt Bae continues to like yank on the trophy until finally the player just relinquishes control to it, and Salt Bae hoists it up as if he's somehow responsible for it. He also shakes his finger no to the baby, letting him know that it's his turn, it's his trophy, he fucking deserved it. He put nutrients in that team's body one time fucking 4 years ago. So he's just as much a part of the crew as anyone else there. He has every right to this trophy. The delusion is remarkable. It should almost be studied. And of course you can't go for a single video without hitting him with that salt sprinkle. Because man, that's so good. It's so iconic even, man. You can't get enough of that one. Man, that guy's face really tells the whole story. That discomfort. Faking a smile, but his eyes are just beyond annoyed. Wondering who is this guy? And why is he squeezing on my hand and trying to grab the trophy from me? This one's a real quick one, hitting him with a wow and then spanking the trophy, giving it a little slap on the keister there. And you can see yet another player very uncomfortable with Salt Bae's presence. He's just this like miasma of uncomfortableness. He swoops in like this absolute plague of awkwardness. He shouldn't be there, and everyone knows it, and he is there, ruining the moment. It's so fucking weird. Oh, here's a great one for the scrapbook. Yeah, biting on his medal there. I'm sure he really liked that. A guy that he is not friends with, doesn't even really know, coming out of nowhere for a photo op, and then surprising biting on the medal. Though I guess in Salt Bae's defense, the medal does look a bit like a waffle, so maybe he got a little confused. Maybe he was hungry. There were a couple more sightings of Salt Bae out there making a fool out of himself, but I think these are by far the worst, so there's no reason to keep dunking your head in here into the cringe. I just wanted to make it very clear that this is some absolute clown behavior. I never think it's a good idea to try and make one thing your entire identity. Whether it's a meme, whether it's you just being a fan of something, I always think that that's always just going to be a path to cringe. Just imagine getting a huge ego because you sprinkle salt down your arm on overpriced steak. This isn't the only case of this happening though, by the way, and I've talked about one other before that I'll briefly mention here since it's related. You might remember during E3 a couple of years ago when Keanu Reeves made a surprise appearance, there was that "you're breathtaking" moment that, you know, captured the world and tugged on everyone's heartstrings. Well, the audience member who shouted out, "No, you're breathtaking," which became a huge, online deal, the guy who shouted that tried to make an entire career just off of that one line, that one moment, trying to capture that lightning in a bottle over and over again. He became a YouTuber and streamer who tagged everything with hashtag "you're breathtaking" or hashtag breathtaking and called himself the breathtaking guy. I think. I can't quite be certain if he called himself the breathtaking guy. I don't really remember exactly what he gave himself, but I do remember everything he did. He did it with the "you're breathtaking" as the forefront. That was his whole brand and that was his whole online identity, and tried to make a career out of it. It didn't really work. It kind of worked in the beginning because it was still like a wholesome moment and it didn't seem like he was trying to clout chase off of just that one thing. But then it lasted for over a year. Like, I still kept up with him like a year later to see if he was still doing it, if he'd finally like graduated from that and started to maybe pivot into a different kind of shtick or even no shtick at all and just being a streamer or a YouTuber. But he never did in the entire time I was checking in on him. It was always going by the "you're breathtaking" moment to try and make that his thing. And it didn't pan out super well. Last I saw, he was streaming to about like 10 viewers at the time. And I just felt really bad for him because this is one of those moments where you have this huge blow up almost overnight because of one thing that you did that everyone loved. So you want to keep doing that because everyone loved it, but then you wear it out. It overstays its welcome. And then eventually you end up in a position like Salt Bae, where it's just kind of washed up, it's run its course, and now you just look silly for continuing to embrace it and continuing to try and sell that. So I just wanted to bring this up. I have some fantastic news for all of you today. A heartwarming story, so wholesome, this kind of spirit could make the Grinch's heart grow 3 sizes. Today, it was made clear to a lot of people that I was right all along. They're finding out what I've known since the beginning of time, that James Corden is an unentertaining asshole whom is an absolute detriment to everything he's in. His presence makes the media that he infests worse. He is the worst part of the movies he is in. He is this miasma of unentertainment, the antithesis of fun. And today, he has been banned from a New York restaurant because he is a massive dickhead as well. Now, as you know, I've been preaching this like the gospel for years now. He's perhaps my least favorite celebrity, and I hold a personal grudge against him because he once took down a video I made tier listing his most embarrassing moments throughout his career. The video remained on my channel for about 15 minutes before it was manually taken down by his team, and I hold him personally accountable for that sin. Now, I've never met James Corden, and I've only ever heard rumors that he's insufferable to be around and pretty mean in general. I remember there was a comedy team that played a prank on him that made him like late for work, and he came across really bad there. There's also been a lot of stories from people that have either worked for him or met him where they said he was a real asshole. But to me, the biggest crime he'd ever committed in my eyes was just being cringe. I've never disliked him because of the stories I heard about him. That was just the cherry on top of how much I dislike his presence in all of the movies and shows that he somehow infests. He's just been in so much shit and makes it even worse. So let's go over the situation here today. James Corden's just one of those people where whenever I read something like revealing more about him being an asshole, I can't help but like almost celebrate a little bit, like wiggle my finger. You know, maybe I even stand up and hit a little boogie with it. Oh, what's that, the SpongeBob? Huh? Oh, James Corden's being an asshole? Oh, you don't say. Weird. It's almost like I knew it from the get-go. Whoop, now hit him with the jerk. Now, before showing the manager reports here, I need to make it known that this has been a confirmed true story. This isn't just pulled out of someone's ass. James Corden has apologized for his actions here, and the owner of the restaurant has accepted the apology and says that he's rescinding the ban on him and he's welcome to come back. I think he should have stuck to his guns, because now the only reason he's apologizing is because of public pressure, because this became such a huge story, it went viral. It's not that James Corden is actually apologetic. He just knows that it's a PR disaster, so he's trying to save face. So here's the full statement from the owner of the restaurant. Their name is Keith McNall, and they said this about James Corden. James Corden is a hugely gifted comedian. I'm going to stop you right there, Keith. We're not even a full sentence deep, and I've just got to make a quick correction here. He's not gifted, nor would he be considered a comedian by most people. He is like the most plain, boring person you could think of, like a default character in PC. But regardless, he continues, a hugely gifted comedian, but a tiny cretin of a man, and the most abusive customer to my Balthazar servers since the restaurant opened 25 years ago. I don't often 86 a customer, but today I 86'd Corden. It did not make me laugh. That statement does make me laugh, though. That's just so blunt, calling him a cretin and then 86ing him, saying it didn't make him laugh. Here's two examples of the funny man's treatment of my staff. Keith is coming in here with the claws. He's fuming, and rightfully so. I've said this a million times, I'll say it a million more, I'll scream it from the mountaintops. Anyone who is rude to anyone in the customer service industry, waitresses, waiters, cashiers, whatever, anyone who is a dick to them, a fucking douchebag to them, is a completely worthless piece of shit. Plain and simple. It takes a special kind of evil to mistreat someone in the service industry like that. I also haven't heard the term 86th since SpongeBob with 86 those patties, crabs. So that was kind of a cool throwback there. So let's look at manager report number 1. In June, James Corden was here on table 61. Although this is diabolical, it happens very occasionally in all restaurants. After eating his main course, Corden showed the hair to Balthazar's manager, G, who was very apologetic. Corden was extremely nasty to G and said, "Get us another round of drinks this second and also take care of all our drinks so far. This way, I write any nasty reviews in Yelp or anything like that." So this sounds like a pretty big blow up over something pretty minor. Yeah, it's yucky finding a hair in your food. It happens. Most people just suck it up and move on. But I also don't think there's any shame in being like, hey, I found this hair in here, just I was hoping I could maybe place another order or get this replaced. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. Just being respectful about it because, you know, accidents happen. It's something that just unfortunately happens from time to time. I'm a legitimate hypochondriac, and even I, when I find a hair in my food, pick it out and still finish it. But I do understand why someone wouldn't. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong to be like, hey, can I, maybe just place another order? I think that's fine. There's no reason to call the manager over, yell at them, and then demand another round of drinks and threaten to leave a nasty review, right? Like, I think that's blowing it way out of proportion. Now let's move on to the second manager report. James Corden was at Balthazar with his wife on October 9th for brunch. He asked for a table outside. Brunch maitre d' Allie Walters took the party to table 301. Mr. Corden's wife ordered an egg yolk omelet with Gruyere cheese and salad. A few minutes after they received the food, James called the server MK and told her there was a little bit of egg white mixed with the egg yolk. MK informed the floor manager G. The kitchen remade the dish, but unfortunately sent it with home fries instead of salad. That's when James Corden began yelling like crazy to the server, "You can't do your job. You can't do your job. Maybe I should go into the kitchen and cook the omelet myself." MK was very apologetic and brought G over to the table. He returned the dish, and after that, everything was fine. He gave them promo champagne glasses to smooth things out. G said that Corden was pleasant to him but nasty to the server. MK was very shaken, but professional that she is, continued to finish her shift. So this one I think is a little bit more indicative of the real personality of James Corden. If something is slightly not up to his standards, he loses his temper about it. I think that's very par for the course from all the stories I've read about him, from workers as well as people that have met him, as well as that brief segment where you can see him kind of blowing up in the comedy sketch at his expense. He just seems like the kind of person that is very entitled and feels like they're superior to just normal people around him. So in that entitlement, he fucking blows up at them. Oh, I'll go back there and cook it then. You guys can't do your jobs. Disgusting. I spit on you fucking plebeians. This is disgraceful. You sent me a dish with house fries instead of a salad? Are you trying to kill me? This is poison. And the fact that he shamelessly has done this twice now, and this one apparently in front of his wife, blows my mind. How anyone can do this in front of other people, especially people they care about, is something that will never compute with me. How do you not get embarrassed? No, this isn't like a tough guy thing. This doesn't make you look alpha. This doesn't make you look like a strong man. This makes you look like a little bitch. You look like an absolute douchebag, weak little man. As Keith calls him, a tiny cretin of a man. Why are you getting so upset at the server who did nothing to slight you? They didn't insult you. Everything that happened wasn't on purpose. It wasn't an attack against you. Sending the dish with house fries instead of a salad is an easy solution. Just be like, oh, I actually wanted the salad. And then bang, they'll go get you the salad, I imagine. They're not going to sit there and like challenge you to fisticuffs like, I will not get you the salad, and I'm throwing the gauntlet down. Oh, put him up, Corden. Like, it's just such an easy thing to calmly handle. But I guess not for James Corden here. So these were the two manager reports. Now, of course, this isn't anything like crazy. James Corden didn't flip the table and throw water in the face of the server or anything. But even still, this kind of behavior I never have any tolerance for. There is just never an excuse to be rude, mean, nasty, yell and scream at anyone in the service industry. For honest mistakes, there's no excuse for it. Now, if the servers were coming up to him and slapping him around and telling him, hey, idiot, you're stupid, and I hate your talk show, then maybe I'd understand and being like, hey, that kind of hurts. I'm a little upset about that. But they're just doing their job, right? They're just doing their job and getting by. There's just never a reason to be mean to someone in the service industry. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because whenever James Corden fails and makes a fool of himself, I can't help but smile and just take it back from a distance as a spectator sport and be like, yep, that's James Corden for you. You guys are seeing this, right? So I was right. Even though I know most people agree that James Corden isn't entertaining. So it's a very cold take, but it's one that I just keep mentioning. People don't always see eye to eye with each other. Everyone has their own set of opinions and beliefs, and historically, humans have fought each other over this difference. Now, while we may be divided by land or belief, there's one thing that unites all of us, something buried deep inside the human DNA that makes us all on the same page, and that's our extreme dislike for Amy Schumer. God bless. Amy Schumer is like the common evil that unites the world. It's like in that anime Code Geass where Lelouch becomes the ultimate evil that the entire world rallies against, and then by the end of it, it brings everyone closer together. That's Amy Schumer, but in reality. Whenever she's present at like an award show or something, the entire internet, nay, the entire human race gets together and says, we just don't like her. She reminds us that we're not so different from each other after all. So why am I talking about Amy Schumer today? Well, it's because she was at the Oscars recently and decided to make the entire thing about her, about how she's now traumatized because of the Will Smith slap on Chris Rock. And I'm sure a lot of you are tired of hearing about this, but she just keeps fucking going. And it's making me sick to my stomach. It makes me want to puke and shit. This is, of course, a very stupid statement and just performative to put her name back in the news about how now she's a victim somehow. I don't think there's any world where Amy Schumer is right now sleeping with one eye open, just fearful that Will Smith, the boogeyman, is going to rappel through her window and slap her while she's asleep. But I'm going to set aside this stupid statement for a minute to talk about what really got my ass all grinded up, which is what she came forward with today. She bravely stepped foot in the Thunderdome today to reveal the jokes that were too edgy for TV. Her side-splitting comedy that was just too intense, and she had to cut them from her monologue. Just like Voldemort's name, she wasn't allowed to speak of these things, but she decided to tell one of these super stinkers anyway, which is horrible news for anyone with ears. Don't Look Up is the name of a movie? More like Don't Look Down, the barrel of Alec Baldwin's shotgun. It's incredible how she can't even accidentally almost say something entertaining. And this probably isn't even her own joke. She has a history of stealing jokes. She probably just saw this shit on Twitter and it had like 100 likes, so she said it's mine now. And it's still fucking stupid. None of it makes sense. Alec Baldwin wasn't even in Don't Look Up. The joke doesn't work. I don't care that it's edgy. Edgy jokes are fine. It's just this is so poorly done from top to bottom. Alec Baldwin is not in that movie, so it doesn't even make sense. It'd be like me saying Moonfall, more like Poonfall, because Amy Schumer's talking about her vagina again. It's just dog shit. Sex in the City, more like Amy, stop having sex with the whole city. We're tired of seeing you on stage. Or He-Man, more like help me, man. I just had to listen to Amy Schumer tell another fucking awful joke and now I'm in need of medical assistance. I don't know why she would think it was a good idea to tell this joke after everyone told her not to tell it in the first place. They gave her a gift of shutting her up. Like, she didn't have to tell this joke. They were like, we're not allowing you to say it. We're putting the kibosh on it now. We're doing you a favor. And then she slaps them and all of us by telling this joke anyway. This whole situation is like if Amy and her friend were on like a walk and they approached this cliff and Amy didn't see it, but her friend did, so her friend reaches out to stop her from falling off the cliff, literally saving her life. But then Amy Schumer just blasts her hand away saying, don't tell me what to do, I'll walk where I want to walk, and then throws herself off the cliff. She then gave us a sneak peek at some other gut busters we missed from her here, some more of her comedic stylings. She said that she was also going to take aim at Joe Rogan and James Franco, but wasn't allowed to say any of that, but you can just come up and slap someone. That statement doesn't even make sense either, Amy. No one invited Will Smith to go up there and slap the shit out of Chris Rock. The man went up there and slapped the taste out of his mouth off script. The man had a full-blown Winter Soldier episode. It wasn't planned. You had a script that you were getting approved and everyone said these jokes just fucking suck. Don't tell them. It's not the same. She's always so incredibly desperate to put herself at the center of everything that ever happens, even when it doesn't make sense or even involve her in the slightest. She had a golden opportunity just to say nothing and everyone would have forgotten her miserable presence at the Oscars, but she just had to tell this awful joke and remind everyone why she was universally disliked as one of the worst comedians of our time. The only reason she ever even made it into the industry in the first place is because of getting a lucky spawn in life. She was born into a really rich and powerful family, and through leveraging those connections, she was able to make it to the big time. And it's one of the saddest stories in all of entertainment. But anyway, back to how traumatized Amy Schumer was from the slap. She said she's gonna need some time off to process it, and I think I speak for everyone in the world when I say, Amy, you take as much time as you need. If it's years, if it's forever, even, goddammit, you take that time until you feel better about what happened. We will all understand. No matter how long it takes. No, it should take a very long time to recover from something like that. So, wishing you the best in that road to overcoming that experience. There's always been one thing that I've believed to be true, and so far no one's been able to prove otherwise. It's that people that gloat about how kind they are the biggest assholes. I think it takes a very conceited douchebag to brag about how nice they are. And you know exactly what kind of people I'm talking about, the ones that can't shut the fuck up about every single good deed they do, no matter how trivial. Oh, well, actually, I'm a better person than you because, in fact, on my way to work today, I saw a lizard on the side of the road, and I pulled over my car, and I started petting the lizard, gentle pets, and fed it some grapes to help ease its anxiety. And then I put the lizard in my car, drove to work, and I gave it a loving household in my cubicle. No. I'm no saint, I just happen to be one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. Those kind of people that just make everything good they do seem so fake and disingenuous where it just seems like it's points on a scorecard to them and things to use in a conversation to make themselves feel superior to others. I just think that shit sucks, and there's no better example of this than Ellen DeGeneres. Ellen DeGeneres' whole career and brand image is centered around the idea that she is a kind person. And I've never believed that. I've seen plenty of clips where she's just a passive-aggressive asshole to her guest, and in fact just outright mean to a lot of guests she's had on in the past. For example, Mariah Carey forcing her to admit that she's pregnant on her show by coercing her to drink champagne on her show so she can't hide the pregnancy.
Is that people are saying that that you're pregnant? There's rumors.
Don't discuss that.
All right. Well, you don't have to.
No,
answer.
that's okay. No, honestly,
you
how
don't
do
have to
I- how
answer
do
me.
I-
Let's just toast with champagne and decide.
But they've been saying that.
You want to taste it?
I can't believe you did this to me, Ellen.
What? No.
Are you trying
I'm
to
not
just-
going to ask you if you're pregnant
This
or not.
is
I'm
peer
just going to say
pressure.
no. Let's toast to you not being pregnant. If you're not pregnant, then we should.
My goodness.
You're pregnant. You're pregnant. You are pregnant.
Mariah Carey had a miscarriage 3 weeks after this, and as you can see, Ellen DeGeneres' full kindness on display here by forcing her to tell everyone that she's pregnant through this little science experiment she set up here. This fucking little saw trap to try and get her to finally, once and for all, spill it and let everyone know that she's pregnant, even though it's none of Ellen DeGeneres' fucking business. But Ellen DeGeneres, being the narcissist she is, has to know everything and has to feel like she's the most superior person in the room. Why am I talking about Ellen DeGeneres? Well, I've never liked Ellen DeGeneres, not just because she's an asshole, but I think her show sucks. And over the last month or so, the internet's been ass blasted with Ellen DeGeneres truth bombs about what it's like to work with Ellen and what it's like to even be near her. She treats everyone around her terribly, according to most people that have ever even encountered her by accident. Shit, from some of the things I read, if a kid with a broken arm found Ellen DeGeneres at a donut shop and asked for an autograph on the cash, she'd probably slap him and spit in their face. She just seems like a really terrible person to associate with, according to everyone that has had the misfortune of associating with her. And her workplace environment has been called toxic by everyone that's fucking worked there. And apparently it's filled with racism as well, according to a lot of the reports. So things aren't looking too great for Ellen DeGeneres' be kind image, when she seems to be one of the most not kind people in the space. I think talk shows suck. I've already talked about Wendy Williams' show and everything I dislike about that, and I thought it was only fair to talk about Ellen's show because it's just as bad, if not worse, because she parades around like she's some gift from God to bring salvation to this planet through her kind, generous acts. Which seems pretty far from the truth, and she's being investigated for these workplace environment claims as well as like other bullying things that are coming to light with all this. Keep in mind these are all just claims, but they're from current and former employees, and if she really is so incredibly kind, I can't imagine why everyone would have a coordinated effort to attack her and the environment. So they probably do have some weight, but again, it's not proven. It's not like the people that have worked on the Ellen DeGeneres set would go in there and it looks like some shit out of a horror movie where there's fucking bodies hanging from meat hooks and shit, mangled corpses everywhere because it's that evil. But it does seem like an absolutely terrible place to work with actual bad shit going on. But again, they are just claims at the moment. Even if all those claims turn out to be completely false, I still wouldn't like Ellen. I don't like her show. She'll publicly shame people in her audience. She's very rude a lot of times. And I don't get a smile on my face in the few times that I've tried watching the show. She's like a pioneer, though, I will give her that. She basically invented shitty TikTok dancing comedy before TikTok existed. Half of Ellen's shtick that I can see, besides the fake being kind garbage, is that she does goofy dances, baby! And that's like supposed to be a big root of the ha-has in her show, which I'm just not really too big of a fan of. But all in all, it just seems like a terrible place to work according to employees and a terrible thing to be on according to guests. For example, a YouTuber named Nikki Tutorials went on Ellen's show, was very excited to go on the show, and then she went on another show later and insinuated she kind of fucking hated the Ellen show. She wasn't overly happy about the experience. And that kind of coincides with what a lot of the other guests have said as well from what I've read so far. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about all this because I talked about Wendy Williams and it only made sense to talk about Ellen DeGeneres' show as well. So that's about it. If they do end up firing Ellen DeGeneres from her position on the show, I'm more than willing to step in and take up the mantle. We can totally rebrand that shit. I have a fucking whole closet full of unimaginable amounts of sex toys. We could bring celebrities on. We could slap each other with rubber vaginas. It could be a good old hoot and a holler. Wow, what a crazy day, huh? No foreplay. We're just going to get right into the actual meat here. So, there's been a big falling out between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. I'm not sure all the particulars around it. I wasn't a little fly on the wall that observed everything that led to this crumbling relationship, but it is messy. Maybe Trump found out about Elon's stolen valor and Path of Exile. He said, you're a fraudulent Path of Exile player, scram, get out of here. I don't know. It was pretty shocking to see, considering that only like a month or two ago, Elon made this post about loving Donald Trump as much as a straight man could. And it really seemed like they had a really, like, bubbly relationship. They were always giddy around each other, like fucking frolicking through flowers, it seemed. And then out of nowhere, it just blows up like a fucking septic tank here. Now there's shit spewing everywhere. So it was... a relationship ended on not good terms. And it culminated with Donald Trump threatening to cut Elon Musk's government contracts. And that is when the dam really broke. Elon got out his best ketamine cocktail and hit the Thunderdome, the only arena he's ever known, Twitter, saying things like, without me, Trump would have lost the election, Dems would control the House, and the Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. Such ingratitude. I can already just picture Elon at his desk doing one of these. Such ingratitude. Like a 90s anime villain. And then he really rolled up his sleeves and said, no more Mr. Nice Guy, bub. And he hit him with a big-time uh-oh spaghetti-o when he dropped this. Time to drop the really big bomb. At the real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. Mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. An absolute bomb. I haven't been this surprised since I was a freshman in high school playing in the Students vs. Parents Wiffle Ball tournament, and I was jogging to first base, and one of the dads hit me with like an E-Honda Level 3 Super. I mean, this guy clobbered my shit, and he sent me straight to the hospital with a broken wrist. This came out of nowhere. I don't think even Baba Vanga could have predicted this. It was stunning. It's a massive claim here, and it's one that also makes people raise an eyebrow at Elon Musk, because if it's true, then naturally people question, why would Elon Musk be all buddy-buddy, suckling the nipples of Trump's titties, knowing that he was on the Epstein flight list doing illegal, evil shit, if it's all true? Because he's now also retweeting things about Trump's link to Epstein, like this here with a party that Trump was at with Epstein in the 90s, or this about the times that he flew on Epstein's planes. And he puts his cringe fucking emojis every time. Half of his tweets are usually just like emoji reaction shits, but he's very clearly making the accusation directly, like in his own words, that Trump is on the Epstein flight logs, and that is the whole reason that he is prohibiting their release. And then he's retweeting these things with, like, raised eyebrow emojis, like, curious, interesting. He's retweeting this connection that he's showcasing here, and clearly making a statement about it. He's not just saying, like, Trump had a connection to Epstein, you know, he flew on these planes, but nothing happened, probably. He is clearly trying to say that something must have happened there, because he's using this as a way of attacking Trump. He even retweeted this from Ian Gobbles Dick for Miles Chong, saying that Trump should be impeached and J.D. Vance should replace him. He not only retweets it, but just agrees with it flat out, saying yes. This is crazy. And again, if this claim is true, and Elon Musk knew all about it, it's very odd that he would choose to work so closely with and be so friendly with somebody like that. Now, all of this led to today being a historic day for Cope. I swear to God, a century from now, the most grizzled, seasoned veteran Copeologists will look back on June 5th, 2025 as the biggest day of Cope in this nation's history. The amount of mental gymnastics and shit I've seen with people trying to explain what's actually happening here as like a 5D chess maneuver between Trump and Elon Musk is just pathetic. It would be comical if it wasn't so sad. I have seen so many posts speculating that all of this is a genius ploy, a ruse, in order to force the Epstein files to come out. Let that marinate for a moment. I really want you to stew with that thought process. Those are living, breathing people that actually think that. Why the fuck would that be their plan? Or anybody's plan for that matter? What a dog shit strategy. That is a worse idea than Concord. You're telling me that the President of the United States would willingly work with Elon Musk to have him be insinuated a pedophile in order to try and get the Epstein files to come out? Just stop for a minute. Just fucking put down the stupid pills. The President of the United States could 100% force these files to come out if he was felt so inclined to. He wouldn't need to be used like a fleshlight by Elon Musk publicly in order to raise awareness on the Epstein files and try and put pressure on their release. And it's not like the Epstein files were ever lacking awareness. That's like the number one thing every citizen in this country has wanted to be released since this happened. It has been a circus with this shit for years, even before Trump. Under Biden, too. These files will never see the light of day. They incriminate way too many powerful people on both sides of the political aisle. Like, 100%, I don't think they're ever coming out, and if they ever do, it's so hard to trust them now with how much they could have been tampered with over the years. Like, this is a stupid theory. The most plain and simple thing just unfolded in front of you. A relationship soured, and Elon felt Trump was attacking him, and he has proven that he is very much a strong proponent of revenge and trying to get even or fight back against someone he believes slighted him. He has done this many, many times in the past. For example, probably his most famous one was years ago with the cave situation where some people were trapped in a cave. Elon suggested using the submarine to help. A diver said that it wasn't going to be effective. They got into like an argument, and then Elon randomly called the diver a pedophile. Led to a lawsuit and everything, but the point is, he has proven that if he believes someone is like insulting him or belittling him, Elon will seek vengeance and like lash out against them. He has proven numerous times that he is going to retaliate if he feels that someone has insulted him, and now he's doing just that, something he's done millions of times in the past. I don't think there's any deeper layers to this onion. I don't think these are actually calculated galaxy brain maneuvers going on the back end with the two of them working together or anything like that. Now, I have read conflicting reports about like the Epstein files are actually coming out this time, which will be like the 300th song and dance we've had with this. So I guess we'll see if they actually do follow through this time, or if they're just going to drop the exact same files for the 30th remix. They have dropped the same Epstein shit, the same Epstein information, more times than Naughty Dog has dropped Last of Us remasters. Like, I'm expecting if they do actually do anything with the Epstein files, it'll be the same thing they've done multiple times before, but I guess we'll see. Either way, though, what a crazy day. This falling out between Elon Musk and Trump has been unbelievable. Like, actually unbelievable. And I wonder if Elon's going to continue just, like, tweeting out bombs like this. Like, he had so much access to, like, government information and shit. Like, is he just going to start leaking national secrets and all of that? Like, the amount that even just came out today was astonishing. Like, he was leaking more shit than my butt after eating anything with dairy in it. And I wondered, is he going to keep doing that? Or are tempers going to, like, I don't know, like, simmer down? Are they going to try and meet in the middle and, like, try and shake hands once again and not be on bad terms? Like, I do wonder, because he was deep in the government. He probably did have access to, like, very sensitive information. And he has just proven today, like, he is more than willing to just go on Twitter and just air some shit out. Again, they are just allegations right now. He hasn't proven anything about this, but still. It's finally happening. P. Diddy has been arrested. Anything is possible! This is a moment for celebration. For so long, P. Diddy has gotten away with heinous crimes that tons of people knew about. From car bombs to assaults to sex crimes, it's like P. Diddy was going for some kind of high score, trying to catch every possible crime like a Pokemon. He has terrorized the music industry for decades and ruined so many lives. In recent times, the evidence against him to support all of the allegations that have existed for decades has been overwhelming and led to a large investigation against P. Diddy. And now it looks like we're reaching the climactic finale with him being arrested. When this story broke last night, the indictment was sealed, but this morning they said, Open the gates. Let them see. To sum it up, he has been charged with sex trafficking by force, transportation to engage in prostitution, and racketeering conspiracy, alleging he ran an enterprise that engaged in sex trafficking, forced labor, or kidnapping, arson, and other crimes. He abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct from 2008 till now. The allegations mirror 11 civil complaints filed against him since 2023. Really, that's only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the P. Diddy lore. He is a horrible menace that has been around for decades. Also mentioned is that he had thousands of bottles of lube and baby oil that were seized from his home during those raids as part of his freak-off supplies. He also had tons of narcotics as well. So Diddy became infamous for his freak-off parties that would go on for days, where he'd force attendees to not only stay there and perform non-consensual sex acts in front of him, but he would just be pumping them full of drugs, and he would be watching while furiously masturbating like a coked-out goblin. So in relation to drug charges, he'd allegedly distribute cocaine, oxy, Xanax, GHB, MDMA, and ketamine. I'm going to be very brave here for a moment and say, that's not alleged, that is confirmed. The amount of drugs this guy had here, he was like Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, but drugs instead of candy. The amount of freaky shit they found in his house must have been like entering a separate dimension. Thousands of bottles of lube, like so much lube would make Bad Dragon's headquarters jealous. Thousands of bottles of baby oil, more than Johnson & Johnson's warehouse probably. I wouldn't be surprised if they found the goddamn Death Note among those freak-off supplies. His legal team seems very optimistic that things are going to go well for P. Diddy. They even released a statement saying, "We are disappointed with the decision to pursue what we believe is an unjust prosecution of Mr. Combs by the U.S. Attorney's Office." Hi, Mark. The fuck is wrong with you, man? Are you serious? Like, I understand it's your job. I get that, but holy cannoli, an unjust prosecution, huh? So what if there's overwhelming evidence to support the decades worth of allegations against Mr. Combs here? And so what if there's that video of him brutally beating Cassie in that hotel? He said he's sorry. Did we forget about that? He apologized. Let's all move on from it. Racketeering? You're gonna try and come after him for racketeering? Mr. Combs' brain is so rotted from years of drug abuse, he can't even spell racketeering, much less engage in it. This is a load of hooey. It's unjust. A miscarriage of justice, even. He goes on to glaze him a little bit, sucking on his cock, calling him a music icon, self-made entrepreneur, loving family man, proven philanthropist. He then has the gall to say he's imperfect but not a criminal, and then says he's been nothing but cooperative with this investigation and he voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Please reverse your judgment until you have all the facts. These are the acts of an innocent man with nothing to hide, and he looks forward to clearing his name in court. See, that's the thing, Mark. People have all the facts because there's so much evidence with the facts. There is video evidence to support the facts. What do you mean? Again, I know he's just doing his job, but that shit is so shameless and foul. I don't know how you sleep at night when you have to defend someone that is obviously guilty like P. Diddy. It's fucking wild to me. P. Diddy. 31 minutes ago. Sean Combs arrested in Manhattan after grand jury indictment. They done caught the diddler. They also had that video drop of him beating the shit out of her recently. And then he released the apology video about it. It's always, like, I understand it's their job to defend their clients, but it's always just so crazy. A statement from Mr. Combs' legal team said that they are disappointed with the decision to prosecute him and noted that he had been cooperative with the investigation and had voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Ugh. We're so disappointed that they're actually trying to hold him accountable. Like, we're really upset about that, actually. Yeah, there's overwhelming evidence to all of these awful, awful crimes that he's committed, including that video of him beating the shit out of the Cassie. But like, why would you? Like, I thought this was a free country. Why would you try and like punish him for that? I'm assuming the apology video didn't work. We don't know yet. We don't know. Maybe they'll send the apology video out to the powers that be, and they'll be like, "Wow, he is reformed. This is a good man. We can't punish him for... He's changed. He has changed so much. Look at this apology video and how sincere it is. We're dropping the charges.
I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video.
Now, Combs.
It takes. I'm not gonna show any of that. It's brutal. It takes a big man like Puff Daddy to take full responsibility after saying he's gonna make no excuses and immediately starting the video with an excuse about hitting fucking rock bottom or whatever. Ah, man. A beacon of strength, really. It took a lot of courage for that apology video. I respect 50 Cent being a massive hater and selling the documentary Diddy Do It. 50 Cent has been, like, I would say an elite level hater of P. Diddy for quite a while. I don't remember how long ago this was, but there's a comment he left on an Instagram post of Diddy's that I think about from time to time and giggle on. It was P. Diddy riding a bike, and 50 Cent left the comment under it saying, "We all know there's no seat on that bike." That shit, like, I was grabbing my belly when I first read that one. I thought that was so good. Earlier this evening, federal agents arrested Sean Combs based on a sealed indictment filed by the SDNY. United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, said in a statement, "We expect to move to unseal the indictment in the morning and we'll have more to say at that time." Federal grand jury in Manhattan returned an indictment against Combs, which set in motion his arrest. The charges remain sealed. Oh, keeping him a mystery right now. A little loot box of charges here for him. What was the name of his camp for kids where he, like, brainwashed kids and shit? Was it Puff Daddy Pastry Parade or something? What the fuck was it? Puff Daddy Love Care? Puffy Flavor Camp. That's what it was.
The singer and producer.
Puffy Flavor Camp. That's right. Basically, like, abducted kids. That's exaggeratory. He didn't, like, abduct them himself, but that shit was foul. The 48 Hours with Justin. Oh yeah, the P. Diddy clip with Puffy Flavor Camp. He was like, I don't remember the whole. I'll pull up the clip, I guess, in a second. But there's a clip where there's an interview and he's like, no. Justin's got 48 hours with Puff. He's got a 48 Puffy hours. No interruptions. It'll be good for him or something. It's so weird. Fucking diddler. In plain sight. Right under everyone's nose for years. Finally, though, they're acting on all of the shit. Much like Epstein, it feels like everyone knew he was on some heinous shit, but no one came forward because he's so influential. Well, that was one of the big things. If I remember correctly, he had, like, a lot of dirt on everyone through throwing his Diddy parties. So I think that was a big piece of leverage for him in keeping people quiet for so long. Wendy Williams is a talk show host that I've disliked for over a decade. Her show is the kind of show you'd watch a 30-second clip of and immediately ask yourself, who the fuck is watching this and how does she have an audience? Wendy Williams is addicted to two things: cocaine and being an insufferable asshole. She has this incredible ability to take anything in the news and give you the worst possible opinion on it. It's a fucking scientific anomaly how she's able to do this. She can't even accidentally say something respectful. Like when Jennifer Lawrence's nudes were hacked and leaked on the internet, she insulted Jennifer Lawrence for it, you know, the classic victim blaming thing of, well, if you didn't want your nudes to be hacked, you shouldn't have taken them. I've seen them 1,000 times. Clap if you've seen Jennifer Lawrence's nudes. Is super scummy, disrespectful shit. We should all be thankful, though, that Wendy Williams' nudes haven't leaked, because that would have everyone canceling their internet subscriptions ASAP. But the worst part isn't just how terrible she is as a person and the awful things she's done. It's the fact that people go to her for advice. That's like going to Charles Manson for advice. For example, one lady went on her show saying that her husband doesn't want another child, but she wants another child. What should she do? Wendy Williams tells her that she should trick her husband by stopping birth control without telling him. That was her advice. It's fucking crazy what she does and what she says and the kind of negative impact she has on everyone around her. Gus Johnson recently made a video about Wendy Williams where he goes into detail on certain things, and keep in mind this is not even a quarter of the awful shit she's done. I highly recommend you check out Gus Johnson and Pay Money Wubby talk about Wendy Williams and joke about some of this. I'm not going to cover any of those. What I want to talk about and why I'm bringing it up now is because she's pulled a classic Wendy Williams by insulting a woman who was recently killed by a stalker. So I'll give you some background before I play the clip. Amy Harwick, famous Hollywood sex therapist, was recently murdered by a stalker when she was pushed from a balcony and fell to her death. She was also the ex-fiancée of Drew Carey, host of Price is Right, and in Wendy Williams' most recent segment, she makes a joke about her murder, but it can't even really be called a joke because it's more just her insulting Amy's death and Drew Carey. I don't know, it's hard to explain. I'll play the clip.
She was killed not by Drew, but by the ex. Come on down. Why are you putting allegedly? This story's everywhere. All right, lawyer lady, she threw allegedly in there.
A real gut buster there, Wendy. Yahoo! What a side splitter. The audience reaction really says it all. Utter silence and groans of disappointment. But then the audience is so fucking stupid they go right back to applauding once she talks about allegedly being thrown in there. I don't know. The audience at Wendy Williams shows are just as bad as she is. They're so fucking stupid. I can't stand the audience. These people clap for cheating. They clap when Wendy Williams insults Terry Crews for coming forward about sexual assault. I mean, the audience sucks just as much as Wendy Williams does. But this one, even they couldn't mindlessly clap for a second, which is incredible. I've never seen that before on this fucking awful television show. I just really don't even get how it could have even been misconstrued as a joke, because there's nothing in there that seems like it was supposed to be comedic. It just seems like it was supposed to be mean and remind Drew Carey that his wife was murdered. It doesn't even make sense. Come on down is an iconic line from Price is Right, and I guess her joke was she fell to her death. Come on down. Wow, Wendy. That's really something special you've got there. You sick fuck. She looks like she died 10 years ago, but is being kept alive through some forbidden spell. Her eyes seem lifeless. They're fucking blasted wide open every second she's on TV. Her nose looks caved in like a goddamn skeleton. I don't understand how Wendy Williams can even think for a moment she has room to make jokes about anyone's appearance, their personal choices, or anything at all for that matter. She is an awful person, top to bottom, inside and out, and I can't fucking stand Wendy Williams. Wendy has only ever done one thing in her entire career that wasn't incredibly terrible. It was when she blasted a creamy fart into her panties on her television show.
Room thing. That cop wasn't playing that. I mean, you're lucky you only got battery.
This is the only good thing you've ever done in your entire existence, Wendy, and it was by total accident, which I guess is poetic. You can't even purposely do something almost remotely positive. Your asshole stepped in and did something nice for your shitty career. It's incredible, though. She is actually the first talk show host I'm aware of that has soiled their panties on stage, just caked in a wet mess. So I guess there's history to be made there for you, Wendy. This is your legacy. You're the first talk show host to shit themselves on TV. And that really should be your legacy. That's about all the good you've ever done, and likely ever will do, because you don't have even the most basic amount of empathy or decency. You're a terrible person and a terrible talk show host. That is an awful... I know I've talked a ton about Twitter recently since Elon Musk took over, but I just can't help it. It is so entertaining to see all of this silliness unfold. It's become my go-to soap opera. I'm more captivated by this than I was Better Call Saul. I'm waking up each day to new Twitter drama, a new catastrophe, and it is putting a massive smile on my face. Elon's been celebrating the active user records they've been hitting recently, and I don't doubt that they're breaking records with active users right now. I imagine there's tons of people just like me signing on every day just to laugh at the state of the site and laugh at all of the impersonation accounts that are all verified now and costing real companies billions of dollars. I'm going to talk about that in a second. It is so wild. And yeah, he's absolutely right about one thing. Comedy is legal again on Twitter. He has unleashed it. The floodgates are open and the goofs are coming in hot. So let's just get right into it. I'm sure a lot of you have seen by now, but maybe some of you haven't, and I can't wait to open your third eye here to true enlightenment. This is trolling to perfection. So Elon Musk announced for $8 a month you can get a verified checkmark. Doesn't matter who you are, it's open to the public, you just have to pay for it. This has also led to some confusion, especially surrounding my personal Twitter account because I'm still verified on there, so a lot of people have been accusing me of being a hypocrite saying, interesting, you still have a checkmark, clearly paying $8 a month even after you criticized it so heavily. Let me make it clear, I don't pay for Twitter. Like I said, I still believe it's a fucking dumb, brain-dead, dog shit idea to pay $8 a month for a check mark that's basically a Boy Scout badge for humiliation. I would never do that. It's more shameful to pay for Twitter than it would be to pay for a happy ending at a massage parlor. So no, I'm not paying for Twitter. I still just have the old check mark on there. Now to get back on track, Twitter Blue has fully launched and it is a colossal flop. It's having a box office performance like The Room here. It is just a fucking failure, it seems. A lot of the numbers that are being reported are all over the place. They range between 100,000 on the low end up to 440,000 on the highest end that I've seen. But let's go ahead and round that up. Let's say there's 500,000 Twitter Blue subscribers, and all of them are paying $8 a month. That's $4 million a month coming into Twitter. That doesn't even cover 2 days of their operating cost, because Elon Musk has claimed Twitter is losing $4 million a day. So through Twitter Blue, they're able to make back 1 day's worth of operating cost. That's it. And that's their monthly subscription. So after a month, they'll be able to pay for 1 day's worth of running Twitter. What a tough pill to swallow, I'm sure. Let that sink in, am I right? Now, of course, this isn't their only source of revenue. They do still have some advertisers, even though a ton of them pulled out. And Elon really seemed to put most of his eggs in this Twitter Blue basket, truly believing that most people would want it. Like, everyone's going to ask for this for Christmas. Everyone's going to sign up for the check mark because that's what's most important to everyone on Twitter. So we'll charge for it. Only it turns out the interest really wasn't as big as he and many others thought that it was. So yeah, that $44 billion that he used to purchase Twitter may have been better spent wiping his own ass with it. He also took out a loan. I believe the loan was $13 billion, according to Bloomberg. And the loan is also going to be something that Elon Musk is probably going to have to make payments on, and those are going to be extremely expensive as well. So at current rate with Twitter Blue, he better pray that Twitter's around for the next 2,000 years, because by then he might finally be able to start making a dent in how much money he owes and how much he has lost on Twitter so far. Yeah, while the number of users may be skyrocketing, that's clearly not translating into money for the company. But god damn it, I am so glad Elon's doing what he's doing right now because it is so entertaining to watch. Twitter Blue has been mainly being used as a tool for impersonation and trolling, and it's done remarkably well. I'm sure a lot of you have seen over the last couple days, one very successful viral post came from someone impersonating Eli Lilly. Some Giga Chad hero out there paid the $8, impersonated Eli Lilly, and said, "We're excited to announce insulin is free now," and then this tanked their stock 3% instantly. Just from one shitpost from someone impersonating them on Twitter with the checkmark. Now, of course, my heart isn't breaking for Eli Lilly here. I think what they're doing with the price of insulin is very fucked up and shady, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to laugh at this. Because, my god, this has to be the most expensive troll ever. Fucking beautiful. I actually just wiped out billions of dollars there. Now, there are people that are saying this is just a theory and it might just be a coincidence that that viral tweet from the Eli Lilly impersonator coincided with the stock drop, because apparently there were other market factors that may have led to this drop in stock. I'll go ahead and share that with you now. Now, I'm not smart enough to really opine on whether or not it was the tweet or other market factors here, but I'd like to share all the arguments here from both sides for the evidence. Now, I will say, of course, it's very possible this tweet has no impact on it, and it truly was just a coincidence, but this also wouldn't be the first time a tweet has had massive market effects as well. It's far from unheard of. In fact, Elon Musk himself has even done this a couple of times, where some of his tweets have real implications on the Tesla stock. The most infamous being, "Am considering taking Tesla private at $420. Funding secured." This, of course, had a huge effect on the market for the time, and even resulted in Musk having to pay a $20 million fraud settlement, as well as Tesla paying a $20 million penalty. So these kind of things can result from tweets. It wouldn't be the first time. And Eli Lilly wasn't the only victim. Lockheed Martin also found itself in a tough situation when someone impersonated them on Twitter and made this post. "We will begin halting all weapons sales to Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the United States until further investigation into their record of human rights abuses. #WeAreLM. And after this went viral, the Lockheed Martin stock dropped 5%. Now, this of course could be chalked up to yet another coincidence, and a lot of people do believe that's the case, because the entire defense industry was down on this day. So yes, it is very possible that, again, this was just a big coincidence. I do think it'd be a little odd that the same thing happened in two different industries under similar circumstances, and it just happens to be coincidental, but of course, it's also a hard sell to claim that those tweets actually had that huge market effect. There's really no telling, but regardless, it's super entertaining. It seems, most of the people that are buying Twitter Blue are doing it just for this shit, because even if they're not trolling massive companies to cost them billions of dollars, they're making impersonation accounts for people in positions of power and saying really goofy shit like, anyone else up right now playing with their Johnson? I've got lotion on my dick right now. And it's all verified accounts from people like Barack Obama, Bernie Sanders, like, it makes me laugh every time. It actually does. That little check mark and then taking their profile and just mimicking it and then saying shit like that is somehow just a recipe for good laughs from me, as well as many others, which is probably why the usage is at an all-time high. It's just been so entertaining. But unfortunately, Elon Musk must have felt the pressure, because both Eli Lilly and Lockheed Martin have shown that they're really not happy about what's happening on Twitter. Nintendo was also a victim of someone impersonating Nintendo of America and tweeting out a picture of Mario giving everyone the finger. But Elon Musk, in response to all of this, has shut down Twitter Blue for the time being to try and put a halt to all the impersonation. You have to wonder how Elon couldn't see this coming, or how anyone could have possibly convinced themselves this wouldn't happen. If you go back to the videos I made talking about this system and how it would likely be abused, there were so many people huffing copium that saying things like, no, this wouldn't happen. You think you're as smart as Elon? He's clearly thought of this. There must be fail-safes in place to prevent this from happening. And then bang. The exact thing that everyone knew would happen, happened. And some people are acting shocked about it. This was the most predictable outcome. This is the most predictable situation imaginable that would arise from this system, this Twitter Blue $8 a month system. Everyone who even thought for a single second about this knew this would happen. It doesn't take a galaxy brain intellect to figure this out, yet somehow Elon Musk, as well as I guess many others, for some reason didn't think this would happen. Which is wild. That's just absolutely wild. But it has been so entertaining to watch. I'm really glad he went through with it. So hats off to him for actually pulling the trigger on this dog shit idea. Because fuck, man, it has been so fun. So I just wanted to share all of this with Wendy Williams is a talk show host that I've disliked for over a decade. Her show is the kind of show you'd watch a 30-second clip of and immediately ask yourself, who the fuck is watching this and how does she have an audience? Wendy Williams is addicted to two things: cocaine and being an insufferable asshole. She has this incredible ability to take anything in the news and give you the worst possible opinion on it. It's a fucking scientific anomaly how she's able to do this. She can't even accidentally say something respectful. Like when Jennifer Lawrence's nudes were hacked and leaked on the internet, she insulted Jennifer Lawrence for it, you know, the classic victim blaming thing of, well, if you didn't want your nudes to be hacked, you shouldn't have taken them. I've seen them 1,000 times. Clap if you've seen Jennifer Lawrence's nudes. Is super scummy, disrespectful shit. We should all be thankful, though, that Wendy Williams' nudes haven't leaked, because that would have everyone canceling their internet subscriptions ASAP. But the worst part isn't just how terrible she is as a person and the awful things she's done. It's the fact that people go to her for advice. That's like going to Charles Manson for advice. For example, one lady went on her show saying that her husband doesn't want another child, but she wants another child. What should she do? Wendy Williams tells her that she should trick her husband by stopping birth control without telling him. That was her advice. It's fucking crazy what she does and what she says and the kind of negative impact she has on everyone around her. Gus Johnson recently made a video about Wendy Williams where he goes into detail on certain things, and keep in mind this is not even a quarter of the awful shit she's done. I highly recommend you check out Gus Johnson and Pay Money Wubby talk about Wendy Williams and joke about some of this. I'm not going to cover any of those. What I want to talk about and why I'm bringing it up now is because she's pulled the classic Wendy Williams by insulting a woman who was recently killed by a stalker. So I'll give you some background before I play the clip. Amy Harwick, famous Hollywood sex therapist, was recently murdered by a stalker when she was pushed from a balcony and fell to her death. She was also the ex-fiancée of Drew Carey, host of Price is Right, and in Wendy Williams' most recent segment, she makes a joke about her murder, but it can't even really be called a joke because it's more just her insulting Amy's death and Drew Carey I don't. It's hard to explain. I'll play the clip.
She was killed not by Drew, but by the ex. Come on down. Why are you putting allegedly? This story's everywhere. All right, lawyer lady, she threw allegedly in there.
A real gut buster there, Wendy. Yahoo! What a side splitter. The audience reaction really says it all. Utter silence and groans of disappointment. But then the audience is so fucking stupid they go right back to applauding once she talks about allegedly being thrown in there. I don't know. The audience at Wendy Williams shows are just as bad as she is. They're so fucking stupid. I can't stand the audience. These people clap for cheating. They clap when Wendy Williams insults Terry Crews for coming forward about sexual assault. I mean, the audience sucks just as much as Wendy Williams does. But this one, even they couldn't mindlessly clap for a second, which is incredible. I've never seen that before on this fucking awful television show. I just really don't even get how it could have even been misconstrued as a joke, because there's nothing in there that seems like it was supposed to be comedic. It just seems like it was supposed to be mean and remind Drew Carey that his wife was murdered. It doesn't even make sense. Come on down is an iconic line from Price is Right, and I guess her joke was she fell to her death. Come on down. Wow, Wendy. That's really something special you've got there. You sick fuck. She looks like she died 10 years ago, but is being kept alive through some forbidden spell. Her eyes seem lifeless. They're fucking blasted wide open every second she's on TV. Her nose looks caved in like a goddamn skeleton. I don't understand how Wendy Williams can even think for a moment she has room to make jokes about anyone's appearance, their personal choices, or anything at all for that matter. She is an awful person, top to bottom, inside and out, and I can't fucking stand Wendy Williams. Wendy has only ever done one thing in her entire career that wasn't incredibly terrible. It was when she blasted a creamy fart into her panties on her television show.
Room thing. That cop wasn't playing that. I mean, you're lucky you only got battery.
This is the only good thing you've ever done in your entire existence, Wendy, and it was by total accident, which I guess is poetic. You can't even purposely do something almost remotely positive. Your asshole stepped in and did something nice for your shitty career. It's incredible, though. She is actually the first talk show host I'm aware of that has soiled their panties on stage, just caked in a wet mess. So I guess there's history to be made there for you, Wendy. This is your legacy. You're the first talk show host to shit themselves on TV. And that really should be your legacy. That's about all the good you've ever done, and likely ever will do, because you don't have even the most basic amount of empathy or decency. You're a terrible person and a terrible talk show host. That is an awful... All of you probably know by now, they finally caught the dastardly diddler. P. Diddy has been arrested, and I imagine that scene looks straight out of Batman Arkham Asylum when they have, like, Joker strapped to that thing walking him through the insane asylum. This guy is a menace that terrorized the entire music industry for decades. I've gone over his lore a lot, so I'm not just going to regurgitate all of that. There's a lot of new things I want to talk about that's been happening as a result of him being arrested. The first thing that happened almost immediately is they put him under suicide watch. It was like a speed run to get him there. I don't know if that's standard protocol or if they found something that made them believe he might hurt himself, like he was smuggling razor blades in his butthole, or maybe they were worried that without baby oil he'd just take his own life because he doesn't know how to live without baby oil. I really couldn't tell you. Maybe this is just textbook procedure. That's what they're saying it is, calling it procedural suicide watch for high-profile clients, but I've only seen this once before in a case like this, and it was Epstein. And in his case, it was more like suicide don't watch, because it didn't really do much. Very suspicious, but we're not here to talk about that. Point is, though, this happened immediately upon him being taken into custody for the most part, like within a couple of days. And since his arrest, tons of clips and videos and information about who associated with P. Diddy has been coming out, and it's a lot of big celebrities. P. Diddy was a very well-connected person. There were huge names at his freak-off events. There's a lot of people that absolutely knew what P. Diddy was doing, and there's going to most likely be a lot of big celebrities that get implicated in some heinous shit in their connection with Diddy. One person right now that a lot of people are having their eyes on is Usher. I mentioned Usher as well when talking about P. Diddy being arrested, and it's because Usher has gone on record talking about his time at Puffy Flavor Camp, which again, I think is the most on-the-nose shit ever. Like, that just sounds like an evil diddler organization. Puffy fucking Flavor Camp. So anyway, when Usher was a kid in the 90s, he lived with P. Diddy for a year at this Puffy Flavor Camp, and he went on Howard Stern's show and talked a little bit about his experience, kind of vaguely, but mentioned multiple times that there were things going on that he just couldn't understand, and probably shouldn't have been experiencing. When asked if he would send his kid to a Puffy Flavor Camp, he said, hell no. This is someone who lived through the evilness of P. Diddy and did nothing to prevent it from happening to others, like Justin Bieber, another Puffy Flavor Camp veteran. A lot of Bieber clips have surfaced from when he was a kid in Hollywood, and it is fucking foul. Not just in relation to P. Diddy, but in general, the way Hollywood, openly sexualized him as a kid is absurd. That shit is crazy. Anyway, though, back to Usher. He's never spoken out against Diddy or anything, whether that's out of fear or maybe he really thinks that what happened to him is just the norm in Hollywood, because P. Diddy was so connected and so many artists went through him and were put through horrible shit with P. Diddy because they were convinced that they had to go through that in order to be successful in the industry, because P. Diddy told them that, and people told them that. P. Diddy would be like the kingmaker, so you'd have to be fucking waterboarded by baby oil and all kinds of depraved shit for P. Diddy in order to be successful. Otherwise, he might ruin your career before it even starts. He was the boogeyman of the industry. So whether Usher is afraid of what P. Diddy might have on him, or if he doesn't view what happened to him as a bad thing, I have no way of knowing why, but he's never spoken out against Diddy, which has made a lot of people really suspicious of Usher. And then yesterday, he deleted all of his tweets. He then put out a quick statement saying, "Account got hacked and damn y'all ran with it, crying emoji, crying emoji, crying emoji. See you tonight." I mean, I don't think there's anyone on the planet that believes that. You'd have to get up pretty early in the morning to try and pull this fast one on someone. Who in the world would take that hook, line, and sinker? You're telling me a hacker went on your Twitter and the only thing they did was secretly delete all of your tweets? Who was the hacker? Your PR manager? What? Usually when an account gets hacked on Twitter, two things happen. Either it starts spamming slurs and unhinged tweets, or it starts promoting crypto scams. Why would someone hack him just to scrub his Twitter from potentially damaging tweets that might be used as evidence potentially? The timing of that makes no sense. That must be the most helpful hacker of all time. Who hacked this guy? Captain America trying to protect him or something? What? I can confidently say that's a load of baloney right there. That is some dirty barnacles. Usher did not get hacked. But maybe there's a chance he himself didn't go through and delete them. He might have had one of his managers do it. That's possible, I guess. But either way, it doesn't matter. It was a conscious decision to go through and scrub his Twitter. It had to be. That's the only thing that makes sense. Diddy gets arrested, and then a few days later, his whole Twitter account is scrubbed, and he had a very close relationship with Diddy? I mean, that's super suspicious. And then to try and claim that it was a hacker who did it secretly? What? It just doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. Now, there was another celebrity who also scrubbed her Twitter, and it's Pink. I saw her name floating around in regards to scrubbed Twitters as well, where people were claiming Pink had just scrubbed all of her tweets as well because of Diddy's arrest. So I looked into that because I'd never heard about Pink and Diddy being close or anything, but I also wasn't the most tapped into Hollywood and the music industry connections. And what I learned is that Pink didn't just scrub her Twitter in light of Diddy's arrest. She actually deleted all of her tweets back in February. So 7 months ago she did that as a way of just stepping away from social media because she said she didn't enjoy it. So it doesn't sound like it has anything to do with Diddy. And from everything I've looked at, she's never been publicly around Diddy. It doesn't seem like they're friends or anything. I can't find anything of her talking positively about it or attending one of his freak off events or anything. I don't see any connection like that. So I don't think she deleted her tweets because of P. Diddy. I do believe Usher did, though. I don't think it's some kind of coincidence that his Twitter account gets mysteriously hacked and he has all of his tweets deleted after P. Diddy's arrest and after the public becomes really well aware of how many people P. Diddy was close with. That just... something smells a little fishy there. So, I think this is just the beginning of celebrities and P. Diddy like putting the spotlight on the awful shit that they were all privy to. Like I said, P. Diddy is a very well-connected person for decades. Apparently he was also a big enthusiast of filming some things at these events and would use some of it as like dirt on people that attended them, and that'd be another way he'd use to keep people's mouths shut about some of the stuff that would happen there. But I do think that the tapes will probably get confiscated at some point, and I think that information will probably lead to a lot of celebrities getting into some big hot water. Now, there is a celebrity that I haven't mentioned yet that has been in the spotlight a little bit as a result of P. Diddy being arrested, and it's Kevin Hart. So, Kevin Hart is in a P. Diddy video. At one of the freak-off events, Kevin Hart is there. And people are claiming that after P. Diddy got arrested, Kevin Hart closed all of his restaurants. Kevin Hart has a fast food chain called Hart House, and they are claiming that he shut down all of those restaurants as a result of P. Diddy being arrested, trying to like get ahead of it. But from what I can see, he actually closed down those restaurants a week before P. Diddy got arrested, so that might not be the reason for it, but it also could be, because I think everyone knew this day was coming with P. Diddy getting arrested, because so much evidence has been coming to light so quickly. So there is still that chance, but I do think it's more likely Kevin Hart shut them down for other reasons outside of that, and that Kevin Hart is probably still guilty of some horrible shit at these P. Diddy events, but I don't know if that was the reason behind closing down the restaurants. Again, though, I do think there's going to be a lot of information that comes out about a lot of celebrities as a result of P. Diddy's arrest. So, just wanted to give a little update here because there's a... I want to start this video off by celebrating something important that's a little unrelated to the overall topic of the video, but one that calls for celebration. So let's pump our fists and wiggle our fingers together as we say rest in peace to James Corden's Late Late Show. That's right, it's finally over. We've survived the bubonic plague of bad television. James Corden's show is off the air officially, and I also love that now we have like some classified documents finally releasing that confirms what we all knew, that nobody fucking watched James Corden's show. It was a colossal flop. It was losing $20 million a year apparently before they finally decided to take it behind the barn and put it down for good, just execute it. There is nobody in the world that likes James Corden. I've said it for years now. He's like one of the only unifying things our planet has to offer. We all have our differences, but somewhere embedded deep in our DNA is this common ground of disliking James Corden. And for some reason, his shows existed for so fucking long now. It was always a mystery, and I thought maybe I was just boofing crazy pills and like he had huge fans, but clearly not. They were losing so much money on him, and now they finally decided to stop the bleeding. It's just such a breath of fresh air. Already the world looks more colorful and less gray now that the Late Late Show is dead and buried, just put 6 feet under in its coffin. No more carpool karaoke. I feel like the possibility for our species are limitless now. It's like in Gurren Lagann when humanity goes from living underground fucking cave-dwelling troglodytes to breaching into the surface world, and then they start evolving at a rapid rate. I feel like that's where we're at right now because carpool karaoke is no longer keeping us buried. You know, that was the single thing preventing us from reaching a Type 2 spacefaring civilization. It's so nice. Now let's get to the actual topic of today's video. Enough celebrating the end of the Late Late Show. I'm sure many of you have heard about this massive writers' strike that's going on right now, where the Writers Guild of America is protesting, so they've all stopped their work in the industry at the moment. There's a lot of reasons for it, but really the primary takeaways are they're not being fairly compensated for their work when it comes to streaming services. So right now they're paid a single fixed residual that aren't tied to viewer numbers and no additional payments that come through when the show shuffles between different streaming services. An example they give is one of the writers for Jane the Virgin is only receiving 1 to 2 cents for their residual checks, which is far from the norm or acceptable. And that's because streaming content has blown up recently, and for the industry itself, it's still pretty new. So they're not really getting the compensation that they should be, especially when compared to other aspects of the entertainment industry like normal movies or normal TV shows. So streaming is still in that weird gray area where they're getting face fucked when it comes to their compensation, and now they're protesting, looking for more appropriate compensation and fairer pay for it, which I think is totally reasonable. None of these shows happen without the writers. I understand the A-list actors and celebrities are always going to put asses into seats and make swamp-ass thrones as people are glued to it for these characters, but those characters are written by these writers, and without them, they'd be fucking flat and worthless. The effect of writers on the actual medium is severely overlooked by just normal viewers, I feel. I've seen real brain rot takes on this from Twitter about how the writers aren't even important to the shows to begin with, which is mind-boggling that we've reached a point where there's a lot of viewers that are unable to wrap their head around the entire show they watch is constructed by these writers. Without them, it doesn't exist, it doesn't happen, and it doesn't work. So it's super weird that people are trying to belittle their role in the industry and downplay their importance, even going as far as to call this whole strike a bunch of mumbo-jumbo, hocus-pocus nonsense and that they're entitled. It's so fucked up. Like, for some reason now people are taking up arms in order to protect billionaires in their right to exploit writers like this. I think it's fucking stupid. Like, again, the writers make the shows happen. It's not like your favorite actors that are in these shows go in there and fucking improv every single one of their lines. That's just not how it works. So yeah, I do agree that the writers deserve better pay, especially because streaming has blown up so much, and yet the pay for writers hasn't grown with it. This sector has exploded, yet for some reason the writers have been left behind when it comes to their compensation. So I think the strike is totally within their right to do. I think it's a good thing. And if you don't believe me that it's a good thing, how about I just show you some of the proof that's in the pudding right now? Get ready, because I'm about to give you a fucking enema of good news. This writer's strike has already been huge W's across the board for anybody with eyes, because since they're striking, a lot of terrible shows have had to go on hiatus, had to go dark. That includes every late night talk show, baby. Every single fucking one of these late night parasites have had to go off air because, of course, they don't write their own material. They're not like real comedians anymore. They don't make fucking jokes on their own. It's all fed to them by these writers. And now that they're striking, they have nothing. Thus, they've had to stop the programs. So no Jimmy Kimmel, no Jimmy Fallon. We're getting everything fucking purged right now and on break, and it feels so good to not have to have YouTube inundated with fucking god-awful late show talk clips. Oh my god, it feels amazing. So there's already a huge W there, already seeing some great stuff from the writer's strike, some good results. But if you want the best possible news from the writer's strike, you know what else is severely affected? Big Mouth. The worst show ever produced by human beings is currently getting hammered because of this writer's strike. It is unable to continue production as of the moment, and we can only pray, have our fingers crossed, that they will just shut down the upcoming season and call it quits. Just put the kibosh on the entire series, because Big Mouth fucking sucks. Just close your eyes and envision this utopia with me. No James Corden Late Late Show. No Big Mouth. That is a serene existence. That would actually unlock the full potential of our brains. It'd be like taking that pill from Limitless. We would fucking invent teleportation technology the next day. Now, even better news, even if Big Mouth does unfortunately continue, if we're cursed for another season of Big Mouth, it's the final season. So there won't be any after that, which that's great news, but it's bittersweet because we could just not have that season air to begin with. So regardless, though, Big Mouth on the horizon is soon to be finished, kaput, which is fantastic. I also forgot one other big one that's currently going dark. Another stinker. Saturday Night Live! Saturday Night Live is also affected by the writer's strike, so they're unable to currently continue as is. So just a lot of good W's all around here. Now, there is more to the purpose behind the strike. It wasn't all for the compensation. There is another component to this that I think it's worth mentioning here. They're also wanting to regulate AI when it comes to the industry. AI is also exploding, and it is evolving at an unbelievably fast rate, which is of course a legitimate concern here. AI is already fucking wild. It is frightening how good it's gotten in such a short period of time, and it's still very primitive. It is still very early on in this technology, so it's only going to get better and more refined. So what the Writers Guild is looking for here is some regulation where the AI can't be trained off of their works. Their works would be protected, so that way the AI can't be building models based around their scripts, can't be like generating scripts of their own based on their work, and also they can't really be using AI to go through and change some of their work or undermine it and shit like that. It's just looking for some level of protection for the writers. It doesn't seem like they're trying to completely outlaw it, make it illegal when it comes to AI in the writing room, or forbid it entirely, because AI can be used as a good tool for writers as well. It's just looking for some level of like regulation or just some openness to discuss how they can utilize AI in different ways there. At least that's how I understand it. I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem like they're just trying to get rid of it entirely from the writing process. So yeah, overall, wishing the best for the writers here with the strike. From what I can tell, it doesn't seem like the powerful suits out there are really responding at all to it in any meaningful capacity at the moment. It seems like the attitude's kind of just rub some fucking dirt in it, get over it kind of thing. But I guess we'll see how that goes when their biggest programs start to feel the effects of the strike, because the WGA is huge. They do a lot of writing. So that advertisement next to this article is crazy. Why do gynecologists recommend this 100% leak-proof underwear to my ma'am? Hey, to USA Today's credit, at least this isn't completely inundated with ads. There's only 4 here that I can see. Usually it's like 7 or 8. Yep, so what came out last night in the P. Diddy case is a lawyer from the Busby law firm has come forward stating that he received thousands of calls over the last 10 days, and they have verified 120 of the victims as legitimate victims, including 25 who were minors. So they have now filed a pending civil lawsuits for it, and he gave a little conference going over kind of like the gist of it. Here, this is a good like summation.
Sex trafficking lawyer Tony Busby made the revelation today.
The claims we intend to bring will include the following: violent sexual assault or rape, sexual abuse, facilitated sex with a controlled substance, false imprisonment, compelling prostitution, sexual misconduct, dissemination of video recordings, false imprisonment.
So he's going through like an entire like platinum trophy list worth of allegations and crimes that Diddy is accused of doing, with 120 new victims. So it's a lot, obviously. It's a huge fucking chunk, which I don't think anyone's surprised by given the scope of Diddy and the Diddy parties and all of that. But now these are being filed. They're separate from the indictment, so this is different than what Diddy is currently in jail for. And he, the lawyer, is claiming that some of the names, like accomplices, people that engaged with it, people that knew about it and did nothing, are names that will shock people. Why did Nicolas Cage's son accusing him of hitting come up? Why, that's not what?
Investigators confirm and corroborate what we've been told are names that will shock you. These are individual cases. There are indeed other perpetrators involved. They will be revealed when that particular individual case is ready to be filed. They already know who they are. And I'm talking here about not just the cowardly but complicit bystanders. That is, those people that we know.
What is this countdown?
This behavior occur.
Really? That's fascinating. I hate using the internet without an ad block on. Jesus Christ. Okay. Anyway, though, he goes on to say that it's more than just, like, the people that engaged and people that were, like, complicit and everything. And they have, like, evidence to back it up, this and that. And I can tell you, Kevin Hart is fucking sweating. He has been videoed at a Diddy party, and I bet right now he is panicking. That dude's gonna try and book, like, 1,000 rolls ASAP before it all comes crumbling down with Diddy here, I bet. But I was wondering, what names would really shock me? I just feel like everyone in Hollywood is just fundamentally evil, save for some rare exceptions. I don't think anyone that'll be named in this, if they're confirmed to be like a Diddy associate that like engaged with all of this degenerate, awful, illegal shit, I don't think there's any names there that would surprise me. Like maybe Bill Nye would surprise me, or like Humphrey Bogart because he's dead. Like that would be crazy if Humphrey Bogart is in the middle of all this. But aside from that, like, I don't know who else would really surprise me. Maybe, like, Wumpus from Discord would be another one that'd be pretty shocking. Keanu. Oh, Keanu Reeves would be a very shocking one. But I'm so confident he wouldn't be involved here that it's not even a thought that crosses my mind. Like, he doesn't engage with any Hollywood zombies or anything, really. Brendan Fraser. That's another person, though, that also just doesn't really engage with a lot of people in Hollywood. He was even ostracized from Hollywood for a little while. So I just don't think he'd be involved in it either. But those would be shocking. You were right, yeah. Those were so shocking, my voice just cracked. Who would be your number one pick? Like, who do I think is for sure going to be involved in all of this? If they ever release the Diddy list? I think, obvious one, Kevin Hart. He's already been on video at a Diddy party. I think, for sure.
Sexual abuse of minors.
Busby says the victims include both men and women, and he says some of them were minors.
Our youngest victim at the time of the occurrence was 9 years old. We have an individual who was 14 years old.
Jesus
We have
Christ.
one who was 15. 25 of the 120 individuals who are plaintiffs in these cases were minors at the time of the acts complained of.
And he says there's evidence to prove it.
You should know that more than 55% of the victims filed reported this conduct to either the authorities, that is the police, or to hospitals.
Diddy is being held without...
So, we're going to see how this unfolds here, but he also mentioned in the conference they received 3,000 calls, and of the 3,000 calls, they verified, like they did their due diligence, according to him, verified 120 of them as like legitimate victims, and claims that they have a lot of evidence to support it. So it seems like there's quite a lot of weight to that. Like, it doesn't seem like just people trying to capitalize off Diddy for a payday. What it really seems like is now that this case has blown up, like the lid's been blown wide open, cat's out of the bag, everyone who has been a victim for so many decades is starting to come forward with their own accounts. Kind of like the March of the Treants against Isengard. So now they're all coming out, they're all talking about what happened, and apparently a lot of it's being verified. So, could be a pretty big deal. Do you think Bieber will talk? I think so. I think Justin Bieber is another, like, big victim in all of this. I think he'll probably come forward. I don't have a crystal ball or anything to predict it, but I just feel like Hollywood did Bieber so dirty, like openly sexualizing him as a child and all of that. Like, I feel like he's probably going to speak about it. Why are people saying DiCaprio? I don't know. Is DiCaprio a good friend of Diddy's? Or is he like a victim? I don't know about the DiCaprio connection to it all. I love this. Look at all these wonderful ads I get in my article. My article's somewhere in here, I'm sure. Just gotta find it. Reports suggest, including Diddy himself, required IV drips. Yeah, this is all what we've known about it for a while, but where is Leo? Here we go. The last occasion they were photographed together was in 2019 when Leo, 49, attended Diddy's 50th birthday celebration. That's crazy. I clicked this link expecting it to have the photograph. What it did is it just linked me back to the same article I was reading to try and farm more ads off of me. You make me fucking sick, Irish Star. We'll see what comes from it. P. Diddy's lawyer hasn't spoke on it yet. He's still too busy fighting on the front lines about the baby oil stuff, so we'll have to wait to see what Mark says. I'm sure Mark will dismiss it as just people, like, trying to pounce on Diddy for money. That's the angle I think he's going to try and claim. That's just my guess, based on everything I've seen from Mark, but we'll see. I know Costco responded saying they don't even sell baby oil or whatever. I saw. I don't think anyone's surprised. Mark was just fishing for any kind of logical reason. Like, he was doing his best. He is obligated to defend everything Diddy does and has ever done. Like, even with that video of him beating the shit out of Cassie, Mark defends it as like, well, you need to kind of understand the context. She threw her phone at him. So, I mean, you know, like, you know, like, it's not good. It's not good to beat women, but, I mean, we need to remember, she threw her phone. So, like, it's Mark's job. Of course he's going to defend it. God, that LeBron meme has been around for so long, and for the first time it's actually somewhat applicable with Diddy. How will it affect his legacy? If LeBron is somehow included in these claims, and it's, like, verified, it will actually fucking tarnish his legacy. Actually, maybe not. I say that, but then I remember that basketball still celebrates Karl Malone, and he impregnated a 13-year-old. The guy is a rapist, and then they still celebrate him. So maybe it wouldn't, actually. Chat, did Baba Vanga predict this? Oh, we need to check. Yeah, I didn't look at Baba Vanga's predictions to see if they lined up with this. She very well could have. I really do, again, I'll say it again. I really do think Diddy's not going to get Epsteined. I think we'll eventually know the depths of the depravity, and I think we'll know a lot of the celebrities and associates that were engaged. That's my prediction. I don't know who all is going to be implicated beyond, like, the obvious, like Kevin Hart and all that, but I do really think for sure he's not going to get Epsteined. We can only clear one person for certain, 50 Cent. That's the only guy that's innocent. He's been shitting on Diddy for years. Can you imagine, though, if he is actually named in this? That humanity has never unanimously agreed on something in its entire history of existence. There's people that don't believe in dinosaurs. People fucking unironically believe the world is flat and that the snow is not real, and the snow that we get is just plastic or toxic chemicals that are making their dicks smaller. There is never been a case where everyone in the world agrees on something until Jeffrey Epstein died in prison. You see, everyone in the world pretty much agrees that he was killed. There's the huge meme, Jeffrey Epstein didn't commit suicide. Somehow, this has united humanity, at least in some small way, in the belief that Jeffrey Epstein's death was at least fishy. Now, what does that have to do with today's video of a boomer telling the worst lie that's ever been recorded? Well, it's because that boomer is Prince Andrew, and he's facing child sex charges in wake of Jeffrey Epstein's case coming to light. And here he is defending himself with the worst fucking lying I've ever seen. Everyone's lied. You know, I'm sure some of you have lied about eating the last cookie in your mom's cookie jar, but no one has ever told a lie less convincing than... There's a bulletproof defense right there, Prince Andrew. Yep, you've really convinced us now. You could literally see on his face those old senile gears in his head turning, firing on all cylinders, turning on the turbo afterburners to come up with any excuse possible, and he drums up the dumbest fucking one imaginable. You could hear him stuttering like a child in elementary school got called on to read a book out loud in front of the class, and then he comes up with, well, that can't possibly be correct because I don't... So there you have it, that's ironclad, watertight, throw the whole fucking story out now. Clearly, this man is such an adrenaline junkie, such a seasoned veteran, battle-hardened, gladiator, warrior, championship monster man, fighting on the front lines of battle, eating bullets for breakfast for the sake of his country, and his body is no longer capable of producing sweat. An autonomic function of the body is now just rendered useless to this man's chiseled grease. I mean, it's laughable when you think that a man like him is capable of sweating after everything he's been through. To accuse him of something so mundane as sweat, it's laughable. Laughable. You know who else doesn't sweat, Prince Andrew? Reptilians. Something to think about. Science doesn't lie. To be fair, I also very rarely sweat, even if I work out really hard. Some people just sometimes have a hard time sweating. You know who's not one of those people? Prince Andrew. It takes one simple Google search to find thousands of pictures of this man sweating like a fucking faucet being turned on. This fucking boomer sweats more than a hentai lover in church. I don't know why he would tell a lie that is so easily thrown out by just Googling Prince Andrew sweat. It's fucking stupid, man. What a horrible goddamn lie. It's such a sad question to get asked. Are you sure you didn't meet her, or is it possible you just don't remember meeting her because you're such a high-level fucking senile boomer? Well, you can't argue with that. It's pretty useless when the question is just answered with a, meh, I don't know. Like if my girlfriend came home, Charlie, why is there the crusty sock in the laundry room and pubic hair trimmings in the sink? I have no idea. I don't know who's done that, perhaps a burglar. He must have come in and trimmed his pubes in our sink and jerked off in a sock. Just not getting any answers out of him throughout the rest of the interview. It's just kind of boring from here on out. But I just really wanted to talk about the I don't sweat line. I don't know what the allegations even are against Prince Andrew. I don't know what he's accused of. All I know is that anyone in the world that's ever told a lie, which is everyone out there, can immediately recognize all of that leading up to the I don't sweat and the I don't sweat as a really shitty lie that anyone would be embarrassed of. That's the kind of lie you'd tell in high school and lie awake at night just cringing about into your 30s. Yeah, it's like, and the way he gets to it with the stuttering, sounding like Patrick Starr going about Man Ray. I don't sweat. It's just fucking, it's sad, you know, that's the lie that he chose. Gwyneth Paltrow is a world-famous actress. Most of you are going to know her from her role in Iron Man and the Avengers and everything, where she plays Pepper Potts. I first became aware of her in Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow, a movie that I convinced myself was only a dream about once every 5 or 6 years until I, for some reason, remember it and decide to Google it. But the point being, she's a well-known actress. She's been around for a long time. And now she's graduated from acting and has gone full-time into scamming with her company, Goop. Goop you've probably heard of, a lot of YouTubers, a lot of outlets, pretty much everyone in the world has made shitting on Goop because it's pseudoscience that aims to scam women and exploit them for products they don't need and don't do anything. She basically sells queefs in a jar that are supposed to like realign your energy electromagnetic field and reset your chakra vibrations to send you to a different dimensional plane where you're healthier. It's a bunch of garbage. It's straight fucking nonsense. And I'm not even exaggerating with the example of queefs in a jar. I know that sounds extreme, but I mean, look at this new product that she's putting out that's already sold out. It's called This Smells Like My Vagina. It's a candle that smells like Gwyneth Paltrow's pussy. And to that I say, it's about damn time. Ever since I first saw Sky Captain, I've been going to bed tossing and turning, just being kept awake at night wondering, what does Gwyneth Paltrow's vagina, her cooter, what does it smell like? And now I can finally get the answer, or so I thought. I had to add myself to the fucking waiting list, and I've been on the waiting list for 4 days now, and it hasn't come back in stock. I don't know how hard it is just to stick some candle wax up your pussy. I mean, take one for the team, Gwyneth. You're selling this. At least have enough in stock so I can get one. God, I want this product almost as much as I want an air freshener that smells like Amy Schumer's asshole. In all honesty, I'm not overly interested in Gwyneth Paltrow's pussy candles. I'm not trying to have my whole house smell like Tony Stark's fingers. What I want to focus on is her new Netflix series called The Goop Lab, which is basically an entire show trying to normalize pseudoscience and promote and market pseudoscience, which I find to be more than just goofy, like what my vagina smells like, and it's just downright dangerous, especially in the current climate of things where this large group of stupid troglodytes think the earth is flat and these fucking Facebook wino alcoholic moms think vaccines are evil, so people aren't vaccinating their kids, which, let me just quickly say, if you're not vaccinating your kids, you need to be thrown in jail. You're an absolute waste to society, a detriment to the whole fucking world, and you should be thrown in the slammer, and those kids should not be allowed out in public until they're vaccinated. Not the kids' fault, their parents are fucking idiots, but they need to be vaccinated, and those parents need to get the fuck out of here. Just wanted to get that out there real quick. So I'm thinking, what I'm saying here is I think the Goop Lab is the worst possible thing Netflix could possibly put on their catalog at the moment.
So what happens in a workshop?
Everyone gets off.
What the fuck are you doing to people?
That is the most fitting introduction to this pile of dog shit. What the fuck are you doing to people, Gwyneth Paltrow? I just still can't believe Goop is ever accepted as anything more than a joke to people. There was a whole fucking thing that Goop tried to promote of walking around barefoot because it cures depression. They said that by walking around barefoot, you're reconnecting with the earth itself and its energies. Gwyneth Paltrow says she gets stung by bees on purpose because it's healthy. They had a $55 jade egg that they were selling that you stick up your vagina, but then there became a lot of health risks associated with the jade egg, so they take it down. There's so much bafflingly awful shit in Goop. They tried to tell you to start yachting because yachting was good for your spirit, so they'd recommend these expensive yachting trips from Goop. It's fucking crazy. Like, half their shit sounds like something out of the Mad Max universe where you spray your fucking face with chrome and you go to Valhalla. They're really into these cleanses. They have a nothing but goat milk diet cleanse where you drink and eat nothing but goat milk for 8 days to heal yourself of parasites. They have this fucking shamanic healing ritual. They also have this bra burning ritual that they say gets rid of all the bad energy from your ex-boyfriends. So they promote that to burn bras in your own house, nearly lighting your fucking house on fire. It's crazy shit. It's absolute insanity.
I had an exorcism.
Oh, wow.
She knew something that my husband didn't even know.
You want to talk about the vulva?
Yep, they've got it all. Psychic mediums, energy healing, and orgasms. There's a huge emphasis on orgasms here, as if Goop is known for orgasms. It's quite the opposite. They literally dry your vagina up. They promote vaginal steaming to get rid of moisture in your vagina. The last thing you're having following anything from Goop is an orgasm. But I mean, yeah, this show is just a piece of shit, and it's just outright dangerous, and Gwyneth Paltrow has gone completely off the deep end. I know a lot of these Hollywood weirdos, for some reason, get really into this garbage, like, you know, Scientology and shit like that, but this is so much worse, because she's actively out here marketing pseudoscience and exploiting women across the world with this absolute bullshit. Again, I know people shit on Gwyneth Paltrow and Goop all the time, but it's really important to do that now with the Goop Lab about to air. I guarantee there's a lot of very impressionable young women or completely out of touch boomer women that take it at face value, think it's real, and then all of a sudden it's the gateway drug to not vaccinating their kids, and that fucks all of us. I don't know why the fuck Netflix would think that something like this is a good idea. I don't know what they're going to do next. Maybe Netflix is going to fund a Holocaust denying documentary type thing. I don't know, because it seems like now they've opened the floodgates to complete lunacy. It's stupid, it's frustrating, and it makes me mad as shit that pseudoscience is as popular as it is at the moment. And flat earth, that's harmless. You know, I'm fine with that pseudoscience existing because people like to, you know, think they're smarter than everyone else. Oh, there's lizard people among us, the earth is flat. That's fine, that's harmless. But the second you stop vaccinating your kids and bringing back these old diseases and making them stronger, that's when the line needs to be drawn from this is comically goofy to holy fuck, this is something we need to actually take action on and be aware of. It's dangerous. That's the Goop Lab. That's what I feel like. I'm following the Diddy case very closely. I think this is a super serious one that's up there with like the same level of Epstein almost. And in following the case so closely, where I have peepers on it at all times, I'm also following his lawyer pretty closely. So I've watched every interview that his lawyer has done. Good old Mark, a real patriot. The majority of what Mark says is just boilerplate standard lawyer lie speak, just a bunch of babble where when confronted with questions, just basically deflects it or reshapes it. So if he's confronted with a question about the case, he will do his best to steer it differently. So in one interview, someone asked him point blank what he thinks about that video that shows Diddy beating the shit out of a woman. And he says, yeah, that's bad. He basically just says, like, it's not good, you know, beating women, boo, I'm not a fan of that. But we have to remember, he's not being indicted for beating women. Wow, Mark, checkmate. Right you are. We do need to keep that in mind. Surely this video evidence of P. Diddy beating the shit out of Cassie has nothing to do with anything else. You've nailed it there, Phoenix Wright. You're a real shining star, Mark. And that's kind of what he does. He'll take things, be like, oh yeah, no, beating women, not good. But that is not what he's indicted for. In fact, they're coming after him for sex trafficking. Can you believe it? What nonsense. It's ridiculous, and we're gonna prove it in court. We'll give him the razzle-dazzle, a little bit of that slam jam, thank you ma'am, and prove that P. Diddy is an innocent man. It's a bunch of fucking nothing, a giant nothing burger with the way Mark talks about it. I know he knows that P. Diddy is guilty, but he's about to get a fat paycheck for it. So there's not a whole lot I want to talk about when it comes to Mark's interviews or statements, but there are two interviews I want to show you and really talk about because they are beautiful. So Mark's been getting asked a lot about the baby oil. Mark has to defend so many awful, fucking heinous, and downright weird things for his client, and he has to defend all of them, mind you, which includes the fucking baby oil, and the way that he tries to defend it is so silly. He is a fucking amazing clown. So if, like, this whole lawyer thing doesn't work out for him, or if he wants to retire and just, like, do something on the side, this dude absolutely needs to get into, like, honking his nose professionally, because this shit is great.
They call them freak-offs. But, you know, back when I was a kid in the late 70s, they were called threesomes.
If these are genuinely threesomes, how do you explain 1,000 bottles of baby oil?
I don't know where the number 1,000 came.
The U.S. attorney said it.
I can't imagine it's thousands. I mean, you know.
There's already so much to unpack there. He is trying, with a straight face, to say that the freak-off parties are just threesomes. Brother, open your eyes. There are videos from some of the freak-offs, and it's a lot different than what you're trying to paint it as here. That is just so disingenuous and delusional. I get that it's his job, but man, don't insult the intelligence of every human being on the planet. It's just one Google search away. You can see. It's not just threesomes. And Goober here is trying to pull the wool over your eyes by trying to convince you that it's just threesomes. Well, back in my day, we used to call that a threesome. Now all of a sudden it's a freak off or some shit. Like, what are you talking about? It's so dumb. But anyway, to the baby oil. He immediately tries to downplay it like, oh, it wasn't 1,000. Where'd that made-up number come from? That's a fucking fake news fib right there. And the interviewer's like, no, that came from the attorney. Like, no, that's the official statement. And he's like, no, they must be lying. Surely they're lying about that.
And I'm not really sure what the baby oil has to do with anything.
They're essentially saying it's a lubricant for an orgy.
I guess. I don't know what you need 1,000. One bottle of baby oil goes a long way. I don't know what you need 1,000 for. I mean, he has a big house. He buys in bulk. You know, I think they have Costco's in every place where he has a home.
You can see the cogs in his brain turning in real time as he starts to come to the realization that there is no way to try and justify or explain away 1,000 bottles of baby oil. That quantity is absurd, unfathomable even. And he starts to like break it down, and he starts to go like and argue against his client, like, 1,000 bottles of baby oil? That just doesn't make any sense. Who would possibly need that amount of baby oil? Do you know how much mileage you can get out of a single bottle? The best he could come up with is saying that since his houses are close to Costco, he's probably just buying it in bulk. I decided to look it up, just out of curiosity, what the biggest bundle of baby oil you could even buy in bulk is, and the biggest pack that I could find was 5. A 5-pack of baby oil. He would need 200 packs of that. Just picture that for a moment. Imagine stacking 200 packs of baby oil, 5 packs. If you stack them on top of each other, from bottom to top, it'll probably be about as high as a small office building. Like, that is crazy. And you're going to sit there in front of God and anime and try and make the claim that the freak-offs are just threesomes and the 1,000 bottles of baby oil is unrelated somehow, or used for threesomes. Like, Mark, please, brother, oh my God.
I mean, have you sat in a parking lot of a Costco and see what people walk out of there with?
Not 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
I don't think it was 1,000. I think it was, let's just say it's a lot, okay?
No, that's not okay, Mark. Why don't we use the actual U.S. Attorney's report on how much baby oil they confiscated from his property? You can't just wipe your ass and throw that number away because it makes your client look like an even bigger psychopath. You can't do that, Mark.
I've been with him since 8 o'clock this morning, and it's about almost 3 o'clock now. He's just laser focused. He's engaged. He's helpful. He's confident. You know, we're going through our defense as we do every day, and his spirits are relatively good.
Hey, Mark, I just want to say that information does not make me happy. I don't want to hear that P. Diddy is in good spirits. He shouldn't be. That guy is an absolute fiend. He's a villain. He is evil. I don't want to hear that he's in good spirits or having a positive outlook on things. I want to hear that he's fucking miserable, because that's what he deserves for what he's done for the last few fucking decades that he has been terrorizing the entire music industry and ruining lives. So, Mark, your reporting right there actually put a frown on my face. You know that? I want you to know that.
How do you explain the baby oil and the lubricants? 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
I don't think it was 1,000. I think it was a lot. I mean, there's a Costco right down the street. You know, I think Americans buy in bulk, as we know. And you know, this is consensual adults doing what consensual adults do. You know, we can't get so puritanical in this country to think that somehow sex is a bad thing, because if it was, there'd be no more people.
He's really sticking to the Costco theory here. Just sit outside of Costco and look what people come out with. It's crazy stuff. I'm sure he's not the only person to walk out of Costco with 1,000 bottles of baby oil. That's definitely the normal thing that happens. And then he tries to put a spin on it that it was consensual adults engaging in sexual activities. Mark, one of the big things about the freak-offs is the non-consensual nature of some of the shit that P. Diddy would force the guests to do. It's like a crucial component of this. And I understand, like, he can't go out there and say anything like that, but the evidence is overwhelming. So I just don't, I hate hearing lawyers speak about a case in a situation like this where the client they're defending is clearly guilty, because then you can just see the lies spilling out of their mouth, and it's just an awful thing to even just look at. But he then does try and put like that last little bow on it by saying like, oh, we can't be like this. We can't be all yucky about hearing about sex. It's important. Imagine if there wasn't sex, there'd be no more people. Whoa. Galaxy brain, Mark. Wow. I see why they pay you the big bucks. But yeah, I just wanted to show you these two interviews here because I love seeing Mark squirm when it comes to the baby oil statement and the baby oil line of questioning. It's really just... There's plenty of sad, pathetic losers on the internet, but above them all stands one YouTuber named Onision. I have more respect for adults that film themselves shitting in diapers than I do for Onision. For those of you fortunate enough to have never heard of this guy, and I imagine that's most of you watching because almost no one remembers this guy, he's a fucking fossil on the internet that's only remembered as the butt of every fucking joke online now. But he used to be a pretty big YouTuber, a really shitty one. He had 3 shitty channels, one where he talked about shit horribly with these pseudo-intellectual hot takes, one where he made the worst skits ever created on the internet, and then one where he made the worst skits ever created and also talked about shit poorly. He's fallen into obscurity these days because over the course of his career he fell into many controversies such as reports of being abusive in his relationships, manipulation. He also used to have this series where teenage girls would send pictures of their body to him so he could rate them on it. It's all weird, fucked up shit. And for the last 2 or 3 years, all 3 of his channels combined for like 100,000 views a month, so he was pretty much dead on the internet. But this week he came up with a new strategy for gaining attention, which was posting weird, cringy 50 Shades of Grey fanfic shit on his Twitter, saying things like, I can't wait for you to fuck me, I want to wake up in the morning with your pussy around my asshole, things like that. And it was too hard for people to not make fun of him, because this man's just a human punching bag. Calling this guy a human is giving him a very generous title, because he's not. This dude's like a fucking pinworm. He just lives in your asshole and makes you itch, and to scratch that itch you have to make fun of him. He's pathetic. Imagine your life revolving around having to get made fun of just so you can make a paycheck. I really don't know how this cockroach can be happy with his legacy. His whole existence revolves around going online and making people hate him and laugh at him. Hemorrhoids have more support than Onision. Urinary tract infections have more fans than Onision. People like broken bones more than they like Onision. His real name is Greg. Greg, how can you be happy with this? If you ever have a child, don't you think that child's gonna be so fucking, just embarrassed of you? Oh yeah, what's your dad do for a living? Oh, he goes online just to get fucking laughed at. Oh great, that's awesome. Okay, cool. Bring him in for show and tell so we can laugh at him. It's fucking pathetic, and I didn't want to talk about this guy because he thrives off this kind of attention. Whenever someone mentions him, no matter how negative, it's always the only thing that even boosts his dead channels by even a slightest amount. But I figured since he's all over the internet right now, it was worth talking about because he actually is getting investigated for child grooming, which sounds about right given Onision's past and all of the alleged things against him. And also just taking one look at his content, it looks like the kind of shit someone that grooms children would make. But anyway, let me just show you a clip from some of his content so you get an idea for the kind of person he is and the kind of shit that he thinks is entertaining, even though it's some of the worst jokes of all time. Keep in mind, this came out this year, March 11th of 2019.
Donegan, and tonight's top story. A special ed school got shot up by a former U.S. Marine? Yes, according to our reports, 100% of the special ed students went ahead and died because instead of running away from the muzzle flash, they ran towards it. Apparently, for some reason, they mixed up the gunshot sounds with a popular rap song, and a lot of them kept screaming, "That's my bop!" One of the former U.S. Marine that shot up the school, coincidentally, was also the surviving teacher, who got a high five for making the world a better place.
Some real side-splitting comedy, Onision, real gut-busting stuff. Sticking your fucking head in between 2 dump trucks colliding would be less painful than sitting through an Onision video. This guy has absolutely no talent whatsoever. I did promise I'd never make a video on Onision because for the last 3 years his entire channel and online presence across all 3 of his channels has been so incredibly dead that even mentioning it in like a fucking passing fart would be enough to kind of help it. So I didn't want to even take the chance because this is the only thing he does. He thrives off the attention, even if it's the worst negative shit in the world. It's the only thing that matters to him, and it does work because his channels have gone from 100,000 views a month across all three to now up to 3 million views a month on just a single one, all because of his Twitter antics and being investigated for child grooming. It's all he cares about. This is the kind of person he is. I mean, just take a look at this channel. Look at those views compared to the one he just posted today on his Twitter, which is about all of the drama and shit. It's the same for all of them. His channels have had a huge boost in views, which is extremely sad, and people are talking about his Meltdown video, which is obviously just him thinking he's untouchable and trying to capitalize off the drama. But he did actually lose his Patreon, which is great news, so that means he's now lost $10 a month that he was making over there. But yeah, anyway, just want to make this quick video talking about this fucking loser. Hopefully all this— What an absolutely wild morning full of shocking surprises. I never thought it was possible for me to get any taller at my age. I'm 27 and like the epiphyseal plates close at 20 and whatever. I didn't think it was possible to grow anymore. And I didn't. But I also didn't think it was possible for Elon Musk to just outright try and buy Twitter. And that seems to be happening right now. Today, Elon Musk put out a public statement with a real offer to buy Twitter, which was sent to Twitter at $54 a share. So coming out to roughly a $43 billion buyout of Twitter. I said publicly I don't think there's a chance Elon would ever try this. Not that I'm like Elon Musk's PR guy or his fucking therapist or whatever. I don't know him. It's not like a parasocial relationship. But this guy goes on Twitter and dank meme shit posts every day. I remember for a little while he was talking about buying Fortnite just to shut it down. Thinking about buying Santa's workshop and hiring all the elves to pump out Teslas for all the good boys and girls in the world. He makes posts like that all the time, like, yeah, I might just buy this, might just go ahead and take control of this. And he never does or anything, so when he initially made the tweet saying, yeah, I might just buy Twitter, why not, fuck it. No one really took it seriously, myself included. I swear to God, Elon Musk took a puff of a joint one time on Rogan, and that changed his life, it feels like. Because from that moment, he just started going like a little hard here, getting a bit wacky. I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow he makes an offer to try and buy heaven from God. But anyway, no one took him seriously when he's like, yeah, I might buy Twitter. And then he made a power move and got 9% of Twitter for like $3 billion or whatever that was, which I guess is just pennies to him. He's wiping his ass with $3 billion, so that was meaningless. And I thought that's where the story would end, that's where the anime wraps up, but then he went full-blown anime protagonist here by just saying, you know what, I want the whole company. I'm not done with you yet. So he makes a formal offer for a crazy price at $43-ish billion, because he wants to make it better for free speech and improve the platform overall and take it private because he doesn't want the company public anymore. And it's just truly wild. Now, what I find to be the most interesting part of it is the way that he's doing it with a very public statement. It feels like he made a twitlonger to buy the website. When I first started reading it, I thought I was looking at a fucking YouTuber apology or like drama between internet creators. Let's go ahead and read it. I invested in Twitter as I believe in its potential to be a platform for free speech around the globe, and I believe free speech is a societal imperative for a functioning democracy. However, since making my investment, I now realize the company will neither thrive nor serve this societal imperative in its current form. Twitter needs to be transformed as a private company. As a result, I am offering to buy 100% of Twitter for $54.20 per share in cash, a 54% premium over the day before I began investing in Twitter, and a 38% premium over the day before my investment was publicly announced. My offer is my best and final offer, and if it is not accepted, I would need to reconsider my position as a shareholder. Twitter has extraordinary potential. I will unlock it. My man's out here sounding like Dr. Robotnik after the Chaos Emeralds, talking about unlocking its full power. Now, it's not as goofy as it sounds, him offering to buy Twitter like this, because he does have 9% stake in the company, and this statement he put out is, it's kind of going nuts to butts. He's saying, you know, if you don't accept this, I'll have to reconsider being a shareholder. He's their biggest shareholder. So if he sells off all of his stock, it's going to tank Twitter's price. It's going to be pretty devastating if Elon just decided, oh, they haven't accepted my offer. Eat this, suck on my cock. Here's my dick and balls, and sells all 9% of his shares. That's not good for a company's stock price. But it is good for Elon. I'm a dumb troglodyte and not super smart when it comes to these things, so in my eyes, it seems like he put his ass in their asshole, where even if they don't accept his offer, he just gets to sell his stock and make money off of that, which is good for him. Or They accept his offer, and he gets the platform that he's been fucking addicted to for the last few years. This guy posts more on Twitter than a 16-year-old girl. So, I mean, he gets to have his dream platform under his belt and do with it what he wants. I don't exactly know what he's going to do to make Twitter better, if such a thing is even possible, but I also don't think he can make it worse. I imagine it's just going to be exactly the same as it is right now, but I've been wrong millions of times before. Maybe he's going to change Twitter where you log in and get free fucking ice cream. I couldn't tell you. But from the perspective of a little reptile brain idiot like me, it seems like no matter what Twitter decides to do here, Elon Musk wins. He either gets Twitter or gets a big payday when selling the stock. But you know who never wins with an Elon Musk tweet? Gab. On every single tweet Elon makes, I see fucking Gab make a desperate post for Elon to notice them. Gab is supposed to be a free speech alternative to Twitter or some shit, but every time I've checked out their website for even a fucking millisecond, the top posts are either QAnon conspiracies or just actual racism, and the comments just have a lot of people using the N-word. I don't know if that's the entire community. It's probably not representative of the entire Gab group, but Jesus Christ, it is fucking weird. And I really feel like every single time I see Elon tweet, Gab is just beneath them replying to it, either begging for some kind of attention or recognition from Big Daddy Elon, or begging for investment. So when Elon made this offer tweet where he goes through like trying to buy Twitter, Gab made their offer to Elon saying, this is all a bunch of hogwash. This is garbage, Elon. How about you sell your Twitter stock and then invest $2 billion into Gab and we'll take the world over? And it's just so desperate. And then he even signed, it comes from their CEO, and then he even signed it at the bottom with Jesus Christ is King. Even the Gab community wasn't excited about it. You can read some of these posts talking about like the relationship between Elon and Jesus Christ isn't strong enough, and about a transhuman agenda to build a prison planet. And then, of course, going right into the N-word, and then microchips in people's brains and shit. So not even the Gab community was excited about another desperate post from their CEO begging to suckle a little bit of milk out of Elon's bosom. But yeah, I just wanted to briefly at least mention that Gab part of this, because they are always in the replies to everything Elon does, and it's so sad. And not just them. NFT crypto bros, in every Elon tweet, they are begging for Elon to mention their shitcoin or their NFT project. Like, hey Elon, what do you think about this dolphin butthole? Is this the next big NFT craze? Or like attributing a quote to Elon where it's like, in quotes, this is the best NFT ever made, Elon Musk. Thanks Elon for the endorsement from some garbage crypto thing. It is always in his replies now since the whole Dogecoin shit. It's wild. I don't know how there is so little shame on Twitter. But anyway, I just wanted to at least mention those two things briefly. So the whole situation is wild with Elon attempting to buy Twitter. I think even if successful and he gets Twitter, I don't think anything changes with the platform. I don't know what he could possibly fucking do to make the platform any less of a giant cesspool than it currently is. But, I mean, good luck, I suppose. To me, it just seems like he's throwing $43 billion or $41 billion. I actually can't tell because a lot of different places are reporting a different number. Between $41 and $43 billion, it just seems like he's flushing it down the toilet. And it's the grossest, filthiest toilet imaginable since it's Twitter. But, Janet Jackson was once extremely popular in the musical industry. Most people happen to remember her from her Super Bowl halftime performance where Justin Timberlake ripped her titty out on live TV. One of the fondest memories from my childhood and one of the best moments in all of sports, I'd argue. But what a lot of people seem to forget when talking about her career is just how incredible her concerts were. She used to bring fans on stage just to make them come in their pants in front of everyone. I'll show you a few clips. He looks like Darkside Phil when he left his webcam on while he was masturbating. This dude is in pure ecstasy right now and he's already filling his pants, just getting strapped to the apparatus. This is the face of a satisfied man that has really made the creamy wetness happen immediately. I'm surprised he was even able to survive the wiener touch there. He was already ejaculating, just getting strapped to this medieval torture device. I thought the dick squeeze was going to be enough to send him over the edge and just have him fucking combusting right there in the 50 Shades of Grey machine. Have it looking like the end of Ghostbusters when they blow up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Just cover the stage in semen. That was bold positioning from Janet Jackson right there. She put her head right between a bullet and a target. If he was really in the zone, if he hadn't already come, he probably would have ejaculated with the force of a fucking cannon and just taken her out right there on stage. Now, I'll go ahead and be honest here for a minute. I imagine this guy's probably planted in the crowd just for this. I can't imagine they would choose someone totally at random, just have some loose cannon lunatic go up there and get strapped down. They'd be biting at her nipples, trying to fucking like headbutt her or something. I don't know, it just wouldn't be safe. But maybe I'm wrong and it truly was a random selection. But there's 3 of these that I'll show you, and it all kind of plays out similarly. The front-on angle had me thinking this man was straight eating her out. I thought he was chewing on her pussy like bubblegum, but then as it pans to the side, you see he's still keeping adequate distance, which again kind of makes me think that he was in on it, because I imagine you take someone totally at random, they could be drunk and just going crazy, like the pussy from Janet Jackson's right in front of their face, so they don't know what to do, so like fucking blowing raspberries at it, blowing on it. This is what concerts are all about right here. Giving the fans something they'll never forget. But to be honest, I bet this would be extremely uncomfortable. Just not only being strapped down to this thing that looks like what they'd use at a mental asylum for shock therapy, but also just the fact that you're getting up there and then getting like a lap dance in front of an entire concert venue. I think that'd just be kind of weird. Like, I wouldn't want to be called up on stage for a Foo Fighters concert and then he just makes me drop my trousers and starts jerking me off in front of the crowd while they're playing Learn to Fly or some shit, and I just have to stand there pumping my fist, and then I start O-facing and ejaculating on the stage. It'd just be kind of weird to do all that kind of stuff in front of everyone there.
Oh my God! I love you so much!
And this is where that gentleman died. He died doing what he loved, busting some fat nuts. Now let's go ahead and tune into another performance of this with a totally different person. Now this guy's out here taking a big fucking risk. He's wearing sweatpants, so if he gets a boner, the whole crowd's gonna know it. But I think that's kind of required for this kind of thing, right? Like, it's in a weird limbo where if you don't get a boner, it's like, well, did you not have fun? If you do get a boner, well, you had too much fun. So you have to go for that sweet medium of a semi-chub. Unfortunately, the choreography is exactly the same. Janet Jackson does the same moves in all of her performances of this song. The only differences are in how much ejaculate is propelled into the pants and also what pants they're wearing. So while the choreography doesn't change, it's always enjoyable to see the reaction from the person up there getting the dance. Also, I just want to say I'm not a huge fan of the super tight spandex look or the Catwoman suit, whatever it is. I just don't think it's very cool. I guess the sexy appeal of it is the fact that it could split apart at any moment, so when she like thrusts her vagina towards his face, maybe the whole thing splits apart and then it's just bare pussy there. I don't know. That reaction right there kind of just sums it all up. Just wiggling a fat nut right out of the penis. That's what Janet Jackson's concert performance here is all about, baby! Let's see another one. When I first saw this clip, I actually thought it was Chester from Linkin Park. I got really excited. I thought I just made a marvelous discovery, but I'm pretty certain it's not Chester.
Thank you.
Now that is a gentleman, super polite, thanking her for all the hard work she put into making him bust. And I just think that is just such a stand-up thing for him to do, and especially in front of the whole crowd promoting good manners. I have nothing but respect for that, and what an incredible performance from both him and Janet. Great work all around, and I think it's about time we bust out the old cum contraption over here again. Let's start strapping some young men up to that thing and making them ejaculate. Hello, I just wanted to give you all an actual update on the P. Diddy trial in the midst of this flood of nonsense that's spreading around about it. Those AI videos making garbage claims like, a new key witness was called to the stand. It's David Copperfield, who dropped a bombshell about his secret MySpace page that told all. This nonsense is just going insano style, so I wanted to tap in here real quick and give you a brief, real update on something very important that just happened in the trial in regards to Kid Cudi's testimony. Now, so far, there have been quite a few very powerful testimonies that are strengthening the case against him, I would say, and Kid Cudi's is the most recent, and also the one that's had a lot of buzz and a lot of incorrect information about. Now, for those that aren't familiar with the lore here, the reason Kid Cudi would be called here is because he and Cassie had a relationship. And according to Cassie, in her civil suits, when P. Diddy found out about it, he was enraged and took action against Kid Cudi. Also, there are tons and tons of claims that have multiple supporting witnesses about the physical abuse that he inflicted upon Cassie, but in regards to Kid Cudi on the stand, it was focused on what P. Diddy allegedly did to him in retaliation, finding out that he had a relationship with Cassie. So Kid Cudi went up there and started to corroborate pretty much everything. So one thing that he recalls is that he had received a phone call from Sean Combs' former assistant, Capricorn Clark. Now, Sean Combs, that's the real name of P. Diddy, aka Puff Daddy, aka Puffy Flavor Camp Headmaster, aka Bubba Baby Oil Big Boy. And this phone call that he received from Capricorn Clark was letting him know P. Diddy was inside of his house, and then Kid Cudi started driving home, called P. Diddy, and said that he sounded calm and responded that he was waiting for him to arrive so they could speak. Kid Cudi also said that Clark sounded very scared, sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Kid Cudi said ultimately no one was inside, but his dog was locked in a bathroom, whereas he normally lets his dog roam around the house freely, and some of the gifts he received from Chanel had also been opened. That's why you're seeing headlines like this pop up, by the way, about P. Diddy breaking into his home and unwrapping his fucking Christmas presents. It's referring to those Chanel gifts. Anyway, apparently after unboxing those gifts, the Grinch was no longer there, but Kid Cudi told the court that he had planned on confronting and fighting P. Diddy for this, but eventually decided against it because he didn't know how serious it would be, didn't know who P. Diddy was with, so he ultimately called the police and made a report instead. He then also made a mention that his dog's behavior, he claims, changed and became more jittery and on edge all the time. I found this little tidbit kind of interesting, where that statement about the dog is something that was actually kind of contentious here for the defense attorneys, saying that they didn't want Kid Cudi to testify about his dog being traumatized by the experience because he did not want dog lovers on the jury to be swayed. So the judge said Kid Cudi could only talk about the immediate impact on his dog, not any long-term consequences. Now, the big thing, the major thing that a lot of people remember is the claim that P. Diddy blew up Kid Cudi's car. So on that, Kid Cudi does say that he believes P. Diddy was behind the Molotov cocktail attack on his car in January 2012. He said he got a call from his dog sitter that his car was on fire, and at the time by the time he had returned home, law enforcement officers were already on the scene, and he saw a Molotov cocktail and major damage to the vehicle, and then provided a lot of photos of the damage. He also mentioned that after the car incident, the two met at a hotel in 2012 and said that Sean Combs was standing there staring out the window with his hands behind his back like a Marvel supervillain. And then they discussed the relationship he had with Cassie, We discussed pretty much the whole story about how me and Cassie first started to date, to what it was, to how it ended. He said that P. Diddy apologized for all the bullshit and it helped Kid Cudi find some peace with it. And then he also mentions that he remembered Cassie talking about relationship problems all the way back into 2010, and that when they started dating in 2011, Cassie told him that there had been physical abuse in their relationship, but didn't mention sexual abuse at the time. Another quick thing to mention is that Kid Cudi agreed with the defense that he felt he had been played by Cassie in regards to love, like their relationship there. And another thing is, he mentioned that he knew P. Diddy was violent, is what he said. So overall, it was a really big testimony, and a lot of what came from this corroborated the claims from Cassie about a lot of these things. This is obviously a really huge testimony here, but it's far from the only one. A lot of the testimonies that we've been hearing have been very big, at least in my opinion. Even ones like this, which are here just to demonstrate a pattern of P. Diddy's conduct, I think are huge. So, hotel executive Frederick Zamora took this stand in order to talk about the internal notes that hotel staff kept regarding his behavior. So his customer profile had several notes to staff, including one that warned he always spills candle wax on everything and uses excessive amounts of oil. Everyone already knows this fucking freak is the Primarch of dildos and baby oil. I'm sure you've all seen the headlines. This hotel executive comes in here once again to solidify in court this pattern of conduct, like this behavior from him and how common and widespreading it is. Like, there have been a ton of big testimonies, but the reason I want to focus on Kid Cudi's is because his has become very controversial. Online, there was a big debate about him snitching and people calling him a rat. Young Thug had even made a tweet saying, like, damn, he's a rat, which I thought was fake. I thought that was a fake tweet. It was deleted shortly after he made it, but I was really shocked to see the response to Kid Cudi's testimony here. First of all, he was subpoenaed. Second of all, he's a fucking civilian. It's not like he's out there abiding by street code or anything. He is doing exactly what he should here, testifying against a monster. This is P. fucking Diddy. He has been called the Epstein of the music industry. The evidence against this guy and all of his crimes dates back decades of overwhelming evidence and degeneracy to some of the most abhorrent crimes you could think of for a guy like this. Like testifying against P. Diddy is something people should applaud. I'm very surprised so many people had an issue with Kid Cudi coming out here and spilling the beans on Puff Daddy. It's just crazy to me. But I guess I shouldn't be that surprised, because right now there is actually a very big Free Diddy movement. I shit you not. It is as pathetic as it sounds. There's a lot of people that, some of them have been paid. It has been proven that P. Diddy's associates have paid people to try and shill to, like, support his innocence, but there are some people that are so brain rotted and poisoned mentally that they'll get mad at the people that are bringing this evidence forward. Evidence which, by the way, you yourself can look at. There is video footage that P. Diddy himself has also acknowledged. There is so much documented evidence for his crimes for years that you can easily get access to if you want. And it's just crazy to me that anyone's having a big hoopla and making a big stink about people coming forward, corroborating that and talking about it here. Like, I think that's extremely important. I don't know why anyone would be trying to, like, vilify people that are doing their best to hold an absolute fucking villain, like an evil piece of shit like P. Diddy, finally hold them accountable to face justice. Now, of course, he is still going through the justice system. He is still going through the legal process, so he hasn't been found guilty or anything yet. But for people to come forward and just say things like, Free Diddy, he's done absolutely nothing wrong, Kid Cudi's a piece of shit for snitching, like, that is so unhinged. That lunacy is diabolical, really. So anyway, I wanted to give you, like, a little update to the P. Diddy trial and where it's at. There has been so much going on with it, but the Kid Cudi one... Former governor of Vermont, Howard Dean, literally ruined his career over the Dean scream. Wow. We actually have an old head in here. The Dean scream is what Chappelle, back in the early days, made an entire skit based off of. We're going to Oregon. We're going to Vermont. Ah! And then Chappelle made an entire skit out of it. His career ended on the spot. That is a classic. which is so stupid. It's actually... I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play the clip. What was his name again? Dean... I'll just do Dean Scream. It's crazy to think of this now because at this point, this guy would get 1 million Twitter followers overnight and become a TikTok sensation if he did this right now. But this ruined his entire political career. This one moment, this one goofy scream.
And you know something?
Tell him, Dean.
You know something?
Or
Not only
Howard.
are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina and
Yep.
Oklahoma
Yep.
and Arizona and North Dakota and New
Yes.
Mexico. And we're going to California and Texas and New York. And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
Fuck yeah, Howard! He sounds like the president from Independence Day when he gives his last speech.
Arizona or New Mexico, Oklahoma.
I don't remember this for sure, but I do remember reading that he was actually an extremely liked candidate right up until that moment. I'm going way into the data banks of my brain for that, but I think I remember reading that going into that, people fucking loved him. Like, people fucking loved that guy. But the second he did that silly scream, they threw him to the wolves. That was true? He had a lead in the polls? Okay. Yeah. Like, it is like a WWE performance. Just one scream.
South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
And he cooks it up, too. Like, look at him charging it. It's like a spirit bomb.
The White House.
And then Chappelle kind of just dug the nail in the coffin. He made a whole skit about it.
To take back the White House.
I watched this episode so many fucking times. I loved it.
I would kick open the door to the Oval Office and I would chop that motherfucking desk in half.
I can imagine Howard watching this skit with tears in his eyes. Just one scream. Ahead of his time, though. Like I said, if he did this today, he would be extremely popular for it, and he'd get a lot of new fans. Is he alive? I don't know. I always just assume when I stop hearing about, like, big celebrities that they're dead. It's a bad habit of mine. I just assume that the reason I stopped hearing about them is because they died. He reprised his speech in 2016, no scream though. What's the point then? Here's what I say. I think Howard Dean should get the cobwebs off. You know, get on his dancing shoes again and make a run for it. But this time, invest heavily in the Dean scream. I think that should be the focal point of all of his campaign rallies. Build his whole brand around that and give it another crack. You could be his running mate. Yeah, I don't want to be his running mate. I'll be his campaign manager. I'll design his appearances. I'll have this man going on like Twitch rivals for games he doesn't even fucking play just to keep saying, yeah. Get Howard Dean in the next Smash tournament? Oh, yeah, have him casting Smash. But then wouldn't he become the breathtaking? No. I think it's a little different with the Dean scream. I legitimately think he got done so dirty. I don't know why that scream ruined him. Like, I really don't, to be honest. I don't know why people got so upset at the Dean scream back in 2004. It was used to trivialize his platform by his own party. Oof. Rough. Friendly fire, Sag. I mean, that is Sag. Imagine getting ruined because you got a little too excited, so you made a silly noise. Sometimes when I get excited, I fucking squeak. Like, my actual throat, like, makes a squeak that comes out. It sounds like a dog toy. I could never make it in politics if you get fucked for something like that. I'd be out in the first debate. Weren't you gonna run for mayor with Andrew? No, I just thought that was a really silly idea. course I wouldn't actually fucking run for mayor. They sampled the Dean scream in Breaking Bad. Oh, really? What? When? I don't remember that. Was that actually in the show? Wait, what? That... No shot. This has to be a meme, right? Why? Like, that doesn't even fit here. Nah, no shot. That's definitely just like a meme. Find another clip. Good idea. No way! What? Why is that even there? What? That had to just be there as a joke. Yeah, it had to just be like a little joke with the crew. I mean, it adds fucking nothing to the scene at all. Like, it's just a random sound effect. It's like the whip cracks in Johnny Test. They must have just like been like laughing about this and threw it in. Audio engineers love the shit out of this. Think Wilhelm scream. Yeah, but I feel like Wilhelm scream is only used as a joke, right? Like, there's no way they actually use the Wilhelm scream seriously anymore. Like, that's just an audio engineer goof. Same here, though. Yeah, true. Not too long ago, I made a video on everyone's least favorite internet creator, Onision, talking about the fucked up shit he does and what makes him just so pitiful. Not that that's brave or anything, because that's his entire pathetic existence now. He just exists to be made fun of, just an internet punching bag. He's like a fucking blobfish, and just cursed to be a loser and be pointed and laughed at. And he constantly just fuels that fire, so that way people will make fun of him, so that way he gets views on his videos. So he posts those goofy freak out videos where he's like waving his arms in the air, shit like that, so that way people make fun of him for a dumb freak out. He goes on Twitter and says, "I'm gonna use all 3 inches of my penis in your tight ass," or some garbage. He's like a Mr. Meeseeks of YouTube. He's only here to get made fun of, and when people finally get tired of making fun of him, he just fucking disappears. That's all he has. It's such a worthless fucking existence online. But anyway, I swore with my cock on a stack of Bibles I wouldn't make another video about Onision. I wouldn't even mention his name. It'd be like Voldemort to me. But now I can't help myself. I have to talk about it because a champion has been summoned. Chris fucking Hansen has entered the Smash Bros. Arena and is now hunting Onision. There's no name more feared by predators than Chris Hansen. Chris Hansen is to predators what the Antichrist is to everyone else. He signals the end. Fear, terror, confusion, and a lot of times jail time. Chris Hansen is no lightweight, and now Onision's in his crosshairs.
911, what are you reporting?
Hi, there's a person who's been stalking me online, and they just showed up to my house.
Okay, and they're outside now?
They have a bunch of camera people, like they're YouTube stalkers. I didn't see any weapons. I just saw like 6 guys in my driveway, and one of them is knocking on my door.
Okay, and do we know his name at all?
It's Chris Hansen.
Greg is about as brave in person as you'd expect. The thing about dealing with a predator is you know exactly what a predator is going to do.
I love that little line right there, that little humdinger from Chris Hansen. Greg is about as brave in person as you'd expect. I mean, I don't think there's anyone in the world that thought for even a moment Greg was anything more than a gaping, seeping, oozing pussy. But I like that Chris Hansen just buckles down and says what we're all thinking. He's a fucking pussy, without saying those words, but it's what he's implying, obviously, and he's absolutely right. Greg didn't even have the balls to just talk to Chris Hansen at his door. I'm actually surprised the 911 operator didn't hang up the second he said it's Chris Hansen, or send the squad cars out there to help Chris Hansen. So, in a nutshell, Chris Hansen has been digging through all of Onision's past, all of everything that's been presented for all the evidence, and then he wanted to go get Greg's side of it, so he went to Greg's house, and Greg immediately called the police. The police were making fun of Onision in his own fucking driveway, and some of the officers were fans of Chris, which is just icing on the little shit cake that Greg created. It's just a beautiful little disaster, a nice little development in the Onision manga arc anime Fall from Grace. It's incredible. I can't wait to see where it develops next. Chris Hansen has positioned himself as the hero of this anime, Greg the antagonist, the big bad evil villain, and I can't wait to see Chris's next move in this series here. I don't want to talk about Onision, but this shit right here had me smiling from ear to ear just to watch Greg not even pretend to be a tough guy, immediately call the police, only to have the police show up and start making fun of him on his own property. Like, it's beautiful. That's fucking beautiful. He's as big a loser in real life as he is on the internet. That's incredible. That's crazy, and exactly what that kind of guy deserves. So yeah, just wanted to talk about. Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic. But now that I got your heart pumping a little bit, I want to talk to you about an absolutely wacky lawsuit that I read about today. Elon Musk is being sued for $258 billion because of Dogecoin. This is the story of how one angry Dogecoin enjoyer named Keith teamed up with Saul Goodman to try and win more money than some country's entire GDP, all from a shitcoin. Now, not much is known about Keith other than he invested in Dogecoin in 2019, thanks almost entirely due to Elon Musk's tweets about it, promoting it. He was under the impression it was a legitimate investment and a good idea. And fast forward to today, where Dogecoin has eaten more ass than pinworms, and he's a little upset. He claims he has been defrauded by Musk, and it was actually all part of a pyramid scheme. Keith was feeling awfully gluttonous and is suing for $86 billion in damages, as well as triple damages of $172 billion. He's suing Elon Musk, SpaceX, and Tesla. He's aiming to score a hat trick here. He's arguing that Musk and his companies falsely and deceptively claim that Dogecoin is a legitimate investment when it has no value at all. Man, who could have seen that coming? What a surprise. Dogecoin actually doesn't have value? It was started as a joke in 2013. It was a meme coin. And you know what they say? Live by the shit coin, die in shit. This was always going to happen. This was always the predetermined fate for every Dogecoin enthusiast. Unless you were a galaxy brain gigachad like me, who put a little bit of money into Dogecoin right when the hype train really started just because of pure FOMO. I put in it like 20 cents and just turned my brain off and dumped into like a lot of other shit coins as well. But Dogecoin I got in on like 20 cents, and then I sold it hours before Elon Musk was going to appear on SNL because I knew nothing good ever comes from SNL. So I sold it at like 66 cents and made out like a goddamn king. I turned like $100 into like 300 or 400 or something because I fucking predicted it. I knew if Elon Musk was going on SNL to mention Dogecoin, it was going to kill it on the spot, and it did. It's never recovered. I fucking calculated it. But for that one good decision, I also made 1,000 bad ones. I put money into like 20,000 other rug pulls as well, but god damn it, this is the one that mattered the most. I will say this though, I do feel bad for people like Keith who had no idea what crypto was and only learned about it from Elon Musk. For some reason, Elon still has like a following that worships him as a god and will take everything he says at face value and just go hog wild with it. Keith was no exception, and he lost a lot of money from it allegedly and is now aiming to try and at least fight for it back. And then some. I don't know if Keith necessarily lost 270 or 58 billion, but god damn it, he's coming for scalps right now, I suppose. It continues saying that Keith wants to represent a class of people who had lost money trading in Dogecoin since April 2019, asking for 86 billion plus the 172, as well as an order blocking Musk and the companies from promoting Dogecoin and declaring that Dogecoin trading constitutes gambling under US and New York law. Well, good news for Keith, Elon Musk and his companies haven't mentioned Dogecoin in like a year. That name has become like Voldemort now. They don't touch it. I can't even remember the last time I saw him say that. So that one's already good without a court order. They've completely stopped because they've had their fun memeing around at the expense of people like Keith who lost a ton of money on it. Any money lost on Dogecoin to Elon Musk is negligible. But to an average octogenarian that only learns about it through Elon convincing them that it's a good idea, the money they lose, that means a lot. That's a huge difference maker in their lives. And I also don't think Elon Musk lost money on Dogecoin either. I wouldn't be surprised if he never put money into it in the first place and was only joking from the get-go, just to fuck with people and just to fuck with the entire market of it. But regardless, a lot of people did legitimately lose tons and tons of money on it, like Keith. And then he wants it to be like constituted as gambling. Which it is. I mean, all crypto is gambling, 100%. I don't care how much copium you're boofing, there is no crypto that isn't just straight gambling. Take, for example, Luna, which was like the 4th most traded crypto for like the last year, And then over the course of a week, it went from $100 per token to less than like 1/1,000,000th of a penny. It died in a week. It just completely spiraled and died. It was a stable coin and died in a week from 100 to 0, well, way below 0. So yeah, I think every sane person would agree with Keith here. If you're putting money into crypto, you're gambling with it. And I pray that Keith never finds games like Diablo Immortal after reading this. I'm no lawyer, and from what I've read, Keith actually does have a legal team behind this, but to me this sounds like an unwinnable case. It feels like something that they're trying to drum up as much headline and hype for as possible to get people to rally behind them like other Dogecoin enthusiasts that lost tons of money on it. I don't call them Dogecoin investors because they've just been deluded into thinking it was an investment. They've been scammed, basically. If you put money into Dogecoin, you fell for the scam. So I don't really call it Dogecoin investors, hobbyists perhaps. So I think the whole goal here with Keith and his team is to get this lawsuit out there so a lot of media picks it up, which they have. And a lot of people come forward like, yeah, I also got fucked by Elon Musk here promoting it and this and that. And then hopefully the public pressure will mount to a point where the Elon Musk and the companies will settle with Keith outside of court for whatever undisclosed amount. I don't think there's any law firm or any human being on the planet that actually thinks Keith is going to win $258 billion here. And I don't think they're trying to win $258 billion here. They're trying to get some kind of settlement out of court with the pressure that the public can mount. That's my uneducated guess from my little reptile brain. That's what makes sense to me. This is truly a David versus Goliath situation here for $258 billion with just, fucking Keith over here versus the wealthiest man in the world. It seems like it's unwinnable, but if he has a team behind it, then they must have some kind of strategy because there's no self-respecting lawyer or law firm that's going to represent a case like this without some kind of plan. And I don't think there's any way they beat Elon Musk with this $258 billion. But who knows? Again, I'm not a lawyer. I haven't passed the bar. Maybe this somehow makes it all the way to court and Keith shows up with the goddamn Avengers of lawyers and they lay a biblical smackdown on Elon Musk and his team. Just fucking Hulkmania goes wild and Keith somehow wins and becomes instantly overnight the wealthiest person in the world. I don't think we're living in that fantasy, but hey, again, I guess it could be possible. No, I'm just kidding. I really don't think it's possible in any dimension in the multiverse. But I guess I could be wrong. Who knows? Anyway, one other thing I'd like to mention, I've seen this story float around a little bit on Twitter, and people get mad at Keith, just calling him like an idiot, it's your fault, you did this, I can't believe he's even bothering to sue Elon Musk. And to a certain extent, I agree. It is entirely Keith's fault that he put money into this without doing even the bare minimum amount of research on what he was putting money into and just taking shitpost tweets as fact. One of the things I saw pop up in one of the articles talking about this is Keith used a couple of Elon Musk tweets as an example for him deceptively promoting Dogecoin as legitimate, and one of them was SpaceX is literally going to put a literal Dogecoin on the moon. And like, you have to be stupid to read that tweet and be like, oh my god, they're actually going to do that? Quick, sell my car, I'm putting it into Dogecoin. Honey, what do you mean you're leaving? Like, yes, there's a lot of self-responsibility there. It is, at the end of the day, Keith's fault that he put into it. But I really cannot help but feel bad for people like Keith who trusted someone they looked up to lead them in the right direction to financial security. Yes, it is Keith's fault, but I can't help but feel bad for him and people like him that bought into it. And yes, this lawsuit is comical. Going for $258 billion out of falling for a shitcoin meme, it's a silly lawsuit. But I, again, just can't help but feel sorry for him because I'm assuming he lost a lot of money, like a meaningful amount of money in his life, and is just desperately doing anything he can. Jeffrey Bezos, one of the richest men in the world. He serves as the perfect example that money can't buy happiness and it can't buy social skills. This dude is a walking cringe compilation. Now, he hasn't always been this way. I remember a couple of years ago there was a blackmail attempt where someone had pictures of his bulge. I don't think it was full-blown nudes, like they didn't have his full cock and balls wiener exposed or anything, or like butthole pics or anything like that. I believe it was just his bulge, and they were threatening to release it. And he's like, yeah, go ahead and do it, pussy. I don't care. He had this like fucking turbo Chad stance. He's like, yeah, go ahead and show the world my massive penis. Oh no. And I was giving him like a round of applause. I was like, damn, what a way of handling that. But now, ever since he went to space, he came back like a super cringe master. Now, of course, most of you are going to remember like a month ago, he had this beautiful speech the first time he went to space, where he thanked all of the Amazon workers and customers for paying for his space trip.
I want to thank every Amazon employee and every Amazon customer, because you guys paid for all of this. So, seriously, for every Amazon customer out there, and every Amazon employee, thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I don't know about you, but as a man who's used Amazon before, I had tears in my eyes, finally getting a little appreciation for my hard work here and my shopping habits. I was listening to this, pumping my fist like, yes, Jeffy B, glad I could help. You know, I think this is up there with one of the best speeches of all time. In the same conversation as something like JFK's "We choose to go to the moon" speech. This was just so powerful, and it's incredible that Jeffrey Bezos, in all of his wealth, still finds a way to be so down to earth. But not literally, because no doubt when he was in space, he probably shit in the toilet and just sent it back down to our planet, our forsaken little space rock. Just as a reminder of our place in Jeffy B's grand scheme here, he can literally shit on us whenever he wants to. Now, Mr. Bezos has always been known as a man of class, so I really appreciated him giving thanks to the Amazon workers that made this space travel possible, and I'm sure they appreciated the gesture. As they were pissing in their bottles at the warehouse, I'm sure they had a faint smile on their face as they were celebrating their CEO's success. Now, this is not the most recent thing he did, but I just thought it was worth mentioning because Jeffrey Bezos has become the fucking spicy cringe deity supreme. It's actually incredible how often he's able to embarrass himself like this. What happened yesterday, though, is the new gold standard for billionaire embarrassing moments. So he sent William Shatner to space, Captain Kirk, and when William Shatner returned, he had like a life-altering experience. He was extremely moved. Jeffrey didn't give a fuck.
Is it different than what you thought? It happened so quickly. You know what the impression I had that I never expected to have.
I love how desperate Jeff Bezos looks to just get the fuck out of the conversation. He looks like me back in high school trying my best to pay attention in class, but not doing a great job of even faking it. He is so bored out of his mind, he just wants to go butt chug some champagne with the boys and girls over there at the frat party.
Is he shooting up?
Oh my God. Give
And
me
this
a
new
champagne
sky.
bottle. Come here. I want one. I want to hear this. Here. You want a little of this? Hey.
The champagne showers have begun. Smiles all around. William Shatner taking in the moment clearly.
Yeah, William Shatner did seem like he was having a good time. Admittedly, I don't know why William was trying to tell it like a campfire story, hoping everyone would like gather around to listen to his wisdom or something at the Christmas fireplace or whatever. Like, it's, you know, maybe not the best time to be trying to tell some kind of profound story, but extremely douchey from Jeff to just completely interrupt him like, can you shut the fuck up, you geriatric old man? I'm trying to fucking shoot champagne, baby! Let's see some titties! We're fucking hosing everyone down as William's trying to talk. And offering him champagne is kind of a slap in the face and spitting in his mouth because William Shatner is a recovering alcoholic. And so he's just champagne showering everyone, and then he gets fucking bukkakied with champagne too, so William's just getting blasted with champagne as Bezos is clapping and laughing, all while Shatner has a history of alcohol abuse, so that was pretty cool, Jeff. Now, from what I understand, and these are all rumors and whatever, but William Shatner is apparently pretty egotistical himself, but I still feel for him here because he was very clearly moved by this experience. He played fucking Captain Kirk in Star Trek. Him going to space is probably something he's dreamed about his entire life. Then he finally gets to go to space with a smile on his face and cum in his pants, and Jeff just can't give him a moment to just kind of like unwind. before trying to waterboard him with champagne. Now, in all fairness, I think it's important that I mention right after this clip, Jeff does allow William Shatner to speak. He gives him like a 10 minutes to just talk about his experience, and I was expecting him to interrupt it again with like a keg stand this time around, maybe even snorting coke off of a stripper's butthole or something, just telling William to, you know, shut up while he does a line, but he doesn't. He lets William continue and talk for like 8 to 10 minutes, so that was nice. But it doesn't make this first exchange here any less awkward and cringy, and I just wanted to share it just because I was kind of giggling about it. Felt bad for William Shatner, but god damn it, what... On the internet, there's a single unwritten rule. Don't fuck with K-pop fans. K-pop is a word that's like Voldemort in Harry Potter's Sorcerer's Stone. You just don't say it. You're not allowed to say it. Even if it's something positive, it's fucking forbidden, and you will get absolutely virtually bitch slapped, as they call it. The K-pop community, for those that don't know, are a community of people that literally worship anything Korean pop related, and they make it their entire life. Now, this is less focusing on just being a fan of K-pop music, and more of just the idea of celebrity worship and how unhealthy it is, where K-pop fans take that to the most extreme possible level. So for those that don't know, K-pop is a genre of music that stands for Korean pop, BTS being the biggest group most of you have probably heard of. I kind of fuck with some K-pop myself. I'm not a huge fan of the genre, but there are some songs that are just straight bangers in the genre that I appreciate. And this genre of music has spawned an incredibly aggressive community of feral animals that foam at the mouth anytime their favorite group is even mentioned, even in a positive way. Oh, how dare you mention Luna? You're not as big a fan of Luna as I am. I will literally fuck you in the butt with my small penis. Oh, you think you like Luna, do you? Do you even know where they were born? Do you? Do you know who their parents are? This incredibly unhealthy obsession with these groups is what the entire K-pop fandom is all about. They proudly call themselves stans. And for those that don't know, stan is a term coined from Eminem's song Stan. It's a combination of stalker and fan. The song is about a fan who's obsessed with Eminem, who goes as far as to kill himself and his girlfriend because his idol didn't reciprocate the love or acknowledge his existence. So these people proudly call themselves a stalker and a fan. And I know they don't use that literally, but some of them absolutely do. I feel like a lot of these K-pop stans are one Twitter argument away from lighting a church on fire out of passion because the pastor doesn't listen to K-pop. It's genuinely unhealthy how obsessed they are with some of these groups. And it's not good at all. I don't know why anyone would make this their entire identity. These K-pop stans have changed their entire life to make it all about being a fan of that group. A group that has no connection to them. The group doesn't know they exist, and if the group ever encountered that person in the real world, they would immediately call security because they'd be afraid. It's disturbing to have a complete stranger know everything about you and can't even get like a normal word in because they won't stop screaming and ululating and pissing their pants just at the sight of you. No one wants that. That's why none of the K-pop groups ever acknowledge their fandom in public, at least not from what I've seen. And I've done a little research on this because I was curious if they reciprocated that love with these incredibly hostile groups of people that go on Twitter and try and ruin careers and try and get people fired because they didn't like the same K-pop group. It's a literal ass-eat-ass world in the K-pop standom. It's a cannibalized society. They eat each other. They genuinely fucking eat each other, ripping nipples off, jerking dicks off. It's fucking crazy how insane the K-pop stan community is, and it's mainly on Twitter. That's where we'll focus on most of this. When you even make a tweet with K-pop in the title, you are getting shit. No matter what you've said, you are getting a shower of shit. Literal diarrhea. Because they just are immediately defensive and think anything with K-pop in it is an attack on them. I can't post any pictures because Twitter has really vague definitions of what constitutes harassment or brigading, so I'm going to assume most of you know what I'm talking about, or if you don't, you can easily find it if you even just search K-pop. I'm sure you could find a million arguments right now happening this second. And I think it's extremely sad because these people's entire lives revolve around being the biggest fan of a group of strangers. They like some of their songs, so now they have devoted their entire being, their entire existence to being a fan and stalker of that group of people. That's such a waste. That's genuinely just sad. And I don't think that's healthy at all. I don't know how anyone can proudly call themselves a super stalker fan. It's fucking sad. And the fact that they're extremely aggressive about it, it's fine to be passionate. And this isn't obviously to the entire community of K-pop fans. There's totally rational ones as well. But for some reason, K-pop has bred this incredibly hostile group of people with an unhealthy obsession that I think needs to be addressed. And I can't state this enough, their entire existence is based around just being a fan. It's like their professional job is being a professional fan of this group of strangers that they just like the music of. They fight full-time, a literal 9-to-5 job, fighting on Twitter for their honor, white knighting this group that doesn't even like them or acknowledge their existence, and it's fucking sad. It's pathetic. And it's fine to be passionate, but this is unhealthy obsession. I'm talking to all of the stans out there. You know who you are. You've replied to my tweets with their fucking 2-minute long clips of choreography from your favorite K-pop group. That's their favorite pastime. For some reason, that's owning the non-believers, really pwning the fucking K-pop haters by posting a full 2-minute video from one of their live performances where the camera is fixated on the one they have the biggest crush on. And it looks like a serial killer footage that they're showing because they have this entire group of people dancing, and yet it's focused all shaky cam, Cloverfield style, on one of them as they follow them around breathing heavily into the camera. It's fucking disturbing. You're not winning any arguments by posting that. You're just making yourself look like even more of a sociopath. I just really don't get it, and I don't mean to be so aggressive with the K-pop community because, again, not every single K-pop fan is like this, but there is a huge community of K-pop stans that are exactly like this and make the internet a really sad place, Twitter in particular, a really fucking sad place. Coming across a K-pop stan, I can't help but feel bad for him. There's really nothing more wasteful than worshiping a celebrity full-time. I don't understand how that dependency on a celebrity comes to fruition, how it breeds. I don't really get it. You don't know the person. You don't know anything about them. You're just a fan of some of the shit they put out there. Why waste your time being a full-time enthusiast of that person? Enjoy their work. Let other people either enjoy it or not. You don't have to go out of your way to take more time out of your day to fight that person's battles when they most likely don't want you to. I highly doubt any of the celebrities like that kind of behavior. It genuinely, like, I guarantee if the K-pop stans and the K-pop group ever got together to do like a meet and greet, like the K-pop stans on Twitter and then the actual group, if they got together, it'd be like a scene out of the first season of The Walking Dead where the K-pop stans literally eat the group alive because they love them so much and they don't know how to control themselves. They would literally feast upon the flesh of their favorite group out of a crime of passion. That's how fucking deranged they are, or at least that's how they act on Twitter. It's so fucking strange. And I feel like the K-pop enthusiasts are going to lose their goddamn mind just even knowing I said these things about them. But you need to take a moment of self-reflection and calm the fuck down. Enjoy your K-pop group. Enjoy whatever the fuck you want. But why act like such a goddamn asshole about it and make it your entire life to be that asshole about it? It's such a waste. A pathetic waste. And I think you need a hard look in the mirror to realize what a waste it is spending hours and hours of every day searching through Twitter out of your way, typing in K-pop to fight battles. You know, these people get up in the morning and put on a sweatband, jerk off into a sink, and then get ready to have Twitter arguments. That is their plan for the day, it seems like. These people come locked and loaded, ready to just go as far out of their way as possible to find a tweet with one comment on it and 5 likes and start fighting them about K-pop. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts, and it's fucking scary. It really is. And that's all I wanted to bring up. K-pop fans and celebrity worship scare me. That's the whole point. And I think if you're a K-pop stan, you need... The things people get mad about on Twitter always blow me away. But sometimes that anger is so misguided and delusional, it actually makes me angry. And it creates this like Ouroboros of eating its own ass forever, where I'm angry at them and they're angry at something that doesn't even deserve anger to begin with. And it's just this never-ending cycle of absolute despair. And while I can step back and recognize that this probably isn't healthy behavior on my part, I'm also doing nothing to stop it or break this cycle. In fact, I'm embracing it. I'm swimming around in the swamp and I'm just taking a goddamn bath in it because today I'm here to rant about what Twitter was angry about that made me angry. And that was a viral clip from a couple days ago where James Cameron refused to sign some shit from people that ambushed them outside. People were all up in arms, soiling their little diapers and going crazy about how James Cameron's ego needs to be checked. He's such a fucking douchebag for not signing those fans' autographs and this and that. And they didn't stop to think for even just 1 second that those weren't fans that were just shoving all kinds of merch in his face for him to sign. They were resellers. They were scalpers. They were fucking parasites. And James Cameron had every right to decline signing that shit because nobody likes resellers. Like, that's not a hot take. So I'll go ahead and play the clip now, and then we'll dive into it a bit deeper. I went over it on stream, so I'll play that, and then I'll come back in here so we can digest it even further. Oh yeah, I pulled this up because I saw this making the rounds on Twitter with some absolute terrible takes. I guess I'm curious, what does chat think of this?
James Cameron swears at fans after they beat him for not signing autographs.
Okay, so that's the clip. That warms my heart seeing overwhelming W's. Twitter was the opposite. Twitter got so upset for James Cameron, and I think it's because they have to be like actually 11 or brain dead. These aren't fans. These are scalpers and autograph resellers. I think James Cameron fucking ignoring them, not signing their shit so they could peddle it for some kind of crazy markup online is a fat fucking dubski for James Cameron. And the way they reacted to not getting that autograph, that sense of entitlement is sickening. One guy had the gall, the chutzpah, to say, "Pay up, asshole." Pay up, asshole. As if he fucking owes you that when you're just gonna go on Craigslist and try and resell that fucking dirty sock you're having him autograph or whatever. Absolute parasite, vulture piece of shit. I hate it. And I felt like I was taking crazy pills, because on Twitter, all of them were the opposite. James Cameron needs to get his ego checked. I'm not watching Avatar anymore. James Cameron's such a prick. Maybe James Cameron is a prick, but like I don't know enough about him to say that. The movie was good, and I think this behavior, it made me like him. Like, it's just the disconnect and like the lack of ability to figure out that these aren't fans. It's people just trying to sell his autograph. Oh, it made me furious. I got heated. Exactly, he does not owe anyone an autograph. If these were fans, I would imagine he would be more inclined to sign their shit. As opposed to being ambushed by paparazzi, scalpers, and resellers out of the fucking back door here. And then, like, immediately heckled and shit on. Yeah, it was a certified Twitter moment seeing the top replies to this. Oh, the Reddit comments are on his side. On James Cameron's side. It was just Twitter. I saw it first on Twitter. Twitter is home of brain rot. It's only getting worse too, man. It really feels like people are getting dumber and dumber and dumber on Twitter, man. It's weird. I felt like this should have been overwhelmingly in support of James Cameron here. Because, like it's not even a hot take. Nobody likes paparazzi, no one likes scalpers, and no one likes just autograph resellers. And yet, for some reason, they all dogpiled on James Cameron for this. Like, I don't know what happened. Once again, going back to the initial clip, the immediate outrage at James Cameron and everyone yelling and screaming at him and all their voices sound like middle-aged chain smokers. Just, like, that's not a rational response to this. Again, even if they were fans, they're not entitled to an autograph from James Cameron. But it's very clear these weren't fans to begin with. They were people looking to make a profit off selling his signature. This response actually just sounds like your local Beef O'Brady's when they announce they're out of Miller Lite to serve during a Monday night football game. It's very clear these aren't fans. They just saw this as a payday where they had the dollar signs in their eyes. When James Cameron came out, he'll sign their shit and they'll go turn around and sell it for a huge markup to actual fans of the series. Like, they're just pieces of shit. And I'm pretty sure the guy that's filming this is the one that keeps saying "avatard." He's very proud of that little zinger that he came up with because he says it like 3 times. He just keeps saying "avatard." And I know some people were like, oh, James Cameron took it so far with giving them the finger. Man, fuck that and fuck them. I think that's a totally reasonable thing to do. As you're driving away, just hit him with one of these bad boys. Maybe even the double whammy. Like, I think that's totally fine. And again, it's important to remember, he doesn't owe you shit. Even if you are a massive super fan who took an entire night off of work in order to ambush him because you found his GPS location through a fucking UAV or something. Like, even if you were a big fan that just wanted an autograph for your own personal use, he doesn't owe that to you, and you can't be upset if he declines to sign it. Being disappointed is a totally normal thing to respond with, like, oh man, I would have really liked that autograph. But this kind of, like, absolute, like, immediate uproar is craziness. It's because people just realized they spent money to, like, Uber there or whatever, and now they're not going to be able to sell his autograph online, so that realization's setting in and they're lashing out like little children. And I really think the response to this clip is very telling of, like, the general mentality of Twitter users, this sense of entitlement. Like, they truly believe that even if they were real fans, James Cameron should do everything for them. He should bend over and let them suck his fart out of his butt, like if they asked. They have this belief that everyone around them is props for their own world, like they are the main character, thus everything should be going their way, and when it's not, they get angry. I think that's like the general like headspace a lot of people on Twitter are in. So they saw this and got offended that James Cameron didn't sign this merch without ever even considering the possibility that these weren't fans, they were just trying to capitalize off that signature so they could make fucking $200, $300 or whatever that's going for online. Like, it's silliness, and it made me upset. It got me heated. It got me steaming a little. Justin Bieber is the Fortnite of pop music. Everyone shits on him, but he's still extremely popular. In fact, probably one of the most popular people in the world. I'd argue that there's only two names more famous than Justin Bieber's: RoboCop and Jesus Christ. So of course it was a big deal when the Biebs released his newest song, Yummy, and to no one's surprise, it blows asshole. It sucks fuck. It's just not good. It's aggressively generic and violently mediocre. Even the most die-hard Justin Bieber fans, the Beliebers as they're called by the International Terrorist Identification Unit, they don't even like it. They're not fans. It's just a very forgettably generic, not good song. You can't wiggle your finger to it because it's just passionless, soulless, and it's bad. The music video is bad too, but it's not only fans that think it's bad. Even Justin Bieber's remarkably large marketing team is disappointed with its performance, and they're getting extremely desperate, begging for people to show interest and make it catch on as a meme or something. And Justin Bieber's marketing team is massive, by the way. That team is probably larger than all of Disney's lawyers combined. Shit's crazy, and they're doing their best. They're firing on all cylinders. The fucking Justin Bieber's headquartered marketing strategy unit is probably on fire right now, coming up with ideas, because this shit is not landing. It's not doing well. So let me show you some of their desperate attempts to get people interested. You need to look no further than his Instagram page where he posted these things, which are now deleted because it was so utterly pathetic. He was begging fans to just constantly replay on YouTube, Spotify, and iTunes, and even gave them a tutorial on how to do it because the Biebs knows that his army of children is not old enough to know what half of these words mean, so he tried to spell it out and put it into a little Comic Sans font that even any 3-year-old could understand. Which is smart, but also scummy, desperate, and pathetic to look at from the outside, especially for someone of Justin Bieber's size. To not be able to get a song to be popular when you're as big as Justin Bieber, that's something special. At Justin's size, you best believe that he could do fucking anything and it would pop off. He could genuinely take a picture of his asshole stretched full goatsy. He could take a picture with a dead body urinating on it and it would still be an extremely successful post. Tons of engagement, people praising him as a modern artist genius. But this song is so bad that not even they are able to make it popular, so Justin has to try and brainwash them into making it popular. And I'm not stupid enough to think it's Justin posting these things. It's obviously his team of out-of-touch boomers that think this is an okay look, but it's still sad either way. And in the spirit of Justin Bieber and his begging, I'd like to say I think it's very sad that there's people out there that don't watch my streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical. Stop being so fucking sad. Come on over. I'd love to see you over there. I stream almost daily. And it's not just Instagram where the desperation is really up in your face and worn on his sleeve. His YouTube channel is also very clearly desperate here. He has a playlist for Yummy where there's 9 different videos of Yummy in here, but it's all just a re-upload of the song with a different coat of paint on it. There used to be 11, but 2 of them got removed, probably just due to embarrassment. But these horrible little animations here that seem like they were made by one of the Finger family units somewhere with no effort put into it. And then you know your song is a real piece of shit when Lele Pons and her crew of the worst comedians ever can't even make a popular video dancing to it. It's just a song that's flopping real hard, but you can see how hard they're trying. They're getting all of the most robotic, generic YouTubers to do shitty little dance moves to it. It's just not paying off. No one gives a fuck about Yummy. It's a bad song. And yeah, I know it's low-hanging fruit to make fun of Lele Pons and that whole crew. It's a free punching bag that everyone drops their meat on. I get it. But when not even this corporate manufactured group of celebrities can make your song popular, that's something very special, because pretty much anything they put their names on has an audience and gets a lot of eyes, because, you know, kids like that, and then people with real shit taste, of course. But not even they care about Yummy. I'd also like to point out in this video here with Justin on the FaceTime, he looks so fucking bored and uninterested. I'm pretty sure he hates this song, but the record company wanted something really safe and by the numbers, so they came up with this abomination. I feel like he just hates it, and he hates doing these videos. He's never smiling, he looks super bored, he's not even looking at the camera. So, I mean, I almost feel bad for Justin to a certain extent. But yeah, anyway, the playlist goes on. They have lip-syncing videos, Beliebers react videos, which isn't even them reacting, it's just the music video with an occasional blurb from them. They have choreographed dance moves to it. They have this weird food fight video, which is just this phase montage of random clips from TV shows where a food fight breaks out. I don't really understand it at all, but the whole playlist is just sad. But yeah, I've never really seen this before from someone of Justin Bieber's size, to be so openly desperate and crying out for attention and to try and manufacture or artificially inflate the views or the popularity of your song. That's something pretty new, and it's flopping pretty hard. It's backfiring. Not many people are enjoying it. Justin Bieber's Instagram is also super weird, because for like a full week he was posting random pictures of babies with the caption #yummy. I mean, the whole fucking thing is just totally weird, and the songs... I'm not in my normal abode here, but let me put your mind at ease. It's not because I've been kidnapped, and you can tell that's the truth based on the decor here. It very clearly belongs to an elderly woman, and no octogenarian's getting the best of me. So I haven't been abducted. I'm actually in Texas doing a bunch of wild and wacky shit, and I'm sure you can also tell that my voice sounds a little odd, and it's not because it's filled with phlegm. It's actually filled with freedom, partner. Texas, you know, you just drown in that shit over here. I went to a Cavender's and got a cowboy hat, even got this one that makes it look like I'm part of the Amish Mafia. Like, I mean, it's been a crazy trip. But that's not the point of today's video. This morning, my wet dream was interrupted by thousands of messages from so many people. It was like I was getting a fucking Amber Alert, all telling me some incredibly important news. They were sounding the air raid siren, and the story I'm about to tell you is probably the biggest of the year, much bigger than Elon Musk buying Twitter. That's child's play compared to this. Compared to what I'm about to tell you, Elon Musk buying Twitter is like getting news that a kid opened a lemonade stand outside their elementary school. It's meaningless. James Corden has confirmed that he will be leaving the Late Late Show. And it's not like a prank. It's true. He's finally leaving that fucking god-awful show. And we can only pray that this is a domino effect, one of many things that he will be leaving, so that way we don't have to endure more from James Corden. This proves that there is a God out there, and if not a God, some kind of higher being that's looking out for us. This is without a shadow of a doubt the biggest news of the year. I don't care if you're the biggest Coomer on the planet who lost their mind and their nut when Belle Delphine came back out of nowhere. This is much bigger than that. This is a day that will be remembered for eons to come. The day where the James Corden pariah, the plague, was finally starting to lift a bit, and we were able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. James Corden finally leaving the god-awful Late Late Show. Amen, brother. Ye fucking haw. I was so excited when I saw this. I just looked at what the camera angle looks like. It actually seems as if I've been taken hostage by terrorists. And you know what? For a while, I was taken hostage by a terrorist known as James Corden, and you know, we've finally been set free. I know it looks like I'm in a dreamlike state right now because the camera for some reason keeps getting blurry when the sun goes out a little bit stronger, like fucking high noon out here in Texas, really like EMP's technology it seems. But yeah, James Corden is a Category 5 hurricane of misery. He's like if Ellen DeGeneres did a fusion dance with the most annoying theater kid from your high school and created the world's worst thespian, and then found Reddit. It's like he was genetically engineered over the course of millions of years of fine-tuned evolution to be the most unentertaining person imaginable. He's been ruining movies and TV shows for almost a decade now, and I say that kind of lightly because it's not like he's the one ruining the movies. He's just in the shittiest movies and is the shittiest part about the movies, like Cats, for example, where he plays, I think it's the fat cat or something, and all he does is like wiggle his belly and go, hey, ho, 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 ho. You know? The classic James Corden comedy. But yeah, I don't like him. Never have. I made that very clear. He even took down one of my videos I made about him, so we've got a grudge. If I was ever to box someone in like a YouTuber boxing match, it wouldn't be James Corden. He would beat my ass. But I would at least consider it longer than I would for anyone else. Listening or watching anything from James Corden is about as entertaining as watching your house burn down in front of you, and then also finding out your dogs were still inside. It's painful. I don't like him. Never have. I'm not really a fan. And it is so relieving to see him not be on the Late Late Show anymore. Not like I'm going to watch the show now that he's not there or anything. I don't like late night shows. I think the only good ones were Conan and Craig Ferguson. Other than that, I don't really touch that shit. It's not for me. But this whole thing reminds me of a very profound profound saying that I actually read in Twitch chat last night. While I was watching a video on a Call of Duty gamer rage so hard they got kicked out of their collegiate esports program, someone dropped a nugget of wisdom. This is probably the second coming of Socrates, in fact. They said, "The same water that softens the potato boils the egg." And that's got a lot of layers to it. There's really a lot from that expression that you can digest and take from. I don't even really know what it means. But my God, does that just sound incredible. That really could have been a quote attributed to someone like Aristotle or even Da Vinci. Like, it made me stop and think, like, that is a great point. The water that softens that potato is boiling an egg. And if I was to really start to pick apart the meaning behind the statement, like for an English class here, I would have to say it means that things react differently to things. So this is something that extends everywhere, right? The same toilet that catches the pee eats the poop. The same egg that You get what I'm saying. They say the shitted pants can never be unshat, but with James Corden finally getting off of the Late Late Show, we're taking a step in the right direction to unshitting those trousers, thank God. I pray that this is just the beginning and he fully retires very soon. And while I'm just sitting here candidly talking to you by fireside, I'd like to also talk about Elon Musk buying Twitter. I don't have a whole lot to say about it. I think it's fucking crazy that he actually did it. It's a wild universe we're living in here. But I don't think anything's going to like drastically change. I don't think there's a whole lot he can do to make it better, nor do I think there's a whole lot he can do to make it worse. So I'm really super indifferent on it. I just think it's absolutely crazy that he successfully bought that fucking thing. That's like spending $48 billion on a hemorrhoid. I don't know why he'd bother, but I mean, the man is terminally addicted to it, so I guess this was just one of those things where he has so much money, why not own the thing that is consuming half of his fucking life at this point? So yeah, that's why I haven't like said too much about it, just because I don't have a lot to say about it. I just think it's going to be a pretty negligible impact on the site as a whole. It's still going to be a cesspool. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe he's going to do something crazy with it and make it great, or he's going to make it worse. I couldn't tell you. I just don't really see what anyone could do to change it that much. So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there as well since I was talking about James Corden. And just incredible news all around. Today's a great day. And hopefully now with this knowledge you can go out there and have a fucking fantastic day of your own, knowing that the world's a little bit brighter now that James Corden's... I'm on my hands and knees. I'm begging you, please stop making me do this. I can't handle much more. I'm running out of juice. It's like that meme when you nut but she keeps sucking, and it's that clip of Frieza like screaming out in agony as he's getting drained. That's how I feel when it comes to every unhinged decision that Elon Musk makes with Twitter. I can't help it though. I need goofiness like a fish needs water. And there is nothing goofier than everything that keeps happening on Twitter. I've made like 7 videos about it and I don't even want to, but I can't stop myself. Where there is wackiness, I will be there. When silliness is afoot, I will be there. Which means I have to be here making fun of Twitter again. God damn it, heavens to Betsy, I can't even call it Twitter because its name is now X. The platform formerly known as Twitter, even its name is the pure essence of lunacy because he changed it to just the letter X because Elon Musk's brain is an incomprehensible enigma of cringe. A month can't go by without some other embarrassing fuck-up from Elon Musk with the handling of this platform. So go ahead and reset your days since last workplace-related cringe accident because we're starting again. It has only been a couple of weeks since the last nugget of dog shit ideas from Elon reared its disgusting head where he made the tagline for X on the App Store, "Blaze your glory." Brother, my glory is still blazing. I want it to stop. I am so tired of making fun of this platform and Elon, but I can't stop myself because he just keeps doing dumber and dumber shit. Today, this homunculus goober must have taken some ayahuasca and hatched an unfathomably ridiculous idea, stating that the block feature is soon going to be deleted except for DMs, and then even had the gall to reply to that, saying it makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense. He's absolutely right. That makes no fucking sense at all to remove the block feature. So obviously, this set everyone's glory ablaze. Now, I think what he was trying to say is that the block feature itself doesn't make any sense, which is why they're removing it, which is just delusional. And it's also not surprising because Elon Musk is the epitome of delusional. He is, if that word came to life, he is the very incarnation of delusion made flesh. He is a clown that never stops dancing and honking his nose, making me giggle and spit up, forcing me to point and laugh at him while shooting spitballs and throwing tomatoes. Like, I don't want to keep talking about every bafflingly awful decision that he keeps making. You know what I do want to talk about, though, real quick before getting back to this topic? We just made a huge change to my first ever live event coming up on September 8th. So, when it launched, there was only one ticket option available, which was for September 8th, 9th, and 10th, and you couldn't go individual days. That was because we were instructed that that'd probably be the optimal way of doing it because they've never done individual days at that venue. But after talking with them, we were able to get individual tickets available. So if you want to just go on Saturday or just want to go on Sunday, it'll be $25 for a day ticket, and it'll be like about 5 or 6 hours per day that will be there. And it's going to be just a big party, meet and greet, and it's going to be basically having a big fucking hootenanny for our Moist Esports Apex team as we win the World Championship September 8th, 9th, and 10th. So if you're interested, it's our first live event. Really excited. You can get tickets at strazcenter.org. I'll put a link to it in the description. Now, I'm sure I don't need to explain why it's a bad idea to remove the block feature, but I'm going to go ahead and indulge here because I've seen a lot of people defending this, saying, you know, we don't even need the block feature. Elon's right. It is redundant. It's useless. I'll start by explaining that there are differences between muting and blocking. The biggest one is a muted user can still follow you, see you, even quote retweet you. They can still interact with you. A blocked user cannot. A blocked user can do none of those things. It basically just cuts them off, slams the door in their face. And I've seen a lot of people saying that taking away the block feature is actually a great move for free speech because Elon Musk is a free speech absolutist. And I have to say, you are really deep in the brainwashing protocol here. You are lost in the mainframe. At its core, this is taking away a choice you as an individual get to make for yourself. It's taking away one of your freedoms to choose who or what you want or don't want to interact with. I don't see why anyone would consider this a W. Why would you celebrate having less freedoms? It doesn't make sense to me. It blows my mind. I understand a lot of people don't like to think for themselves. Having individuality is scary. It's easier to just exist in a hive mind or an echo chamber. But it's still just ridiculous to me that anyone would think that it's good, that something is getting taken away that's become such a very basic thing. So basic and so fundamental to the internet experience that it's actually one of the terms and conditions for X as a platform to even be able to be listed on the Google Play Store and the App Store. Both of these require a user's ability to block things and users they don't want to see. So if X does remove it, they may jeopardize their position on the app stores, which would be wildly detrimental to the overall health and future of the platform. So this is a decision that could potentially sink X down the line if they can no longer exist on the two biggest platforms that people download it. So it's something that I feel most people should recognize isn't good. There's nothing to be gained from losing an ability for yourself to make a choice for yourself as opposed to letting someone else do it for you. One of the main arguments I've seen in support of the block feature is that it's used by people to silence their critics. It's the town square, and you shouldn't be able to avoid criticism and hide in your bubble. And I'm sure to a certain extent there are people that'll block accounts in order to hide from criticism, but it never silences it. That criticism will always exist whether or not that user is blocked. So if we're going to stick with this whole town square shit, this would basically just be like them leaving the town square, which everyone can do. Like, it's super simple to grasp, Blocking an account doesn't just silence criticism or anything like that. And most people, I imagine, are using the block feature on bots or OnlyFans link spammers or like stalkers or weirdos, dangerous psychopaths on the platform. Like, I imagine the block feature is mainly used against like those kind of accounts, especially in the modern landscape of X, where it is so much spam and so many bots. Like, OnlyFans spam has become so commonplace. Any tweet you go to, you are guaranteed to find at least 1,000 that just replies with OnlyFans links. So a lot of people block those accounts so they can't do that anymore. So it's not just poisoning all kinds of discussion on the platform. I don't see how there's a good argument that can be made for removing the block feature. Muting doesn't accomplish the same goal. It accomplishes something similar, but not quite the same. Now, if I may blaze your glory for a moment, I actually would like to speculate on how this idea may have even formed in his noodle, because I do have a working game theory. So, it's become very clear over the last few years that everyone in Elon's life is just a yes man and constantly baby him, powder his little bottom, and make sure that he's always happy and not throwing tantrums. So, I think what must have happened is, last evening, he was having dinner, he was at the high chair, bib on, having a wonderful scrumptious meal, an exquisite cuisine prepared by his personal chef. But it was time to eat the vegetables, and everything I've seen from Elon leads me to believe that he's not really a man that likes vegetables. He strikes me as someone that's very much against it, at least in my little fanfic up here in the story I'm crafting. So, he was probably apprehensive about it. Probably one of his assistants had to put the vegetables on a spoon and get him excited for it, like, oh, here comes the rocket ship, Elon, open wide, it's got a dock. Elon's like, hey, excuse me, that's not a rocket ship, there's no propulsion system there. But then they fed him the vegetables anyway. And he was so disgusted, he said, oh, gross, you're fired. I need to calm myself down, I'm going on X to post a dank-ass meme. But while scrolling, he realized that he wasn't getting the engagement he was used to. Which then led him down the rabbit hole where he discovered that he is far and away the most blocked account across the entire platform. And he said, why, I oughta? You block me? No. No more, we're shutting it down. And that leads us to today. I really think that was probably the impetus for this. He probably realized that the engagement was lower, and most likely because everyone blocks him because he is insufferable to read from on Twitter. His memes are absolute fucking trash, and all of his replies are either stolen from other people or just fucking horrible. So he's highly blocked, and I think that made him upset. It hurt his feelings, and so he's getting rid of that feature entirely. That's my theory. That's my working hypothesis here. That's the only thing that I can almost rationalize. Because why else would you take away a basic feature that every platform ever has had since basically the dawn of the internet? The bad ideas from Elon just don't stop. I truly am exhausted from talking about the platform formerly known as Twitter and Elon's decisions with all of it. Like, I'm so tired of talking about it, but it just keeps getting sillier. I can't not talk about it. I have to. I do. But maybe a longer break then. Go 2 or 3 months without making another disastrously, incomprehensibly terrible decision for the platform, so that way I can feel rejuvenated when I come back to laugh at you. Just give us a break. Just give us like a bit of a respite between this awful decision and whatever the next one's going to be. That's all I'm asking. Maybe just... Elon Musk has done it again, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday was the grand unveiling of the new Cybertruck, fresh out of Dexter's laboratory. He made a big live performance showing off the truck, and man, it was fucking wild. Expectations were subverted harder than in Game of Thrones. The design is like nothing I've ever seen before. Let me just show you some clips from the unveiling.
So I present to you the Cybertruck.
Elon had this shit popping off like you were at an EDM rave. This was hype as fuck. I half expected The Undertaker to be coming out of that tunnel instead of the truck. This was like some WWE pyrotechnics display. This is the Super Bowl of truck announcements. I love that even the employees get out of the truck in costume. They have like these long future-looking trench coats on and shit. I have expected them to bust out into a choreographed dance routine to some type of theme song written for the Cybertruck by Skrillex. But that didn't happen, unfortunately. But I love the costuming. It's fucking great. Now, obviously, this whole event has drummed up a lot of attention online, mainly due to the peculiar design of the Cybertruck.
Doesn't look like anything else.
And he's not wrong, the Cybertruck looks like a lot of things, and none of them are a truck. The first thing I thought of when I saw it was Lara Croft's tits from the PlayStation 1 game. It's so goddamn pointy at the top, like you're driving around like a fucking paper sailboat. It just looks so low polygon, like as if you entered into a Halo game but the Warthog's textures haven't finished rendering, so it's just like this mess of polygons on your screen. I don't know why it's so goddamn pointy. I feel like you'd cut yourself just getting in and out of the vehicle. But to be honest, I actually kind of like how over-the-top goofy this looks. It's like you're driving around the spaceship from the old Atari Space Invaders game. I think there's a certain charm to it, but the rest of the performance here at the unveiling is spectacular, so let's continue.
It's a regular truck door. Really wind up. Nail that.
So this was a demonstration of its armor capabilities in case you find yourself driving through a rough neighborhood of anti-vax moms who start trying to hunt you down with their sledgehammer. Ordinarily on a normal truck door, as you saw, it would dent it, kind of fuck it up a little bit. But if you're driving the Cybertruck through that area, they can't get through that shit with a sledgehammer.
What if we shot it? Let's shoot it.
Whoa, now you've gone too far, Elon. Shooting it with what, a fucking 50 caliber round? Phalanx gun? Railgun? Think it'd probably stand up to all of it. Unfortunately, he doesn't actually shoot it on stage, he doesn't execute it. I have expected him to pull out a Desert Eagle from his back pocket and just blast it, ricocheting the bullet off of the truck and hitting an audience member. If that did happen though, the audience member would probably consider it an honor to get shot by Elon Musk's Cybertruck. But unfortunately, he just shows video footage of what happens when they did shoot it in testing.
Nothing. Yeah, so still doing it, I guess. Yeah, not bad. Yeah.
This was to compare the Cybertruck's glass to normal truck glass. The Cybertruck glass could withstand a goddamn space shuttle taking off right in front of it, and to demonstrate that, they're using this very heavy, dense steel ball and dropping it on the normal truck glass, which shattered. Well, not shattered, but it cracked. And using it on the Cybertruck glass where it didn't crack at all. So you had Danny Sexbang going up the ladder and dropping it on it, and you saw it didn't crack or anything. Very impressive stuff, but I would have done it a little differently. If I was in Elon Musk's shoes doing that, I would have had like a Cirque du Soleil juggler juggling those steel balls and then just dropping them one at a time onto the piece of glass. It would have been a really cool performance, and I think it would have added a lot more to the display.
Sure? Yeah. Oh my fucking god. Well, maybe that was a little too hard. It didn't go through. So that's a plus side.
Let's try the
right. Try that one, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, man.
It didn't go through.
Unfortunately, that man's arm is just too strong. A professional pitcher throwing that steel ball at the glass, it never stood a chance. He could take down a fucking building with that. He's got like a little wrecking ball for an arm, and he's just throwing it at it. Yeah, there was no chance. So unfortunately, the glass cracked quite significantly, which wasn't in the script, but god damn it, Elon Musk's recovery was pretty solid. At least it didn't go through, so that's good. You're being hunted down by a major league pitcher with a steel ball in the Cybertruck. May fuck your glass up, but it ain't gonna take you down.
So you can see the truck.
This whole thing was so goddamn hype, I half expected that man to take off the helmet and it's Jeffrey Epstein underneath or something crazy like that, fucking Steve Jobs or something. But no, it's just a normal man. He was driving that ATV that looked like it was a huge paper cut hazard up into the bed to show that it can sustain big weight, stuff like that. And that's pretty much where the truck unveiling ends. I think the truck is super goofy, which makes it cool to me. And yeah, The most hated artist you probably recognize.
These paintings make my corneas hurt. I'm ashamed that this
Damien
artist
Hirst.
lived in my former hometown. The George
This is
W.
Damien Hirst.
Bush of art. Worthless. They make me want to puke. They are false works. They are awful. The worst paintings I've ever seen, and they will haunt me for the next half an hour. Those are all real quotes from comments, reviews, and articles concerning one artist and his work. Gee, these paintings must be pretty bad then,
It's Damien Hirst,
what are
isn't
they,
it?
Pictures of babies eating each other alive? The scatological scribbles of a lunatic? No. These are the kinds of paintings
What?
those quotes are referring to. Now, if you're like me, you might be a bit confused. Why,
actually, yeah.
These are works
Artists
by
suck.
the late artist Thomas Kinkade.
God damn it.
You could make a very good case that Thomas Kinkade was the most successful artist in the 21st century so far. His works can be seen on mugs, t-shirts, calendars, and probably somewhere in your grandmother's living room. Thomas Kinkade's own company claims his work can be seen in 1 out of every 20 American homes. And at the height of his career, his company generated $130 million in sales in 1 year.
Not
Now I could totally
bad.
see I hate Thomas Kinkade with every fiber of my being. Our long
Channel that
national
energy to
nightmare
someone
is
that
over.
deserves it,
There's
like
nothing
Damien
wrong
Hirst.
with liking Kinkade's paintings, but, in my opinion, there is something wrong with people that like his paintings. Yeah, that's basically the same thing. What could have possibly prompted such venom
There's a
from
tier
a
1
few
wishing
cottage
will.
paintings? What you'll find is that the reason for this hatred may have less to do with the art itself and more to do with matters of taste, the art world, and even, as you saw in the last comment, politics. Today we'll learn about the many reasons to hate.
Well, this sounds
Thomas
interesting.
Kinkade.
I don't know why more people don't hate people like Damien Hirst and Jackson Pollock. Their work is the most awful dog shit ever.
Before his business adventures, Kinkade worked in background painting for an animated film.
As far as the actual technique goes, for the most part, we used a simple technical procedure. We'd just start out with a big wide brush and lay the thing in. Very scrubby at first, and then as we went, we'd gradually tighten the strokes.
Painting
down.
always
Try to
impresses
keep the
me,
time on
because it's so
painting.
fucking
Very
hard.
limited because
And it worked. There are people who were
It
and are
looks
passionate
fine.
about these paintings. Clearly, many are willing to pay for reproductions, and many collect them religiously. The people who buy them are glad to have them. They find comfort in them. It is estimated his business brought in $100 million in revenue annually.
Art is
Thomas
always
Kinkade
subjective.
was
Yeah,
wildly
until it comes to
successful.
Damien Hirst or
As
Jackson
easy
Pollock,
as
then it
would
is
be to
objectively
dismiss
dog
all
shit.
this hatred, you'll find a lot of negative reviews that use the word kitsch. This word appears everywhere. Kitsch, kitsch, king of kitsch. But what is kitsch? My first vague understanding of the word was something that's popular but also poor quality. The Oxford Art Dictionary attempts to define it as objects or design considered to be in poor taste because of excessive garishness or sentimentality, but that might be too narrow. According to cultural critic and philosopher
Whoa.
Walter Benjamin, kitsch is, unlike art, a utilitarian object lacking all critical distance between object and observer. It
God, these
offers
people are so fucking
instantaneous emotional
pretentious. It hurts.
gratification without
It hurts.
intellectual effort.
Pretty much any art that looks like it takes talent, people don't like in the art industry. I guarantee you, Damien Hirst, Jackson Pollock, all of like your most famous artists, like more modern artists, I guess Jackson Pollock doesn't fit into that. I guarantee they couldn't draw a single person's face. They couldn't paint a single thing that looks like anything. It's just abstract dog shit that even a child could make. Yeah, I remember Bob Ross was shit upon by most like fart sniffing artists back in the day. I do remember that. Again, anything that looks like it has any form or shape to it, or anything that looks like it took time and effort, is very frowned upon in the community.
Thomas Kinkade has been
He looks like such a
frequently
wholesome
compared to
guy.
Norman Rockwell, mainly because of his appeal to American values and usually cheerful scenes. Some have even put both their work
Is it
into
Brian
the
Bobbington?
same dreaded category of kitsch, but I think a more fitting comparison is Bob Ross.
Ah,
Both
boy
made surreal
wonder.
art that now, I love Bob Ross. I mean, who doesn't? But
Yeah,
I
how
wouldn't
could you
really
not?
call his work challenging. In fact, one can make the case that it is kitsch. No, the significance of Bob Ross is not really his art, but the hundreds of PBS videos he made painting that art.
Damn.
Bob Ross was...
I've had a really
I
cool idea for a while. Someone in the chat just reminded me of this. I thought it would be a really interesting idea if I did like some dog shitty Damien Hirst, Jackson Pollock style art under a pseudonym, and then just had like a really wealthy person I know buy it for an absurd amount and I just give the money back, obviously, but making headlines just to get that name out there and see if I could get some real, genuine, stupid, rich assholes to buy my work. So I was wondering, it's something I've been thinking about doing, but I need to find who would do it. I was gonna try and ask Gronk about it, but I just feel like he really wouldn't. I don't think he'd want to, but I really think it's a good idea, because most of these big artists like Damien Hirst are big because they know rich people that buy the fucking art from them for money laundering purposes. And I feel like you can replicate that if you just know someone with a lot of money. Isn't that illegal? Yep. But that's how all big modern artists start. Look up Damien Hirst's history. He doesn't even make the art himself anymore. He has people paint the polka dots for him. But he sells it as his to people he already knows.
The painter of light.
Wouldn't saying this out loud fuck you in the
even
future?
If you like his
no,
work,
you'd never know it's me.
making
I'd have a cool
everything glow
pseudonym.
Is not something I would consider a remarkable use of light.
Brainian Burst.
These guys, Cade was also not shy to talk about
He met
his
the
Christian
Pope?
beliefs and conservative family values. The prominent light so often seen in his paintings, he said, represented the light of God penetrating the darkness. The number one quote critics give me is, "Tom, your work is irrelevant." Now that's a fascinating comment. Yes, irrelevant to the little subculture, this microculture of modern art. But here's the point. My art is relevant because it's relevant to 10 million people. That makes me the most relevant artist in this culture, not the least, because I'm relevant to real people. Thomas Kinkade,
Yeah, he doesn't seem
also
super
allegedly
likable.
frequently engaged. Many gallery owners claimed Kinkade had ruined them financially in the name of God. Kinkade dismissed these accusations while also saying
It is what God would want, I think.
Kinkade was also an alcoholic,
Welcome.
and as his businesses began to decline, he
Exit
engaged
tier
more
one.
frequently in drunken episodes
Crandall and
where
Resub
he was
Kozer.
prone to cursing, heckling performers, one accusation of groping, urinating on a Winnie the Pooh statue while yelling, "This one's for you, Walt," which I don't even think that one's bad. That's hilarious.
That's pretty
and
cool,
drunk
actually.
driving, which is less hilarious.
He's even wearing a
And
Jackson Pollock
eventually,
shirt.
On April 6, 2012, he was killed by an accidental overdose of Valium and alcohol.
Wow.
If you're still wondering how people could hate a Thomas Kinkade artwork for political reasons, well, it's because the artist himself politicized them. That's how you can get articles like Thomas Kinkade, the George W. Bush of art. Their reasoning? Kinkade, like Bush, peddled a falsely simplified image of the world, and that the same bad taste that made people invest in fraudulent galleries also elected George Bush and sent their children off to die in the war.
Okay.
There's even another article titled,
Bro,
"Is
it's a
George
jigsaw
Bush
puzzle
a better
painting.
painter than Thomas Kinkade?" Which argues
Man's
that
looking
George
for a
W.
fucking
Bush's recent
intricate
hints
view
and
of the world to
escapades are
challenge
more
his thought
interesting
process
than
with a
Kinkade's
fucking
work
jigsaw puzzle.
because they are more inventive, is one that echoes Clement Greensburg's 80-year-old essay on the avant-garde and kitsch. We think it's stupid art for stupid people.
How can you, like, how do you read this and not just get insulted? Like, reading pretentious garbage like this is so upsetting to me. Like, you can say the same thing without looking like a douchebag. And then, of course, this. We think it's stupid art for stupid people, yet people paying millions for Jackson Pollock's absolute trash. I always go back to Jackson Pollock and Damien Hirst, but there's millions of others.
But, and I know this is like a cardinal sin according to art critics, I don't hate Kinkade's art. There are some paintings I like. Some I wouldn't mind having a print of. Quite a few I find excessive, and quite a few I find downright horrendous. People often insult Kinkade's work by calling them greeting card illustrations. Well, greeting cards need illustrations, don't they? Or else they would just be white pieces of folded paper with
Sure,
text.
checkmate.
And hate them or love them, maybe the kind of vicious hatred for his art from the art world still seen today.
I am curious, what gets seen in high-class museums now? I'm pretty sure all of it is that super trash thing like a banana taped to a wall or like Banksy's balloon picture, stuff like that. Let me see. What is like the most modern art exhibition that just happened? There's got to be something for 2021. Well, I mean, even on just their homepage, like their art collection here is kind of ass. Looks like these kids did this. Looks like they vandalized an art piece, but this is apparently the piece that's on display. Like this is the cool art, I guess. I don't know what this is, like a used hand towel or something. Like they dumped some kind of staining liquid on it. Oh, wow. They're doing a good job here. Wow. Sewing as the world ends. I wish that I had sailed the darkened seas. You gotta really stop and digest this one, actually. There's a lot going on here. It's everything that it's not saying. And that's what makes it so powerful. Yeah, this pretty much sums up most art exhibits, I imagine. Here's some canvases that there's like some scribbles on it somewhere in there. I don't know, just hang it up, put like 50 grand on it. Someone's gonna buy it. Wow, this looks fun. Fuck, it really makes you think. This is like when Squidward went to that place to be all alone. This is just a bunch of boxes. Merlin, you've outdone yourself here. And exquisite. Like, you have to ask yourself, what's in those boxes? Are we purchasing too much? It's a display of excess. And you see how the boxes aren't all lined up the same? There's a pattern to it. There's order in the chaos. And then you also have to wonder who packed these boxes. Is it Amazon workers that are miserable and you can feel the hate? Is it someone like maybe a home business with a family that packed the... There's just so many things you have to ask yourself. This really is a challenging piece. I don't know what is this evidence in like a crime scene or something? I don't understand. It's a melting seal. For an Eric Andre skit, they had a really obvious fake art setup that was meant to be destroyed and nobody even noticed. I think I remember that vaguely. There's been a couple people that have done that. I don't remember who, but someone set up an art exhibit that was open to the public and it was just nothing. It was just an empty white room and that was the art. And people went in there and were taking pictures and losing their mind over it. Art, like modern art, is one of the most bafflingly outrageous things to me. And the thing is, I never see anyone defend it. I literally never see anybody online defend it that isn't also laundering money with art themselves. Like, it blows my fucking mind. Nowhere on the internet do I see anyone like, no, Charlie, actually, Damien Hirst's pieces are pretty thought-provoking. Those pills kind of changed my life when I saw it. Nobody says that. But like the pretentious, weird art world where everyone's super rich and dumb.
His paintings are some of the most overtly political and excessive oil paintings out there. And like Kincaid, they are technically competent. I wouldn't say they are breathtakingly skillful, but he's probably a better painter than most people. His paintings were serene, peaceful, perfect scenes without pain or suffering. Ironically, his life was anything but. Behind the artificiality of these idyllic scenes is the all-too-real reality of human...
Are these people not distraught over how late she is to her own event? It's been 3 hours. This thing should have been over and done with, and she hasn't even shown up yet. It looks like a middle school basketball court.
It is, actually.
It is?
It's at some college, I think.
Oh, well, that's a little higher than middle school.
Oh, I mean, in terms of scale, it's still the same. I mean, I guess there's like some people on the second story. Like there's some people on a balcony there, but...
I'm surprised they haven't just thrown themselves off by now.
Yeah.
It's taking so long for her to get here, I wouldn't have been able to stand it. I would have been like the guy carrying a chair around, except I would have started throwing them. Did we miss it?
Would be hilarious if this was just like a troll job. Like she wasn't even scheduled to talk here. Someone just made it up.
If I was one of the staff right now, I'd start trying to get the crowd energized. When I say Clinton, you say clitoris. Clinton, clitoris. Clinton, clitoris.
Yeah,
when I say win, you say now. Win.
Yeah,
now.
this is super amateurish. Like, you could at least have someone as a filler. Just have someone go up there and juggle. Yeah. Doesn't anyone on your crew have any talents?
Someone go up there and crack some jokes.
We're currently reanimating Hillary. In the meanwhile, Charlie plays a mean recorder. Please enjoy.
What's going on?
Hi guys, we got her up to 2 beats a minute. We hope we can. I think we can send her up once her heart beats at 4. But until then, do you want to hear my Ocarina of Time cover?
We're thawing her out as we speak. Just give us a moment.
She needs some rewiring, but she'll be ready.
We had a bit of a malfunction in the back room. Damn circuit board blew.
Why did they all turn around? Who are they filming?
I don't know. She's probably gonna swing on a rope like Tarzan, make a real bold entrance.
Yeah. Oh, what if she like bursts through that flag in the back like a fucking wrestler? She just points at the camera, calls out Trump.
And in this 2016 WrestleMania, I'm bringing the whole country in, baby.
WWE should like secure the rights to have just every political candidate every election and make them into wrestlers.
Oh,
that would
that'd be so
cool.
fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Suplexing Trump. Your time is up, Trump. I'm gonna build a wall around your grave.
Then she fucking RKOs a random member of the audience. Oh God, that man had a family. I swear that'll stop your heart. Fucking Jim Ross doing the commentary.
Trump makes like the fucking Undertaker, rolls back his eyes so it looks like all white. Does the throat cut. Nothing is happening. How can these people even sit around here not bored?
I can't believe this.
And why are like half of them wearing baseball caps inside?
Oh, I don't know. Even the media's leaving. Like, all those camera people showed up and they've already left.
Yeah, this isn't worth it. Let's just find some local celebrity to stalk. I like how they fenced off the, like, stage. You see that little fence they erected?
Yeah.
And it's black outside and the flag is inside. It's like they made it to decorate it for her. Like, only she's meant to see the nice decoration inside. And the spectators are just seeing the black fence. It's like the show is for her.
She didn't even bother showing up.
Yeah, for real.
I'm expecting a grand entrance. Like, if I don't see her parachuting in from the fucking ceiling or some shit, I'm gonna be very disappointed.
I'm expecting an apology at least.
She won't even address it. What's up, pussies? I'm here.
Probably not. What is up, folks? High energy. Have you all Pokemon gone to the polls yet? Remember that cringy clip?
Yeah. Why don't they bring the guy who said let's do this thing back out here? At least he was trying.
Yeah, no, he wasn't. I think he just fucked off. He was probably meant to speak for at least like 30 minutes, but he just couldn't do it. He could. It's just, you know, my soul isn't worth money. Was his thought process? He's probably just on his way home right now.
Okay, I need to look it up. Is she really this late, or is there just something? Did she get into a fucking car accident on the way?
Let's look up Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Let's see what time.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna enter speech.
Oh wow, she is incredibly well behind. 10 a.m. PDT, which is 3 hours behind my time. So 1 p.m. my time is when this rally was scheduled. It was supposed to go from 1 to 3.
No way that she's that late.
No, that's what it says. PDT. Isn't that Pacific time?
PD, no. No, isn't that... Oh, you're right, in the description. I don't know.
Yeah, she is over an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Jesus Christ, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 12 hours? How are they gonna keep her up for 12 hours?
No, her campaign was only 2 hours. It's supposed to go from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. But she is abominably late. Oh my god.
Oh. What is this music? It sounds like some Zoe Room 101 type of shit from Nickelodeon.
Oh! She's here?
No, but someone's about to talk, I think. Probably make a press statement. She's alive, guys, don't worry. She's currently advising with that guy there, like, what should we tell them?
Oh, and I'm just typing in Hillary Clinton. Let's see what new is going on.
Is she gonna speak or not, damn it?
Oh, she's rewriting her speech, apparently.
Wait, this... What do you mean this isn't Ohio?
Where are we?
Oh. Why did that woman just come up on stage and then leave again?
Oh, I think making sure she didn't get shot, so that way when Hillary goes up there she won't be executed. She's just the cannon fodder in case a potential threat emerged.
There's no trap wired to this mic, is there? Adjusts it.
Starts typing in numbers on the cell phone like a phone bomb. Nope, we're all good here.
Are we gonna hear
they have
news
a lot
now?
of stock sound effects.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton found dead in a dumpster outside of Reno.
First female president shanked for food by homeless person.
Hillary was picking on a local homeless man, and he had just about enough of that nonsense.
Yeah, they got this exciting music going on. It's just nothing.
Everyone in the crowd's looking around. Where's Hillary? Is she behind us? Have I missed it?
Oh, is this like one of those magician tricks? Is she like hiding in the crowd, maybe? Imagine if gets up, like takes off her mask or something. Like, here I am. There was no stage. I was here the whole time.
The stage goes up in flames. Then all of a sudden, an elephant's there. Thank you.
I was just about to say she summons an elephant. Dream.
Oh.
Like an event thing, like stream starts in 40 minutes, and then every time it reached 0, they just reset it to 40 minutes.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah,
that's
so,
even worse.
Yeah, so 3 times you had to wait like 40 minutes till the stream.
Fuck. Man, and you know these people have been here the whole time. Holy shit.
Yeah, for real. God, how long is this fucking news sound loop?
I'm pretty sure they're making the music as the stream continues. Come on, someone get on the keyboard. Fuck, quick. Anything.
Just someone sitting on a fucking FL Studio.
Holy shit. Still?
Nope.
What the fuck? Did you notice they just randomly put a picture of Hillary Clinton on the bottom right? Like this, she's coming. Like it's blinking now.
Yeah.
This will have to do. It's Hillary, she's here.
I assume that's just a channel guy who wants people to subscribe.
The subscribe button is down here, please.
I like how that Ooh! Wait, people are clap. Ooh! What?
No way. She made. Oh. The stream died. No one expected it. The camera's cut. They ran out of film. Yeah!
Why is the thing just cutting out now?
Alright, biggest little city, are you ready?
This isn't just
Fucking
me, is it?
cameraman's so excited. He's waited so long. No, it's cutting out for me too. He's waited so long. He's having cardiac arrest.
Yeah.
There you go, that's more like it. Hello, I'm Mayor Hillary Sheevy. People often refer to me as the
that's
other
not her,
Hillary.
okay.
Imagine that.
Oh. This was supposed to end 10 minutes ago, and it hasn't even started yet. Suffering from muscular atrophy by now. They've waited so long.
Yeah, all their limbs fell asleep.
Yeah, deep vein thrombosis. Surprised half of them aren't KO'd.
What does that guy's shirt say? Oh, never mind. Zooming in. Ooh. Afki? Afki?
Oh, I thought it said acorn.
American
oh, she's here! What?
Campaign.
This was more fun when she wasn't here.
Yeah, for real.
And independence. For those
Is she just like a robot that they turn off and on? Like, they turn her on for the rallies, but she takes like 3 hours to boot up, and then they turn her off. Like, just nothing about her seems human. Is that all?
Yep. No
All
Q&A.
Turn her off. Her batteries are running low.
Just a sound effect.
She shuts down on stage. Oh, it's a heart attack. Uh-oh.
The eyes go black.
She starts smoking. Oh, that's quite a heart attack. And then they have like a fucking pseudoscientist come on. Yes, you know, sometimes when the heart shuts down, it generates a lot of friction, a lot of heat. That's the reason for the smoke.
What the fuck is that in the back? Isn't that Boo from Dragon Ball Z?
I think it's Peter Pettigrew from Harry Potter.
What the fuck is that rat?
The stream ends, he's like, I got a picture prepared for this. Yeah!
God, it looks bad.
Well, people keep recommending this Jose Canseco video. Baseball doesn't exist.
He's introduced the game's biggest stars to steroids and then told on the game's biggest stars for doing steroids. He's been called a liar, a cheater, a drug addict, and a wife beater. He's fought a man who's 7 feet tall, and he's fought a man who's 5'6". He's been to prison, he's lived in a garage, he's been on reality TV shows, he's written 2 New York Times best-selling books, and has even claimed to have met aliens. Jose Canseco has done it all, and he's done it weirder than anybody in baseball history. Shortly after Jose Canseco was drafted, that's right, for an entire series of games, he didn't hit, he didn't field, he didn't do anything. He collected bats and balls, and was laughed at and made fun of by teammates
That's
and
an
coaches
important
while
position,
doing it.
though.
This was enough
Someone's gotta do it.
Canseco to he gained 25 pounds of muscle that offseason, came back to baseball,
Damn.
and quickly became the Athletics' #1 prospect. Probably be one of the very few, if not the only.
Wait, is that true? For $5,000, you can hunt Bigfoot with Jose Canseco? That sounds like the best use of $5,000 ever. There can't be that many people paying $5,000 to hunt fucking Sasquatch with Jose Canseco. Do you think if we reached out, we could get him to come hunt the skunk ape instead? Someone's got to catch the skunk ape down here. I think Jose Canseco is the man for it.
He would be the first player in history to hit 40 home runs and steal 40 bases in a single season. Everybody called him an arrogant show-off, and then that season,
and then he did
the
it.
First player in history to hit 40 home runs and steal 40 bases, and then everybody just called him an arrogant show-off who was the best player in the world. By the time he left Oakland in 1992, he had been arrested several times, once for going 140 miles per hour and leading cops on a 15-mile chase.
Wow!
Jose has since
Do they have
claimed
footage
that
of
he was
that?
Also, anyway, in 1992, he was arrested again for
He
ramming
kept
his
it
car
loaded
into
for
his wife's car
Bigfoot.
during an argument at a gas station. This was the first time.
Well, maybe
Jose
his
got
wife
in
was
trouble
having an
for
affair with
his wife,
Bigfoot.
but
God
Jose
damn.
maintains
How
that
deep
this
does it
was
go,
just
I
a
wonder?
simple- but
Before I forget, I have to know, is there footage of that police chase?
At one point,
that's got to be fucking great. Jose Canseco going 140 on a goddamn police pursuit. Probably tossing baseballs and Bigfoot food out of the window or something, like bait. This wasn't even close. They didn't even give me like a Jose Canseco related video. They just gave me police chases and then a Grand Theft Auto cutscene over here, basically. Jesus Christ.
So, according to Canseco, he didn't hit his wife with his car because of steroids. He did it because he was pissed off at her. So, you really can't blame steroids. I guess you have to blame him. You also can't blame steroids for the time his 20-pound tortoise worth $25,000 escaped his backyard into traffic, forcing a sheriff to save its life in 1991. He was also pulled over with goats in the back of his car in 2013.
So he's like Dan
It was a
Bilzerian,
scary
but less
situation,
rich.
But luckily, the goats were wearing diapers. Instances like this
Oh,
have
that's
always
good.
been part of. A few days later, the Harrisburg Heat, a professional soccer team from Pennsylvania, offered Canseco a contract, but
That had to
he
hurt like
declined.
shit.
This may be the most memorable moment of Jose Canseco's time in Texas and perhaps his entire playing career, but there were a lot of significant
That
events
single-handedly
that occurred
gave
while he
him an
played for the
encephalon
Rangers.
injury.
Probably the one with
Holy
the most
shit.
impact was Tommy Lasorda said Canseco seemed a little bit out of shape. He responded by calling Lasorda a chubby little fat troll who is the worst Humpty Dumpty pasta-eating moron I've ever seen.
Yeah,
So yeah,
that
Jose
sounds
was not
reasonable.
taking retirement very well.
Get
Canseco
blasted,
believed that he was
nerd.
being blackballed by MLB.
He learned that
because
on
they
League
knew
of
that he had
Legends.
such a huge. During this time, Jose began making money by allowing fans to bid for a chance to spend the day with him at his house while he was on house arrest. Potential activities
That's so
included hanging out
good.
by the pool, martial arts lessons, grilling steaks, and taking batting practice. A diehard
Hey, I'm
fan
under
won
house
this
arrest. Come
contest
pay to hang
for
out with me.
25.
Is there footage of Jose Canseco fighting? Oh, yes. How deep does the Jose Canseco lore go?
However, Canseco's true athletic calling in recent years hasn't been baseball. It's been MMA and boxing.
Yeah,
His boxing career began in
let's
2008 when he
go.
fought Vi Sikahema.
He recently fought an intern at Barstool Sports and took a dive just to get money for the fight because he was broke. What the fuck? To be honest, I was thinking about that the other day. Like, I was pretty disappointed when Ben Askren got fucking blasted by Jake Paul, and it was pretty clear like he didn't care, he just wanted to get out quickly. I was thinking like that. Like, if I got challenged to a fight with one of the Paul brothers, I'd probably just take the check and take a dive instantly. Like, I'd just, like, fall right on the mat and just call it a day. It's like, that's speed running a fat check for doing nothing. Like, now I have nothing against Ben Askren for it now, the more I think about it. So if Jose Canseco pulled a Ben Askren, good for him. Dude's 90 years old. Contaminated with steroids and hunting Bigfoot.
The fight was in Philadelphia. Vince Papale was the referee, and Canseco walked in with
Vince
a bunch of fake
Papale?
tattoos. Bonaducci is only 5'6",
And he
but the
wore
fight
fake
ended in a
tattoos?
draw,
Why?
although some scares. Canseco then decided to put his black belts in Taekwondo,
Why would he
Kung
wear
Fu,
fake
and Muay Thai to
tattoos?
use by challenging
Like the
Hong
sponge
Yan Choi.
ones?
Jose had no chance, but I guess he really needed the money, so he volunteered to get pummeled by one of the scariest people ever. The fight lasted 1 minute and 17 seconds, and honestly, it could have been a lot worse. But only a few months later, he returned to the ring to fight Todd the Punisher Polton, who was basically just a random guy from Massachusetts who's known for fighting a few celebrity boxing matches and
Let's
for
go,
having an insane
Todd!
face tattoo.
Fuck yeah,
Polton
Todd!
was 5'10", but Canseco won this fight by decision. The
Damn.
next year, Jose fought
He
Gary
beat
Hogan
Todd?
in
He's
Little Rock,
unbeatable.
Arkansas before an Arkansas Travelers AAA baseball game. Gary Hogan was a 60-year-old man and an ex-baseball coach. He only weighed 191 pounds, but the fight ended in a draw. Again, it seems pretty clear.
He just
Jose
fought
went
some
easy on
spectator
him.
at the fucking
2011,
match.
Canseco was scheduled to fight Billy Patton.
Which one of you is the oldest one here?
Florida. But when he took
Alright, get
his
your old
shirt
ass
off
in the
and was
ring. We're gonna
preparing to
fight.
enter the ring for another fight in 2016
Appreciate
when
it.
Jose was scheduled to fight Lindsay Lohan's dad, but that never happened.
Lindsay
Jose was supposed to fight
Lohan's
Lenny Dykstra
dad?
In 2011, but Lenny pulled out the last minute and
Who's
was
next?
replaced by the
Macaulay
guy who crashed
Culkin's
the White House
butler?
dinner party.
From
Jose
20
won that
years
fight
ago?
After a bunch of Jose is currently scheduled to fight Barstool Sports employee Billy Football on February 21st, and we wish Jose the best of
I'm
luck.
excited to
Believe it or
watch
not,
that
fighting
now.
is actually
Aliens have been trying to teach us how to time travel, but first we have to change our body composition, which we are not willing to do. We have tried with animals and it has failed. Well, if anyone was close enough to changing their body composition to be on a time travel wavelength with aliens, it's probably Jose Canseco. His body is composed of like 10% water, 5% blood, and 85% steroids. So he's probably like knocking on the door, like on the cusp, I would imagine. I mean, I can't speak for the aliens and their technology, but you know.
At one point, he proposed to his girlfriend on Twitter. She ignored him, so he called her a quote-unquote egotistical and easy lay. He posted...
This is fucking wild! He proposed to his girlfriend through Twitter, got left on red, and then immediately just went on like the Reddit nice guy shit. You bitch! How dare you! Wow.
Mark McGuire refused to show up because Canseco was there, but Jose apologized to McGuire anyway, and things worked out for Canseco. He was hired to be part of the Oakland broadcast team in 2017, but was asked not to return the next season after a series of tweets about sexual assault. And that's basically...
What? I see the difference, I guess, because I was a good-looking guy and these politicians look like a bag of boogers. Wow. It's like something I'd hear as an insult in Codename Kids Next Door. This... wow.
And that's what makes Jose Canseco an American hero.
Yeah, I mean...
Nobody cares about you either, fat You got no balls, that's why you don't say it to my face.
This is
Except
crazy.
for human feces.
That was a lot more interesting than I thought it would be. This is the second baseball player that has the craziest fucking lore. What was the other guy's name? Paul Hamburger or something super American? What was it? The guy we watched last time? Oh, this is when he fought Todd the Punisher. Let's go, Jose! No one's ever fought Todd and lived to tell the tale. Let's go, Todd! Has Todd ever fought before? Ever? Even, like, by accident one time? Let's go, Todd! This is where we make our comeback! He's going for the rhino charge. Come on, Todd! Ugh. Todd's just toying with him before he ends it all. He's about to put this match to bed. Boo is right. Not very good. And we already know Jose wins that fight. He got TKO'd by Barstool Sports intern Billy Football. 46 minutes. Don't want to watch 46 minutes of it. How about from this channel, Fittest Gamers? Okay. That's a DMCA waiting to happen. Damn, Billy Football's feeling it! Oh, is that the whole fight? So he really did just take a full-on dive, huh? That's a shame. I think only one baseball player per Just Chatting night, I would say. Because now Lenny and Jose, I'm convinced these baseball... What a great night we've had so far. I know I, Steve Harvey, have popped at least 500 boners over the course of the last 2.5 hours, but now it's time to answer the question on everyone's mind. Which one of these gorgeous girls gave Steve Harvey the stiffest erection? Let's find out. There is a winner here tonight, and I'm going to announce who that is. So Miss Universe 2015 of this year is... Oh, fuck. I can't read what this says. Oh, boy. Alright, I'm just gonna take a shot in the dark and hope it sticks. Miss Columbia. Nailed it. I am the king. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to my dressing room to jerk off. I'll come over there and put my whole fist in your anus. I'll hit you with that old chocolate wrecking ball. They gave me this card, but forgot that I'm illiterate, so... Looks like I guessed wrong. And I'm told that Miss Phillip Pines is Miss Universe. Congratulations, Miss Pines. Excellent work from all of you here tonight. Let me go ahead and take control of the situation I've caused. This is the card they gave me. I don't know what any of these words say. This could be a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card for all I know. It was a simple mistake that could have happened from Harry Potter or whatever the fuck I have in my hand. I'm not Socrates. I can't read these words. They should have just told me who the winner was through this gizmo in my ear. Don't blame me. Blame them. This is their fault. Honestly, I shouldn't have to put up with this type of beaver shit. I'm Steve Harvey. I'm a professional bad advice giver.